Chapter 1: The Ring from Heaven. Song Yan, right? Young Master Shui wants to see you. Come with us. Two tall male students blocked Song Yan's path as soon as he stepped out of the classroom, speaking with their chins raised in arrogant disdain. Song Yan was slightly taken aback. This so-called young Master Shui was likely one of the school's four infamous troublemakers. He couldn't recall having any interactions with him whatsoever. What could he possibly want with him? What are you dawdling for? Move it. Seeing him dazed, one of the boys shoved him impatiently. All right, I'll come with you. Song Yan nodded meekly, following behind the two tall boys. In the small grove beside the school playground, a long-haired boy stood with his hands in his pockets, his back turned to Song Yan. The two students flanking Song Yan respectfully addressed him. Young Master Shui, we've brought this kid here. The long-haired boy slowly turned around, his gaze sharp and his demeanor icy with a touch of arrogance. Suddenly, a playful smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he crooked his finger at Song Yan. Song Yan, do you know why I called you here? Song Yan shook his head in confusion. No. Shui Yuanqing's smirk deepened. Slap yourself twice first, and then I'll tell you what's going on. Hearing this, Song Yan's expression darkened slightly, a glint of chill flashing through his eyes. Though he had always kept a low profile at school, that didn't mean he would tolerate being bullied. Shui Xiao, I don't remember offending you. Don't you think this is going too far? Too far? So what? Shui Yuancheng curled his lip dismissively. For a poor worm like you, I could crush dozens with just my finger. Originally, it was 2 self-inflicted slaps, but now I've changed my mind. Kneel and slap yourself 10 times. Consider it a reward for your backtalk. Song Yan stood motionless, but fury flashed in his eyes. This Shui Yuancheng truly knew no bounds in his bullying. Damn it, Master Shui told you to kneel. What the hell are you still standing for? One of Shui Yuanqing's lackeys cursed as he kicked at Song Yan's calf, trying to knock him to the ground. Enough was enough. Song Yan's anger flared. With a swift step, he dodged the attack and stared coldly at him. Don't push me. Oh ho. Daring to dodge. You've got guts. Wang Fei taunted, lunging at Song Yan and swinging a slap toward his face. Shui Yuancheng slid his hands back into his pockets, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. His 2 lackeys were skilled at fighting. Since this punk Song Yan insisted on being stubborn, they'd make sure he suffered a little more. The other follower also stood still without moving. In his view, Wang Fei alone was more than enough to deal with Song Yan. Just as Wang Fei's palm was about to land on Song Yan's cheek, suddenly, Song Yan took a step back, dodging the slap. Then, without hesitation, he swung his own palm right back, striking Wang Fei squarely across the face. Smack! A crisp, sharp sound of slap rang out, followed by Wang Fei staggering backward a few steps. He stared at Song Yan with disbelief in his eyes. He never expected Song Yan not only to fight back, but to deliver such a hard slap to his face. The burning, stinging pain on his cheek filled him with fury, his eyes even turning slightly red. You bastard, I'll fucking kill you, he snarled. Wang Fei roared and charged towards Song Yan again, swinging his right arm straight at Song Yan's face. Spotting this, Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly lashed out with a kick. Bang! Wang Fei, who had been struck in the abdomen, flew backward and landed 2 meters away. Useless. Can't even deal with a poor loser like him. Both of you attacked together. Shui Yuancheng sneered from the side. The other henchman helped Wang Fei up, glaring at Song Yan before the 2 of them rushed at him from both sides. A fist still aimed for Song Yan's cheek, while another vicious kick went straight for his crotch. Looking to die? With a cold shout, Song Yan shot forward, positioning himself between the 2 in an instant. His arms lashed out like twin whips. Bang! Bang! The 2 boys struck in the chest by his arms staggered backward before collapsing onto the ground, clutching their chests as they struggled to catch their breath. Their gazes towards Song Yan involuntarily filled with newfound fear. Song Yan turned around, fixing Shui Yuancheng with a cold stare as the latter showed signs of panic, and then stepped toward him. Stop right there. Don't come any closer, Shui Yuancheng shouted, but Song Yan ignored him. The next moment, he stepped right up to Shui Yuancheng, seized him by the neck, and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face, each strike landing with a loud, stinging crack. Release Shui Yuancheng. Song Yan took 2 steps back and fixed his gaze on him. Speak. Why are you picking a fight with me? You dare hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? Shui Yuancheng didn't answer Song Yin, instead glaring at him with venomous hatred. Suddenly, Song Yin stepped forward, once again clamping his hand around Shui Yuancheng's neck and landed several hard slaps across his face in quick succession. A menacing glint flashed in his eyes as he demanded through gritted teeth, Shui Yuancheng, don't test my patience. Tell me, why are you targeting me? Meeting Song Yan's beast-like gaze, Shui Yuancheng couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. It's because of Xiang Feifei. At the mention of that name, Song Yin momentarily froze, surprised that Shui Yuancheng was taking revenge for Xiang Feifei. His mind flashed to an image of a girl in a white maxi dress, her demeanor as pure as a lotus flower. Xiang Feifei, the elegant campus belle of Xingye High School, was an art student who rarely attended classes. Despite this, she had countless admirers among the male students. Song Yin still remembered how, at last year's New Year's Eve gala, Xiang Feifei had performed a Guzheng piece dressed entirely in white. Her graceful and aloof appearance was like that of a fairy stepping out from a painting. That night, she captivated almost everyone present, including him, leaving an exceptionally deep impression. Yesterday, when he went downstairs, he accidentally bumped into Xiang Feifei. Seems Shui Yuancheng came to avenge her over this matter. Did Xiang Feifei send you? Song Yin stared down at Shui Yuancheng as he asked. No, I came on my own. Xiang Feifei doesn't know about this. Song Yin laughed and released Shui Yuancheng. Remember, don't mess with me again unless you've got business. After speaking, Song Yin turned and walked away. Though Shui Yuancheng was a rich kid surrounded by sycophants, Song Yin didn't give him a second thought. Watching Song Yin swagger off, Shui Yuancheng nearly ground his teeth to dust in fury. At Shengyi High School, Class 9, the homeroom teacher, Yin Weiming, stormed into the classroom with barely contained anger, slamming his textbook onto the lectern with such force that the air immediately grew tense. Yin Weiming's gaze fell upon the tall boy sleeping at his desk in the back row. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he barked coldly. Song Yin, stand up. Song Yin rose from his seat, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he looked blankly at teacher Yin Weimin. Mr. Yin, what's the matter? Seeing Song Yin like this only fueled Yin Weimin's anger. He roared, I should be asking you what's going on. Why did you start a fight? The teacher from class 3 has already come to complain. You already dragged the whole class down with your poor grades. Fine, but now you're even ruining the class's reputation? You're truly beyond redemption. Hearing this, Song Yin immediately realized it must have been Shui Yuancheng who reported him to the teacher. His disdain for Shui Yuancheng deepened. Song Yin Weimin's voice rose another octave, his gaze turning even colder. This is my final warning. If you don't show any remorse, I will personally recommend your expulsion to the principal. Got it. Song Yin replied with his head bowed. Sit down. Seeing Song Yan's hopelessly incorrigible demeanor, Yin Weimin felt a deep surge of disgust rise within him. He silently resolved that if this kid didn't wise up soon, he would definitely recommend expelling him to the principal. Yes, Song Yin responded and sat back down, initially intending to continue napping at his desk. But after a moment's thought, he decided it was wiser not to push old Yan's temper any further. At the podium, Yin Weimin reiterated the same old lecture, emphasizing the importance of the oral defense and urging everyone to study diligently to strive for good results. Song Yin, male, 23 years old, 182 centimeters tall, a native of Xiangqing City, currently a student in Class 9 of Xingye High School Senior Division with poor academic performance. Disliked by teachers, particularly homeroom teacher Yin Weimin, who can't stand the sight of him. His parents died in a car accident when he was 10, and he now lives with his uncle, Song Shiais, who currently serves as deputy director of the Xiangqing Municipal Education Bureau, a mid-ranking official position. This was precisely why the school tolerated the presence of a poor student like him. Of course, his uncle had pulled quite a few strings to get him into Xingye High, the best school in the city, and even one of the most prestigious in Yinhuang Nation. Song Yin was deeply grateful to his uncle. Without him, his dismal high school entrance exam scores would have made Xingye High utterly unattainable. In terms of food, clothing, even pocket money, his uncle had never shortchanged him. It was for this very reason he remained especially low-key at school, not wanting to cause his uncle any additional trouble. However, it was hard for him to regard his uncle's house as his own home, because there was a sharp-tongued aunt there. When his uncle was at home, his aunt would always be kind to him, but as soon as his uncle was away, she would turn cold and frequently lash out at him with cutting remarks. At his age, he couldn't stand any injustice, which made him resent her deeply. Because of this, he chose to live in the school dormitory. After school, Song Yin left his backpack in the dorm and headed alone to his uncle's house. Today was Friday, and there would be no classes tomorrow or the day after. The Yinhuang National Education Department had strict regulations prohibiting schools from holding makeup classes on weekends, with hefty fines imposed for violations. Therefore, even though the defense was only 3 months away, the school would still close as usual on weekends. In truth, Song Yin didn't want to go to his uncle's house, but his uncle insisted so strongly that he couldn't refuse his kindness. His uncle lives in the upscale Zijing Yuan residential community. In Yinhuang, civil servants enjoy excellent benefits. As a deputy division-level official, his uncle earns over $1 million annually, including bonuses and welfare. Knock, knock. Song Yin rapped on his uncle's door. The one who opened, it was a beautiful, statuesque young girl. Upon seeing Song Yin outside, she promptly turned away without a word. The girl was named Song Shui, his cousin. Barely 16, she already stood over 1.75 meters tall, a model's physique. It must be said that the Song family genes were excellent. The men were tall and handsome, the women statuesque and beautiful. Song Shui was also a student at Xingye High School, a prestigious institution. Yet, compared to him, their academic performances were worlds apart. She soared ahead while he lagged far behind. Perhaps influenced by her mother, Song Shui had always treated her cousin with icy indifference. At school, she never acknowledged him first, and even when he greeted her, she usually ignored him outright. Song Yin changed his shoes and glanced around the living room, but didn't see his uncle, so he asked, "Xiao Xue, where's uncle? Is he still not off work?" "Something came up at work last minute. He's not coming back," Song Shui replied coldly. "Oh," Song Yin responded. He really wanted to turn around and leave. Being with this mother and daughter made him feel tense. 10 minutes later, Song Yin was silently eating his meal with his head down when his aunt Yang Yanli abruptly put down her chopsticks and asked accusingly, "Song Yin, did you get into a fight?" "Yeah," Song Yin muttered in response, not expecting his aunt to know about the incident. Could have been Song Shui, who complained. Before school ended, word had spread about him punching Shui Yuanqing. "You're becoming more and more unreasonable. Do you have any idea how much effort your uncle put into getting you into Xingye High? Can't you just spare him the disgrace and behave yourself?" "Got it. I won't do it again," Song Yin replied solemnly, though an inexplicable sense of grievance churned inside him. After dinner, Song Yin left his uncle's house in low spirits, his aunt's scolding words still echoing in his ears. Walking back to the dormitory, his eyes held a trace of bewilderment. He didn't know where his future path lay. With his abysmal grades, even the lowest tier vocational college seemed out of reach. Yet he knew that if he swallowed his pride and asked, no matter how difficult, his uncle would find a way to get him into a decent university. But he didn't want to burden his uncle any further. Years ago, the driver who killed his parents in a hit-and-run had fled and to this day remained at large. As a result, he hadn't received a single penny in compensation. For the past 7 years, his uncle had shouldered the cost of his food, clothes, and schooling. Likely the reason his aunt despised him so bitterly. He refused to drag his uncle down any longer, nor did he want to live on others' charity. Honestly, he wished he could excel academically, go on to graduate school, but he simply wasn't cut out for studying. The moment he opened a textbook, his head spun. If only I were a top student. Oh well, once my thesis defense is over, I'll go work in another city and find a way to repay uncle's kindness, Song Yin thought to himself. Ouch, who hit me? Suddenly, Song Yin felt something strike his head, followed by a soft ding sound. A silver ring bounced off his scalp and rolled some distance across the ground before coming to a stop. Bending down to pick up the ring, Song Yin instinctively glanced around. As this was a relatively secluded spot with no other pedestrians nearby, where could the ring have come from? Could it have fallen from the sky? The ring's design was remarkably plain, likely made of pure silver, with no patterns on its surface save for a single Arabic numeral, 1. But staring at that numeral 1, Song Yan's mind grew dizzy, and a distant, ethereal voice faintly echoed in his ears. Galaxy Ring successfully bound to host Song Yan. Activation commencing. Chapter 2. The counterattack begins now. Xingye High School, Boys Dormitory Building, Room 302. Song Yin sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes wide and unblinking as he fixed his gaze on the empty space before him, where a progress bar had appeared, now reaching 99% completion. Ding. Galaxy Ring activation successful. Entering system interface. The progress bar vanished, replaced by a minimalist black and white interface that materialized in Song Yan's field of vision. Host, Song Yin, level 1, physical strength, 130 points, mental strength, 60 points. Skills, rudimentary martial arts, divine abilities, none, fame value, 9 points. The attribute panel occupied more than half of the interface, while the remaining space displayed a colorful wheel with a large prize character at its center. Suddenly, the interface vanished and a snow-white, adorable kitten popped up. Hello, host. I am the ring spirit Meow. Delighted to be at your service. Staring at the cute little kitten, Song Yin paused for a moment before asking, Meow, can you tell me what's going on here? Simply put, you're fortunate to have become the host of the first Galaxy Ring, a remarkably powerful auxiliary system. Song Yan's eyes lit up. Can the system help me become a top student? Of course it can. Then can the system help me become the world's richest person? Of course it can. Then can it help me win over beautiful girls? Of course. Yes, this is amazing. Hearing Meow Wu's reply, Song Yin couldn't help but dance with joy, already fantasizing in his mind about how, with the system's help, he would successfully rise through the ranks, marry a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Host, the ring system has granted you one lucky draw opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Meow Wu's voice sounded again, pulling Song Yin back from his fantasy world. What's this about a lucky draw? Song Yin asked. Meow Wu replied earnestly. As long as you accumulate enough fame points, you can participate in a lucky draw. Currently, you only need to collect 20 fame points to perform one draw. And what are fame points? Song Yin inquired curiously. Fame points quantify your reputation. For example, if you're exceptionally good at fighting and even just one person acknowledges or admires you for it, you'll gain 1 fame point. So that's how it is, Song Yin suddenly realized. Meow, can I do the lottery draw now? Sure. Meow disappeared, and the screen returned to that simple black and white interface. Host, you just need to tap the prize character in the center of the lottery wheel with your finger, and the wheel will start the draw. Meow reminded him. Got it. Song Yin reached out and tapped the prize character on the wheel, which instantly vanished, replaced by a spinning pointer. At the same time, 7 differently colored squares appeared around the pointer. Then, the pointer began rotating rapidly before finally stopping at a red square. Under Song Yan's astonished gaze, the red square lit up with 4 golden characters, photographic memory. Whoosh! Suddenly, the phrase photographic memory dissolved, transforming into a streak of golden light that flew straight into Song Yan's forehead, yet he felt no discernible change within himself. Next, Song Yin noticed a new change in the Divine Abilities section of his Attributes panel. Ability, Photographic Memory, Beginner Level. Mew, how do I use this photographic memory ability? Song Yin asked Mew again. Just silently recite photographic memory in your heart. Meow Wu replied. Photographic memory, Song Yin recited silently in his mind, then quickly grabbed an English book and started memorizing words. 1 minute later, Song Yin closed the English book and tried recalling the over 100 words he'd just memorized. To his astonishment, each word appeared vivid and crystal clear in his memory. So incredibly powerful, this photographic memory. Song Yin couldn't help but marvel. Host, photographic memory is only the most basic first-tier ability and still at elementary level. Therefore, it can only be used for 2 hours daily, Miao Wu's timely reminder rang out. Only 2 hours a day. Song Yin felt a bit disappointed, but quickly picked up the English textbook again to memorize words. Even with just 2 hours daily, if used wisely, he might still have a shot at getting into a top-tier university during the admissions defense. Suddenly, he felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. 2 hours later, Song Yin closed the English book again. In just that short span, he had committed every word and grammar rule from the entire book to memory. Closing his eyes, he recalled everything flawlessly. Not a single word was forgotten. The next moment, Song Yin couldn't help but laugh aloud. With this ring system, my comeback story starts right now. Over the weekend, Song Yin once again activated his photographic memory ability, absorbing the vocabulary and grammar from 2 more books. Monday, as per his usual routine, Song Yin got up at 6 in the morning, ran 5 laps around the playground, and then headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. During dinner, he couldn't resist pulling up the system interface. Looking at the numbers in the physical fitness and mental energy columns, he silently asked, "Miao, what do these 2 numbers represent?" The voice of Miao sounded directly in his mind. A healthy adult's physical stat is 100 points, and mental stat is also 100 points. Physical represents the combined value of speed, strength, stamina, jumping ability, etc., while mental encompasses memory, comprehension, judgment, and other cognitive abilities. Damn, my mental stat is only 60. No wonder I'm such a slacker in studies, Song Yin muttered gloomily. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Miao, how can I improve my mental stat? Miao replied, the ring system contains techniques for cultivating mental power, which can be drawn through the lottery function. Looking at the 9 displayed in the fame value column, Song Yin felt a bit miserable. Wasn't this forcing him to show off? It didn't quite align with his principle of keeping a low profile. Seems like apart from being good at fighting, I don't have any other skills. How am I supposed to get famous? Song Yin thought somewhat bitterly. After breakfast, Song Yin returned to the dormitory, picked up his backpack, and headed to the classroom along the way, still pondering how to increase his fame value. The morning self-study session was English class with teacher Han Sha, a brilliant graduate who had returned from studying overseas. At only 25 years old, she was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally patient with students, even showing no discrimination toward poor performers like Song Yin. Unsurprisingly, she was very popular among the students, with many boys even regarding her as their dream girl. Just as he sat down, his desk mate Li Lei leaned his chubby face over and whispered, Song Yin, tonight at 8, Genesis Divine Realm is launching its non-wipe closed beta. Want to check it out together after school? Genesis Divine Kingdom was a highly anticipated 3D online game that had been hyped for a long time. Endorsed by Yanhuang Country's popular superstar Murong Xinyue, it garnered immense excitement among players. Alright, let's go together after school. While speaking, Song Yin took out his English study materials and began reading attentively. Seeing Song Yin's focused reading posture, Li Lei felt somewhat surprised. According to usual practice, wasn't Song Yin supposed to be sleeping on his desk? Song Yin, are you sick or something? You're the one who's sick. I'm just studying seriously. Song Yin shot Li Lei a glare before turning his focus back to the material. Whatever. Li Lei curled his lips in disdain, convinced that Song Yin was just putting on an act. He thought to himself, let's see how long you can keep this up. To Li Lei's surprise, Song Yin remained engrossed in studying the materials until the end of morning self-study session. Even after class was dismissed, he didn't leave his seat and continued reviewing the materials diligently. Upon realizing his limited mental energy, Song Yin decided to adopt a straightforward approach, using his photographic memory ability to memorize the entire English textbook and supplementary materials. This extraordinary recall ability refreshed every night at midnight. Once activated, it lasted exactly 2 hours without interruption. Precisely because of this, Song Yin refused to waste this precious time window. During first period, English teacher Han Sha walked into the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. Classmates, this test paper is the closest to last year's college entrance exam questions. I hope everyone takes it seriously. In high school, you could say there's a small test every day and a big test every 3 days. Everyone has grown accustomed to exams, so this English test came as no surprise. Upon hearing this, a spark of eager anticipation flashed in Song Yan's eyes. He had memorized so many words and grammar rules. How much would his English test score improve this time? Chapter 3. The second lottery with a total score of 150 points for English. Song Yan remembered his highest score so far was 75. That meant even at his best, he still fell short of the passing mark by 15 points. The freshly distributed exam papers still carried a faint scent of ink. After writing his name, Song Yan didn't immediately start solving problems, but first skimmed through the questions, finding most of them weren't particularly difficult. Taking a deep breath, he began answering. Completing 2 pages in one go felt immensely satisfying. Stretching his arms and rotating his slightly stiff neck, Song Yan continued working. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had locked onto him. In Han Sha's memory, Song Yan would always frown and chew his pen during exams. Seeing him solve problems so fluidly today was a first. Could he just be randomly filling in answers? This thought brought a tinge of disappointment. Yet unable to restrain her curiosity, she walked to the back row and stopped to observe. Only 20 minutes into the exam, Song Yan had already completed the questions on the first 2 pages of the test paper and moved on to the third. Then, her gaze fell on Song Yan's answers. After a quick glance, an expression of surprise flashed across her face. Song Yan's accuracy rate was over 90%. How is this possible? She instinctively wondered if Song Yan had seen the test before, but quickly dismissed the thought. The exam paper had been finalized just last night and printed this morning, making any leak impossible. Besides, this was just a routine test, hardly worth stealing. Determined to find a reason, Han Sha took root by Song Yan's desk. By the time Han Sha arrived, Song Yan already knew. Han Sha carried a unique fragrance, fresh and subtly elegant, utterly captivating. At first, he was a bit nervous, but gradually, he became immersed in the excitement of answering questions, even forgetting Han Sha's presence. Meanwhile, Han Sha grew increasingly astonished because Song Yan had already finished all the questions except for the essay. She made a rough estimate in her mind. His score had already exceeded 90 points. With the addition of the essay score, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach 100. To her knowledge, Song Yan had never passed an English exam before. As for Song Yan, the problematic student, none of his teachers particularly liked him. Even their homeroom teacher, Yin Weimin, privately referred to Song Yan as a bad apple, someone who existed solely to drag down Class 9's overall academic performance. But she didn't think this way. In her view, there were no stupid students in the world, only students unwilling to learn. That's why she had always been patient with her students, focusing on nurturing their interests. When Song Yan finished his essay, Han Sha silently left. Though there was nothing particularly commendable about his composition, at least there were no issues with grammar or vocabulary. It was perfectly competent. Even the strictest teacher grading it wouldn't hesitate to give him 15 points, and if they were lenient, a full 20 wasn't out of the question. After the exam, Han Sha carried the test papers back to the office and immediately pulled out Song Yan's to grade it. After finishing the corrections, she couldn't help but show a satisfied smile when looking at the score on the test paper. While this result wasn't astonishing, compared to Song Yan's usual grades, it represented tremendous improvement. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She wanted to seek out Song Yan and ask him why his academic performance had improved so dramatically. After finishing the English exam, Song Yan went to the restroom to relieve himself. As he subconsciously pulled up the system interface, his eyes widened in shock. The fame value that had previously stood at 9 had now increased to 10. It seemed like he hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy today. Could it be teacher Han Sha? Song Yan pondered the possibility. It appears my test scores must have improved significantly this time. Otherwise, teacher Han Sha wouldn't have developed any sense of approval toward me. I wonder if the exam results will make my classmates finally acknowledge me. For a moment, Song Yan looked forward to the exam results being released soon. It seemed the last class this afternoon was English again. Perhaps the scores would even be announced by then. At this thought, Song Yan's mood became exceptionally cheerful, and he even began humming a little tune under his breath. On the third floor, a pair of eyes filled with hatred stared fixedly at Song Yan as he exited the bathroom, muttering to himself, "Song Yin, after school today, I'll make sure you learn what happens to those who cross me." Right on schedule in Song Yan's anticipation, the final class of the day arrived at last, as the lovely teacher Han Sha entered the classroom carrying a stack of graded English tests. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Song Yin before she announced, "Overall, the test results weren't too good this time, though there were a few students who performed exceptionally well, above and beyond. Student Song Yin, please come up and collect your test paper." "All right." Song Yin stood up from his seat, approached the podium, and took his paper from Han Sha's smiling hands, instinctively glancing at the score. A solid 106 points, although this score was only average in the class, given that he had just used his memory-enhancing ability to memorize textbooks up to the second year of high school. His grades could undoubtedly improve even more if he also mastered the material from the first year of high school and middle school. Does everyone know how many points Song Yin scored this time? Han Sha asked the students below. Everyone knew Song Yan's academic performance was poor. Hearing Han Sha's question, they instinctively assumed he must have hit an all-time low this time. Is it going to be 0? I guess 5. I bet 20. Listening to the chattering below, Song Yin was utterly speechless. These guys really underestimated him. Han Sha's voice rang out again. "All right, everyone, you've all guessed wrong." This time, Song Yin scored 106 points, making him the most improved student in this exam. No way, it's 106. He must have cheated. Damn, Song Yin actually got 106? That's gotta be pure luck. Hearing the students' doubts, Han Sha responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, declaring loudly, "Class, I can assure you all that Song Yin absolutely did not cheat, because I watched him answer every single question." What? The students trusted Han Sha's guarantee completely, and many were instantly struck with astonishment, staring at Song Yin in disbelief. "Song Yin, I hope you'll keep up the good work. Please return to your seat." As soon as Song Yin returned to his seat, Li Lei leaned over again, exclaiming in surprise, "Dude, you're amazing. You've truly made a name for yourself in one fell swoop." Song Yin smiled without saying much, because he had already pulled up the system interface at that moment. Looking at the simple black and white interface of the system, he felt an unusual sense of familiarity. That was because the fame value bar had changed again, jumping from 10 to 23 in an instant. This meant he could proceed with his second lottery draw. After handing out the test papers, Han Sha proceeded to explain several difficult problems on the exam. The school bell rang, and Li Lei said excitedly to Song Yin, "Let's go to the internet cafe. The servers won't open until 8. You go ahead first, I'll catch up later." Song Yin replied dismissively, already itching to try his second lottery draw. His first lottery prize had been the extraordinary ability of photographic memory. What would the second draw bring? Soon, Song Yin was the only one left in the classroom. He quickly summoned the system interface and tapped on the big lucky draw character on the prize wheel. Instantly, the pointer appeared and spun rapidly before finally stopping on a yellow square. Chapter 4. 1 against 100 in Classroom 9 of the university. Song Yin stared intently at the void before him. The lottery pointer had come to rest on a yellow square, and his heart surged with excitement. A flash of radiance passed, and 4 words appeared on the yellow square: Intermediate Martial Arts. Without delay, the 4 words dissolved, transforming into a stream of golden light that vanished into Song Yan's forehead. Ugh! Song Yin let out a groan. For this time, he not only felt his head swelling, but his entire body seemed to have inflated like a balloon, making him extremely uncomfortable. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. That strange discomfort gradually receded like a tide. Yet Song Yin felt his mind flooded with combat techniques, while a surge of explosive strength pulsed through his body. His heart stirred, and he drove his fist into the wall. Crack! A ceramic tile shattered instantly, fragments clattering to the floor. So powerful! Song Yin murmured in awe as he rubbed his fist. Opening the system interface again, he noticed the skills section had changed. Basic combat technique had now upgraded to intermediate combat technique. The same changes were seen in the physical and mental attributes. Physical strength increased from the original 130 points to 500 points, while mental strength only gained a meager 10 points, reaching 70 points. Meow. How many levels are there in martial arts? Song Yan asked in his mind. A meowing voice echoed in Song Yan's mind. There are 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Beginner-level martial arts allows one to fight 10 opponents. Intermediate level lets one battle 100. Advanced level enables taking on 500, and supreme level permits facing 800. Of course, this has one precondition, that your enemies are all ordinary people. This is fantastic. Fighting 1 against 100. I never thought I'd ever become this strong. Hearing Miao Wu's explanation, Song Yan couldn't help grinning foolishly. At the ice cream shop near the gate of Holy Night High School, Shui Yuancheng sat by the window, occasionally glancing toward the school entrance with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the school gate, 6 young men who didn't look like students squatted on the ground, smoking. Whenever a pretty girl walked out of the school, they would let out eerie laughs or whistle at her. Why hasn't Song Yan come out yet? Shui Yuancheng bit on his straw and asked Ma Kong, his lackey sitting across from him. His face hadn't fully healed yet, faint finger marks still visible on his swollen cheeks. Don't worry, young Master Shui. We have people watching him at school. He won't escape, Wang Fei said confidently. That's good. Shui Yuancheng nodded, a flicker of venom flashing through his eyes. Song Yan. Not far from exiting the teaching building, Song Yan heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he saw it was the beautiful teacher Han Sha. Hello, Teacher Han. Why are you only leaving now? Han Sha approached, asking with a smile. Aren't you leaving late too? Song Yan replied cheerfully. After obtaining the ring system, he found himself much more confident. Even when facing the beautiful teacher Han Sha, he could remain perfectly at ease. Seeing Song Yan remain so composed in front of her, Han Sha was slightly surprised. The teacher is grading the papers. Let's walk together. Not only did she teach English for Class 9 of the university, but she was also the English teacher for Class 5 of the first year of high school. Honored indeed. Song Yan nodded. Han Sha was taken aback once more, sensing that some kind of change had taken place in Song Yan. The current version of him was far more confident and handsome than what she remembered. Teacher and student walked side by side toward the school gate as the setting sun cast its golden light upon them. A passing student happened to witness the scene, rubbing his eyes instinctively while thinking how perfectly matched they looked, truly like a golden boy and jade maiden. Xie Cohen began his life on the streets before even graduating from middle school. After 5 or 6 years of hustling, he'd gathered over a dozen loyal followers under his wing, building himself a modest reputation along the way. Today, the son of Xiangqing City's renowned businessman Shui Wansheng unexpectedly contacted him, offering 10,000 to have him and his gang teach a student named Song Yan from Xingye High School a brutal lesson. Nearly 20 minutes after school dismissal, this Song Yan still hadn't emerged, and his patience was wearing thin. Brother Kuan, I think that's our guy. Suddenly, one of his underlings pointed at a boy and girl walking toward the school gates. Xie Kuan quickly pulled out his phone, glanced at Song Yan's photo, then viciously crushed his cigarette but underfoot. He said coldly, the target's approaching. Get ready to move. Song Yan, I'm leaving now, goodbye. Goodbye, Teacher Han. At the school gate, Song Yan waved goodbye to Han Sha. Just then, 6 young men closed in, forming a vague circle that enclosed Song Yan. Han Sha, who had been about to leave, froze in shock at the sight. But she quickly hurried over, shielding Song Yan while eyeing Xie Kuan and the others warily. Who are you? What do you want? Staring at the beauty before him, Xie Kuan swallowed hard before speaking. Listen, beautiful. We're only here to deal with this kid. None of this concerns you. My advice, stay out of it, if you know what's good for you. I'm a teacher at Xingye High School, and he's my student. I advise you not to make any rash moves. A flicker of nervousness flashed in Han Sha's eyes, but Song Yan was her student. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Watching Han Sha step forward bravely, Song Yan felt a surge of gratitude and admiration. He moved forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with her again and said softly, Teacher Han, please step aside for now. I can handle this situation. Song Yan had been training at a martial arts school near the campus called Zhao Family Boxing Gym. Before acquiring the intermediate combat skill, taking on 6 thugs might have been a stretch for him, but now Having fused with this ability, he could take on 100 opponents single-handedly. What did mere 6 thugs even matter? 韩沙面色一沉，严肃道：“你不要逞能，你放心，老师一定会保护你的。”闻言，宋燕心中陡然淌过一道暖流，觉得此刻的韩沙老师是那么的美。韩老师，请相信我一次，我绝对不是逞能，好吗？看着宋燕那严肃且认真的眼神，韩沙犹豫了：“美女，你到底走不走？不然别怪我们不客气喽。”谢坤不耐烦地催促道。“Trust me,” Song Yin insisted. All right. Han Sha seemed infected by Song Yan's confidence and nodded as she stepped aside, though she kept one hand in her pocket gripping her phone. If the situation took a bad turn, she'd immediately call the police. Money talks, kid. We're just hired hands, so don't hold it against us. Let's get this over with. At Xie Kuin's command, 5 thugs attacked simultaneously, raining a flurry of punches towards Song Yin. Watching the incoming barrage of fists and feet, Song Yin took a deep breath, then he moved. 只见他向左斜跨出一步，避开了一前一脚，而他的左腿飞踢则出，与另外一只腿撞击在一起。与此同时，他的双前平直挥出，正好迎上了另外2只拳头。砰砰砰！随着3声急促的撞击声，3名混混闷哼着倒退，而宋燕则快速收回左脚，并以左脚为支点，右脚如同鞭子般狂抽而出。Thud, thud! This time his whip-like kicks swept the remaining 2 thugs off their feet with crisp, seamless movements that flowed like water. After knocking down 2 thugs, he didn't stop his attack. His body pivoted and he charged forward. With a series of thuds, the remaining 3 thugs were all struck down by him. From start to finish, the entire fight took less than 20 seconds. Witnessing this, Han Sha couldn't help but widen her cherry-like lips in shock. She never expected Song Yin to be so formidable in a fight, effortlessly taking down 5 thugs with just a few strikes. Equally stunned was Xie Kun. Seeing all 5 of his underlings knocked out, he realized he'd kicked an iron wall. Suddenly, he felt a pair of sharp eyes fixed upon him, followed by Song Yan's voice ringing out. "Since you've shown some principles by not involving the innocent, I won't hit you. Take your men and leave." "Buddy, thank you. I owe you one." Xie Kuin's eyes flashed with gratitude as he cupped his fists toward Song Yin, then swiftly led his 5 underlings away. In his heart, he felt immense relief. Had he entertained any improper thoughts about that beautiful teacher, the student named Song Yin wouldn't have let them off so easily. Inside the cold drink shop, Shui Yuancheng watched in fury and desperation as the men he'd paid 10,000 yuan to hire slunk away in such a disgraceful manner. His hatred for Song Yin deepened further, and he gnashed his teeth, muttering, "Song Yin, this time I'll let it go, but next time I'll make sure you regret it for life." Chapter 5. The Zhao Family Fist, Not Taught to Outsiders. Wow, Song Yin, I never knew you were so amazing. Quick, tell me how you did it. As soon as Xie Kun and the others left, Han Sha hurried over, her face alight with excitement, completely abandoning her usual teacherly reserve. Hearing Han Sha's praise, Song Yin couldn't help but swell with pride at his age. Puffing out his chest, he declared, "Teacher Han, I've been practicing martial arts for 3 years now. Dealing with ordinary troublemakers is no problem at all." No wonder, Han Sha nodded. Then, suddenly, she did something Song Yin never expected. She reached out and squeezed his arm, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, your muscles are so firm. You really must train hard." Being pinched like this by Han Sha actually made Song Yin a bit embarrassed. The moment her fingers touched his body, it even gave him a tingling sensation. Noticing Song Yan's sudden silence, Han Sha realized her actions might have been too abrupt and quickly released him, putting a bit of distance between them. 定了定神道，宋燕，以后遇到这种情况，最好还是报警，毕竟你还是个学生，这样影响不好。宋燕点点头，谢谢韩老师，我知道了，以后遇到这种情况我一定报警。韩沙满意笑笑，那就好，好了，我就先回家了，明天见，明天见。Watching Han Sha's graceful figure fade into the distance, A smug smile unconsciously crept on Song Yan's lips. The feeling of being admired by his beautiful teacher was truly wonderful. Moments later, he turned and headed toward the dormitory building. Sacred Knight High School's dorms were conveniently located just beside the school grounds. Back in his dorm room, Song Yin pulled up the system interface again and was pleasantly surprised to find that after the lottery draw, his fame points, which had dropped to only 3, had somehow increased by 10, bringing the total to 13. Will the next lottery draw still cost 20 fame points? Song Yin asked. No, next time you draw, the fame points required will increase to 50. That's a full 30 more points. Isn't that a bit too damn unfair? Song Yin complained. Host, the purpose of the ring system is to assist you. If the requirements for drawing prizes were too easy to meet, the drawing function would completely lose its meaning. After thinking it over, Song Yin nodded in agreement. That'd make perfect sense. After spending some time in the dormitory and having dinner at the school cafeteria, Song Yin headed towards the Zhao Family Martial Arts School. The Zhao Family Martial Arts School was only 1 kilometer away from Xingye High School. The master of the school was Zhao Fengyang, a direct descendant of the Zhao family fist style, whose martial arts were extremely profound. Even after 3 years of diligent practice, the previous Song Yin couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. Of course, this also had to do with Song Yin not having received the true essence of Zhao family fist. According to senior students training at the same martial arts school, Zhao Family Fist had 3 ultimate techniques. First, the signature Sunfire Fist of Zhao Family Fist. Second, the 9-section breathing method. And third, the Tiger Leap footwork. The 3 supreme skills represent martial techniques, inner energy, and movement techniques respectively. When combined, they could undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. Of course, this was just speculation among the students. Zhao Fengyang had never admitted to it. Even when Song Yin heard this legend and asked Zhao Fengyang directly, the latter only smiled without answering. Now, Song Yin had obtained intermediate-level body techniques from the system, greatly enhancing his strength. His confidence soared as he thought to himself, I wonder if I could take on Zhao Fengyang now. Even in his heart, a surge of impulse rose to challenge Zhao Fengyang head-on. With this thought, he unconsciously quickened his pace, heading straight for the martial arts school at an accelerated speed. As soon as Song Yin entered the martial arts school, many familiar trainees greeted him, and he responded to each one in turn. After changing clothes in the locker room, Song Yin went to the running area. After warming up with a 10-minute jog on the treadmill, he proceeded to the equipment section and picked up the 2 heaviest dumbbells. After trying a few reps, they felt too light. Normally, using the heaviest dumbbells for arm exercises would leave him somewhat strained. Then he tried other equipment, but none of them felt particularly satisfying, making him realize that his physical abilities now far surpassed those of ordinary people. These machines were no longer suitable for him. At that moment, a young woman with short hair walked into the martial arts hall, dressed in dark blue athletic wear and carrying a black backpack. The woman was about 165 centimeters tall, and even her loose-fitting sportswear couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. What was even more remarkable was that she had beautiful, delicate doll-like features. This woman was Zhao Xiaoyu, the younger sister of the hall master Zhao Fengyang. 20 years old and currently a junior at Xiangqing University, she was rumored to be majoring in computer science. But no one dared to underestimate her, because her combat skills were exceptionally high. In the martial arts school, apart from her brother Zhao Fengyang, no one could defeat her. As soon as Zhao Xiaoyu appeared, the training students immediately gathered around her, chattering enthusiastically. Xiaoyu has become even more beautiful. Little you, are you practicing boxing today? How about I spar with you for a few rounds, Xiaoyu? Facing the eager male trainees around her, Zhao Xiaoyu looked completely at ease as she chuckled. As long as you don't mind getting beaten up, come spar with me. Xiaoyu really is fierce. That's some overflowing dominance right there. The male trainees were once again buttering her up. Song Yin didn't join the fawning crowd, because Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to have taken a special liking to him. While she went easy on others during sparring sessions, she always beat him up mercilessly. This made Song Yin seriously wonder if they'd had some blood feud in a past life. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu changed into a form-fitting tank top and black shorts that accentuated her bombshell figure, especially the two lumps on her chest that seemed ready to burst through the fabric at any moment. Several male trainees unconsciously gulped. "Who's first?" Zhao Xiaoyu leaped onto the platform and shouted at the group of male trainees. "I'll go first." A tall male trainee jumped onto the platform ahead of others. Admittedly, men are all gluttons for punishment. Even knowing they're no match, they still rush onto the platform to get beaten. Sure enough, within just 5 moves, the tall male student could no longer withstand Zhao Xiaoyu's assault and was kicked straight off the platform. "Who else is coming?" Zhao Xiaoyu stood on the stage with an air of pride, sweeping her gaze across the crowd before declaring spiritedly, "I'll spar with little you." Another male student leaped onto the Lai Tai. Needless to say, it only took a handful of moves before he was kicked off the stage by Zhao Xiaoyu. Next, 6 male trainees took turns challenging her, only to be effortlessly defeated by Zhao Xiaoyu. 8 consecutive matches later, not a single drop of sweat could be seen on her forehead, proof of her formidable stamina. Song Yin had long foreseen this outcome and paid little attention. Since the gym equipment was no longer useful to him, and he had made plans with Li Lei to play games at the internet cafe, he changed clothes and prepared to leave. "Song Yin, come spar with me." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu beckoned him with a provocative curl of her finger from the stage. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. After all, he'd been brutally beaten before, but then he remembered he'd mastered intermediate martial arts now. Why should he fear Zhao Xiaoyu? "All right." So Song Yin nodded with a smile and strode leisurely toward the ring. Zhao Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback by how readily Song Yin agreed. After several vicious beatings, he usually couldn't be provoked into fighting her no matter what she said. Had he taken the wrong medicine today? Noticing the stunned look on Zhao Xiaoyu's doll-like face, Song Yin smirked inwardly. "Zhao Xiaoyu, do you really think I'm still the same Song Yin from before? Today, I'll show you what I'm made of." Chapter 6, Big Brother. Among all the trainees, Song Yin was the youngest, yet he possessed the highest combat skills. Even so, no one believed he stood a chance against Zhao Xiaoyu. "Go Song Yin, try to last a few more moves this time," an older trainee named Wang Song shouted while pumping his fist. Wang was the technical department head of an e-commerce company and by far the closest to Song Yin among all the trainees. "I'm taking bets. 2-1 odd Song Yin goes down within 10 moves, 1-2 if he lasts beyond 10. Minimum bet 50, maximum 200. A burly male trainee, around 25 or 26 years old, shouted loudly. His name was Yi Hu, known for his bold and boisterous personality. And among all the trainees, he was the strongest, second only to Song Yin. "I bet 50 that it'll end within 10 moves. I bet 100 that it'll end within 10 moves. I'll also bet 100 on 10 moves. Everyone's betting under 10 moves, but I'll put 200 on over 10 moves, just to cheer Song Yin on," Wang Song said with a grin. Next, everyone eagerly placed their bets. A total of 12 people participated, and apart from Wang Song wagering he would lose within 10 moves, all the others bet he would be defeated in fewer than 10. "Brother Hu, if you win money tonight, are you treating?" Song Yin asked Yi Hu. "Of course, it's on me," Yi Hu declared with gusto, thumping his chest. He ran the betting game just for fun, never really caring about the few $100. "Then it's settled. Even if it kills me, I'll last at least 10 rounds. Song Yin grinned meaningfully before striding onto the wrestling platform. "What's gotten into you today? Been too long since Big Sis kicked your ass." Missing the taste of defeat, Zhao Xiaoyu fixed her teasing gaze on Song Yin, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. "I said I'm here to beat you up. Believe me," Song Yin said with a mocking smile. Inside the martial arts school, there was no need for the same restraint as in school. Song Yin exuded a mix of recklessness and boldness. Zhao Xiaoyu arched an elegant eyebrow. "Oh, gained some skills after just a few days apart? Hope it's not just empty talk." "You'll know if you try," Song Yin replied with deliberate seriousness. Zhao Xiaoyu let out an exasperated laugh. "Fine. If I can't take you down within 8 moves, I'll be at your mercy." "Forget it. The stakes are too high. I'm afraid you can't afford to lose," Song Yin replied with a shake of his head. Oh ho, not only is his boasting getting worse, but he's also learned how to provoke people. Zhao Xiaoyu scoffed with a smirk, then turned to the crowd below. Everyone bear witness. If I can't take down this brat Song Yan within 8 moves, I'll agree to any one of his demands. The crowd responded with jeering laughter. Zhao Xiaoyu turned back to Song Yan. Satisfied now? You said it yourself, Xiaoyu Jia. I didn't force you. Song Yan grinned triumphantly, his smile like a little fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. A faint sense of foreboding tugged at Zhao Xiaoyu, but she quickly dismissed it as overthinking. After all, didn't she know Song Yan's abilities like the back of her hand? If she went all out, handling him wouldn't take 8 moves. 5 would be more than enough. Then, she crooked her finger at Song Yan teasingly. Come on then, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Make your move first. Be careful, Xiaoyu Jia. Here I come. Song Yan let out a sharp exhale, stepped forward in large strides, and threw a fist straight at Zhao Xiaoyu's face. Since he wasn't sure about Zhao Xiaoyu's actual strength and worried about hurting her, he only exerted half his power. As the saying goes, a single move from an expert reveals their skill. Judging by the speed and fist wind of Song Yan's punch, Zhao Xiaoyu could confirm his abilities had indeed improved significantly. However, she still didn't take him seriously, throwing out an identical punch in return. Bang! 2 fists collided midair, and in the next instant, Zhao Xiaoyu felt an immense force erupt from Song Yan's fist, sending her stumbling back 3 steps before she could steady herself. Shock flooded her mind. How did this guy's strength grow so much? Seeing Song Yan send Zhao Xiaoyu reeling with a single punch, the students below the platform widened their eyes in unison, faces etched with disbelief. Since when had Song Yan gotten this strong? As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, press the advantage without mercy. After forcing Zhao Xiaoyu back with that punch, Song Yan seized the momentum, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of combat techniques from his martial arts repertoire. For a time, Zhao Xiaoyu was overwhelmed, retreating step by step. However, the stage wasn't that big, and Zhao Xiaoyu soon found herself back to the edge. One more step, and she'd be forced off. If she were to be defeated by Song Yan in front of everyone, where would she even show her face afterward? With no time to hide her true strength, she abruptly unleashed the inner force from her dantian, blocking 3 of Song Yan's attacks in succession. Meanwhile, a swift change in her footwork caused Song Yan's vision to blur. Zhao Xiaoyu vanished before his eyes. But then, he sensed a faint gust of wind approaching from behind. He didn't need to turn around to know Zhao Xiaoyu had circled behind him. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to dodge, but now, he'd assimilated intermediate combat techniques. So he swiftly crouched low, sweeping out one leg in a sudden arc. Zhao Xiaoyu hadn't anticipated Song Yan's reflexes being this sharp and hastily retracted her attack to leap backward. But the sweeping leg was merely a feint. Song Yan's legs smoothly transitioned into a bow stance as his upper body shot forward, his right elbow lashing out like lightning with 80% of his full strength behind it. There was no time left to dodge. Zhao Xiaoyu could only channel her internal energy into her arms and block head-on. Bang! The force surged with a muffled bang, and then Zhao Xiaoyu felt an unstoppable impact that sent her staggering backward until she barely managed to steady herself at the edge of the ring. God, Song Yan must have taken something. He's ridiculously strong. Seeing this, Yihu's jaw dropped wide open. As for the others, their faces were also filled with disbelief. After knocking Zhao Xiaoyu back, Song Yan stopped his attack. Though that elbow strike had sent her flying, he didn't come away unscathed. He sensed a strange force invading his skin, leaving the muscles of his entire arm numb and tingling. If he wasn't mistaken, that power should be the internal energy cultivated through the Zhao family fist's secret, non-transmitted 9-stage breathing technique. Xiaoyu Jia, we've already exchanged over 10 moves, and you still haven't beaten me. Would you say you've lost? Song Yan chuckled. Song Yan, you... Zhao Xiaoyu's face suddenly turned crimson. She never expected to lose to this wretched brat Song Yan. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyu's flushed face, Song Yan felt like he'd finally vented his resentment. He laughed and said, "What's wrong, Xiaoyu Jia? Want to go back on your word?" But since Xiaoyu Jia isn't a man, I'll allow you to take it back. Zhao Xiaoyu blurted out. Who says I'm going back on my word, you brat? Fine. Tell me what you want me to do. Song Yin tilted his head and thought for a moment, a mischievous idea bubbling up in his mind. His sly gaze immediately began roaming over Zhao Xiaoyu. Feeling his eyes on her, Zhao Xiaoyu shuddered slightly and warned, "Don't you dare make any unreasonable demands, or you'll regret it." Song Yin grinned impishly. Relax, sis Xiaoyu. Would I ever ask for anything unreasonable? How about this? Just say to me, big brother, little sister won't ever dare again, and we'll call it even. What? Zhao Xiaoyu never expected Song Yin to make such a demand, and her face immediately turned livid with rage. Another wave of laughter erupted from the students below the stage. Come on, Sister Xiaoyu. Hurry up and say it. Brother who earned quite a bit today and is treating everyone to late-night snacks. Song Yin teased with a smirk, staring at Zhao Xiaoyu. Song Yin, do you have a death wish? Zhao Xiaoyu snarled viciously. You can't handle losing. Can you change the condition, please? You can't handle losing. Fine, you're tough. Don't let me catch you slipping later. Zhao Xiaoyu was fuming with rage. Song Yin paid no heed to Zhao Xiaoyu's threat. Instead, he cupped his hand behind his ear in a gesture of exaggerated listening. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in frustration. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Big brother, this little sister won't dare do it again. I can't hear you. Did anyone catch that? Song Yin asked the crowd. Didn't hear a thing, came the collective jeer. Every student present had suffered under Zhao Xiaoyu's fists before, so naturally, they seized this rare chance to see her humiliated and played along. Song Yin spread his hands innocently toward Zhao Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, you saw it yourself. No one heard a thing. Big brother, I swear I'll never do it again. Zhao Xiaoyu glared at Song Yin through gritted teeth and shouted. Song Yin responded, There, little sister, you're forgiven. Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter once more. Chapter 7. Seizing the opportunity. Having teased Zhao Xiaoyu a little, Song Yin finally released the pin-up frustration that had been building inside him. While changing clothes in the locker room, he pulled up the system interface again. Just as he had expected, his fame points increased once more, instantly reaching 30. Seems like collecting 50 fame points isn't that difficult after all. Song Yin chuckled to himself and closed the interface. After changing clothes, he arrived at the rest area where Yi Hu and the others were waiting for him. Here comes our hero. Let's go grab some drinks. No going home till we're wasted. Yi Hu waved his hand and called out. Being bullied by Zhao Xiaoyu all this time, these guys might have acted tough on the surface, but deep down, they've been stewing in frustration. So when Song Yin made Zhao Xiaoyu eat humble pie for once, everyone was quite pleased. Of course, they didn't actually believe Song Yan's real abilities surpassed Xiaoyu's. This victory was simply due to Xiaoyu being far too careless this time. Brother who, you flatter me, Song Yin replied with a laugh. Nonsense. Absolutely deserve it. Our whole group's been getting wrecked by little sister Xiaoyu. If not for you, we'd never have gotten our revenge in this lifetime. You've fulfilled an impossible dream for all of us. If that doesn't make you a hero, what does? What's more, you actually had the nerve to make Xiaoyu call you brother. Just for that, we should be bowing down to you. Everyone knew Zhao Xiaoyu was a rose with thorns. Exactly, brother who's right. That's the truth of it. The others chimed in with laughter. So, a group of people escorted Song Yin out of the martial arts school, heading off to grab some drinks. An hour later, inside a barbecue joint, Song Yin groaned with a flushed face. Brothers, I really can't drink anymore. Spare me, I'm still a student. No way. We agreed. No one leaves until everyone's drunk or passed out, one of the trainees insisted. Let it go. Song Yan's still a student. Don't force him to drink anymore. Wang Song spoke up in Song Yan's defense. Yi Hu waved his hand too. Since Brother Wang put it that way, we'll let the kid off this time. We'll settle this properly when we reconvene this weekend. Wang Song and Yi Hu held the highest prestige among the trainees. Since they had already spoken up, the others naturally couldn't force Song Yin to drink anymore. That night, Song Yin collapsed onto his bed as soon as he returned to the dormitory. He rarely drank alcohol under normal circumstances, so his alcohol tolerance was quite poor. If not for his significantly enhanced physical stamina, he would have collapsed much earlier after being plied with drinks by the martial arts trainees. At dawn, Song Yin woke up right on schedule without any lingering effects of drunkenness, evidently another benefit of his drastically improved physical condition. Oh no! Suddenly, he remembered something. He had agreed yesterday to meet Li Lei at an internet cafe to play games, but had completely forgotten about it because he got too drunk. Given Li Lei's personality, standing him up would probably earn him a long lecture. After breakfast, Song Yin strolled leisurely toward Class 9 at the university. Just as he took his seat, Li Lei leaned in, clearly ready to question him. About yesterday, Li Lei, I had something come up, so I couldn't meet you at the internet cafe. No worries. Li Lei waved it off casually, but then his face lit up with curiosity as he lowered his voice. Hey, Song Yin, I heard you took down 5 thugs with just a few kicks after school yesterday. Is that true? How'd you hear about that? Song Yin was surprised, but then he remembered quite a few people had witnessed the scene, so it wasn't exactly a secret. So it's true. Song Yin nodded. Li Lei's face grew even more excited. Quick, tell me how it went. You're amazing. Never knew you were playing dumb all this time to catch the big fish. All right, I'll tell you later when I have time. I need to start reviewing now. As he spoke, Song Yin pulled out his Chinese textbook and activated his photographic memory superpower. You little rascal. Seeing Song Yin ignore him completely, the speaker faintly realized that Song Yin seemed different from before. The teacher's office. Today's morning self-study session was Chinese class, so Yin Weimin had arrived early. His bonus was directly tied to the students' defense results. With the oral defense approaching, he'd been keeping a particularly tight rein on his class. Teacher Yin, is there a student named Song Yin in your class? Asked a young teacher sitting across from him. His name was Chun Chuangfei, a physical education instructor newly assigned to Shengyi High School last year. Hearing Song Yin's name, Yin Weimin's eyebrows involuntarily furrowed slightly, with a trace of disgust flashing deep in his eyes. He had never approved of poor students like Song Yin. He is indeed a student in our class. Chun Chuangfei slapped his thigh excitedly and exclaimed, Mr. Yin, this student of yours is absolutely incredible. Yin Weimin was taken aback by Chun Chuangfei's words. You must be joking, Mr. Chun. This Song Yin is nothing but troublemaker in our class. Not only does he have terrible grades, but he's always stirring up trouble. If I were the principal, I'd have kicked him out long ago. That's not what I meant, Teacher Yin. You must have seen it. That kid was so impressive at the school gate yesterday. Just a few punches and kicks, and he took down 5 thugs without breaking a sweat. His moves were something else. I might not even be a match for him. Chun Chuangfei exclaimed animatedly. Back when he attended sports school, he had loved martial arts, especially Sanda, which had honed his exceptional combat skills. He asked himself, facing 5 street-smart thugs, he probably couldn't handle them, let alone take them down in just a few blows like Song Yin had. So he deliberately inquired about Song Yin's background, planning to find time to spar with the kid. That kid's fighting again, completely blowing off everything I said. Hearing Chun Chuangfei's report, Yin Weimin grew furious, his face darkening. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Maybe I can use this chance to expel him. Without him dragging down Class 9's average scores, the class ranking would definitely improve. The thought excited him. Little did Chun Chuangfei know that his words would bring Song Yin significant trouble. Mr. Chun, are you sure that person is Song Yin from our class? Chun Chuangfei nodded. Of course. When I came to school, I deliberately stopped by the security office and copied yesterday's footage onto my phone. As he spoke, Chun Chuangfei took out his phone and played the video of Song Yin fighting against the 5 hoodlums. Yin Weimin took a look, and sure enough, it was Song Yin. However, he found it odd why Han Sha was with him. But none of that mattered now. What truly mattered was that with this video, he finally had the chance to expel Song Yin. Ms. Chun, could you send me this video? Of course. Chun Chuangfei replied without hesitation. By the way, I must find an opportunity to spar with this Song Yin. After obtaining the video, the morning self-study bell rang. Yin Weimin walked toward classroom 9 of the university, carrying his textbooks. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. Yin Weimin tapped the lectern with a chalkboard brush, instantly silencing the classroom. Song Yin, come up to the podium, Yin Weimin said to Song Yin with a darkened expression. Song Yin closed his book and walked up to the podium with a puzzled expression. Mr. Yin, did you need something? Bang. Yin Weimin slammed the chalkboard eraser heavily onto the lectern, his icy gaze fixed on Song Yin as he demanded, What did you do after school yesterday? Hearing this, Song Yin was momentarily stunned before recalling yesterday's altercation with those troublemakers at the school gate. He thought to himself, is Yin Weimin trying to spin that incident and make a big deal out of it? Yin Weimin continued, Just last week I warned you not to fight, and here you are falling back into old habits again in just a few days. Do you really think the school wouldn't dare to expel you? Song Yin furrowed his brows slightly. Teacher Yin, it's not what you think. I only fought back against those bullies. What was I supposed to do? Just let them beat me up. Why did they hit you? Yin Weimin pressed forward relentlessly. Song Yin shook his head. I don't know. However, he suspected that the troublemakers who had harassed him were likely connected to Shui Yuanqing. Yin Weimin's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You don't know? Try to wash your hands of this by claiming ignorance? Were those thugs sick in the head? Why didn't they attack me or the other students, but specifically targeted you? Or is it that you've gotten involved with shady people from the streets and they came looking for you? Instead of focusing on your studies at such a young age, you're out there mixing with the underworld. Seems to me you're beyond saving. Chapter 8, The Wager. Chapter 8, The Wager. Upon hearing Yin Weimin wrongly accusing him, Song Yin grew indignant. Teacher Yin, I have no connections with people outside school. Moreover, this is just your speculation. I hope you won't falsely accuse students like this. Song Yin's accusation of unjust labeling enraged Yin Weimin. How dare you talk back? Clearly, there's no hope left for you. Song Yin's tone turned equally cold. I can't agree with you on that, Teacher Yin. This isn't talking back. It's defending myself. Seeing Song Yin dare to talk back, Yin Weimin couldn't help but point a finger at his nose, seething with rage. Fine, very good. So you think just because you've been mixing with society's scum, you can disregard your teacher? Is that it? Song Yin's face flushed red as he defended himself in a low voice. Teacher Yin, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I haven't been mixing with those people. Please stop making baseless accusations. If this man weren't his teacher, he'd have slapped him across the face without a second thought. I'm the one being unreasonable. If you still refuse to admit your fault, then I have nothing more to say. I'm going to report this to the principal and have you expelled. I was going to give you another chance, but clearly you don't deserve it. At this sight, Song Yin was utterly enraged. Go if you want then. After speaking, Song Yin headed back to his seat. He had never boasted about his uncle being the deputy director of the Education Bureau, but the principal was well aware of it, and that alone ensured he wouldn't be expelled. Seeing Song Yin completely ignore him, Yin Weimin was so furious he nearly saw stars. Song Yin, if I don't get you expelled, then my name, Yin Weimin, will be written backwards. After speaking, Yin Weimin stormed out of the classroom and headed straight for the principal's office, leaving behind dozens of pairs of bewildered eyes exchanging glances in the silent classroom. Back at his seat, Li Lei gave him a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome for standing up to old Yin. Furious to this extent. Then, with a hint of concern, she added, Do you think he'll really go to the principal to get you expelled? The weather will rain. The mother will remarry. Let it be. Song Yin said with a tone of indifference. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He felt it necessary to inform his uncle about the matter. If things really escalated, his aunt would surely stir up trouble for him. Though his uncle doted on him, he wouldn't hesitate to discipline him if truly angered. With this in mind, he stepped out of the classroom and dialed his uncle on his phone. During the call, he recounted the entire incident in detail to his uncle, who didn't say much, simply reassuring him to focus on his studies. After hanging up, Song Yin felt much more at ease. Then, it dawned on him, it seems that after my mental energy increased by 10 points, my mind has become noticeably sharper. In the past, I definitely wouldn't have thought to call my uncle about this. Yin Weimin stormed into the principal's office, suppressing his boiling anger as he reported Song Yan's misconduct to Principal Zhu Hongqing. He even played the video of Song Yan's fight for the principal to see and suggested expelling him to uphold school discipline. But what he never expected was that Zhu Hongqing merely gave a lukewarm response. Teacher Yin, you go back to class first. I'll take some time to deliberate before making a decision on this matter. Under normal circumstances, Yin Weimin would have noticed the principal's ambiguous attitude. But right now, his mind was consumed by only one thought: expelling Song Yin. He pressed on urgently. Principal, there's nothing to deliberate here. A troublemaker like Song Yin should be expelled immediately. As you know, the college prep class is entering its most critical phase. With a disruptive student like him around, it will inevitably affect the others. Ms. Yin, can't you understand me? Go back to class. Zhu Hongqing's tone grew sharper, his irritation with Yin Weimin deepening. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Song Yin's uncle was the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Expelling his nephew? That'd be nothing but trouble for himself. Moreover, he had some understanding of Yin Weimin's character, notoriously impatient for quick results and showing favoritism toward top students while neglecting the underachievers. He even accepted gifts from parents. If it weren't for his decent teaching skills, he would have been relieved of his position as homeroom teacher long ago. Yin Weimin was taken aback, realizing his attitude had been inappropriate. After apologizing to the principal, he walked out of the office in a sullen mood. Since he had publicly declared in front of the whole class that he would expel Song Yin, yet failed to do so, showing up in the classroom now would undoubtedly make him lose face. Can I, as the homeroom teacher, even deal with a single delinquent student? Yin Weimin stewed over it, his resentment and disgust towards Song Yin deepening further. Right, I can call Song Yin's parents. Once I embarrass them in front of their child, that brat Song Yin will surely get an earful when he gets home. With this in mind, Yin Weimin quickened his pace toward the office and dug out the contact number for Song Yin's guardians. As far as he knew, Song Yin's parents had perished in a car accident, and the boy currently lived with his uncle. No wonder the kid's such a little bastard. His parents died too early, leaving him without proper upbringing, Yin Weimin thought maliciously. Having located the number, Yin Weimin made the call. The call connected, and Yin Weimin immediately spoke in a hostile tone. Are you Song Yin's guardian? I'm his homeroom teacher, Yin Weimin. Hello, Teacher Yin. May I ask what this is about? Yang Yanli's voice came through from the other end of the line. How on earth did you raise Song Yin? Not only did he get into a fight at school, but he's also mingling with street thugs, and his attitude toward teachers is downright appalling. You'd better come to the school right away, or I'll have no choice but to recommend his expulsion to the principal. Based on his past experience, other parents would usually panic at the threat of expulsion, rushing to the school in a fluster to apologize and beg for leniency. But Yang Yanli was an exception. She had always disliked Song Yin and couldn't wait to see him expelled so he could drop out and start working. That way, she could save a fair bit of money. Moreover, as the wife of the bureau chief, she was accustomed to flattery. Being scolded by Yin Weimin didn't sit well with her at all. So she replied coldly, Fine, Mr. Yin, do as you please. If you manage to expel him, I might even thank you for it. Smack! The call ended, and the monotonous beep, beep, beep of the dial tone echoed from the receiver. Yin Weimin was dumbfounded, his face turning ashen and then flushed with anger. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such an insolent parent. Especially that final line, I'd actually thank you if you could expel him, which he instinctively took as sarcasm. Bastard! Yin Weimin slammed his palm down on the table with such force that his fury seemed on the verge of bursting from his chest. But now, with the principal being evasive and the parents uncooperative, there was truly little he could do against Song Yin. No, I can't let that brat off so easily. Even if he isn't expelled, I'll make sure he can't show his face in Class 9 anymore. At this thought, he got up and walked towards Class 9. Song Yin, who had been memorizing the textbook with his photographic memory, frowned and stood up, glaring coldly at Yin Weimin. The other students, witnessing this scene, all assumed Song Yin would likely be expelled. Yin Weimin sneered, Stand in the hallway outside. From now on, you're not allowed in my classroom during my lessons. Oh, and you'll also be responsible for cleaning the blackboard and sweeping the classroom from now on. Song Yin's expression suddenly changed, but he ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Yin Weimin must have taken out his frustration on him after failing to persuade the principal. With this thought in mind, He flashed Yin Weimin a faintly disdainful smile. Then, grabbing his high school Chinese textbook and a stack of study materials, he strode out of the classroom with an unfazed demeanor. When Yin Weimin saw Song Yan smile, he felt extremely irritated. Glancing at the books and materials in his hands, he sneered. If you'd put in this much effort earlier, your grades wouldn't have been so pathetic. Hearing this, Song Yan suddenly had an idea. He stopped in his tracks and challenged. Teacher Yin, do you dare to make a bet with me? By the next monthly exam, my Chinese score will definitely surpass 120 points. Are you kidding me? Yin Weimin scoffed. If I don't score 120, I'll drop out voluntarily. But if I do reach that mark, how about you bow and apologize to me in front of the whole class? Hearing Song Yan's words, Yin Weimin flew into a rage once more. Before he could speak, Song Yan pressed on. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared. Fine, I accept. You just wait to get kicked out of school, Yin Weimin said viciously. He simply couldn't believe Song Yan could score 120 points in just over 10 days. As for the students who heard Song Yan's bold declaration, some thought he was impressive, others thought he was being arrogant, and of course, there were those who disliked him and took malicious pleasure in his predicament. Song Yan paid no mind to the mixed reactions around him and strode out of the classroom with calm indifference. Plainly speaking, Chinese exams test memory power. With his photographic memory superpower, if he couldn't score at least 120 points in the monthly exam coming up in over 10 days, he felt he should literally find a block of tofu to crash into and die. Chapter 9. Grinding Reputation Points. In the hallway outside University Class 9, a tall and handsome male student was intently flipping through a textbook. Indeed, this young man was none other than Song Yan, whom Yin Weimin had kicked out of the classroom. Once activated, the photographic memory ability wouldn't stop, and Song Yan didn't want to waste this precious time. While it lasted, memorizing more content could only be beneficial. In the classroom, Yin Weimin occasionally glanced at Song Yan and, seeing his demeanor, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What an act. As the class neared its end, Song Yan closed his textbook. The duration of his photographic memory ability had passed. With a thought, he summoned the system interface once again. Nothing changed except for the fame value, which increased from 30 points to 35. It seems the courage he showed in the bet with Yin Weimin earned recognition from 5 classmates. Getting closer to 50 points, Song Yan couldn't help but grin. Days passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was the weekend. During these past few days, word of his bet with Yin Weimin gradually spread throughout the university. Of course, most students who knew about the matter thought Song Yan was biting off more than he could chew, because along with the spread of this incident, his past exam scores also became widely known. His highest score in Chinese was 83 points, a whopping 37 points short of the full 120. If the gap had only been a mere dozen or so points, there might have been some suspense in this bet. But 37 points? That margin was simply too large. No one believed Song Yan could pull off a comeback. After the incident spread throughout the school, Song Yan noticed many students looking at him as if he had become a joke. However, Song Yan wasn't angry. In fact, the aftermath brought him some advantages. While most students mocked him for overestimating himself, a small minority admired his courage and began to identify with him. As a result, over the course of a week, his fame points rose to 48, just 2 points shy of the 50 needed to qualify for a prize draw. Besides the increase in fame points, he had spent those days using his eidetic memory to absorb vast amounts of literary knowledge. To further sharpen his writing skills, he even studied several books on writing techniques and world classics. As Song Yan grew more proficient with his eidetic memory, his efficiency soared. Now, he could memorize a 200,000-word book in just half an hour. That is to say, using his photographic memory ability once allows him to memorize 1 million words. Looking at the 48 fame points, Song Yan decided to grind his fame up to 50 today. As for where to do it, he'd already figured that out. But before grinding fame points, he had to go to his uncle's house for dinner. What puzzled Song Yan was that once again, his uncle hadn't come home for dinner. Without his uncle around, his aunt wouldn't give him a welcoming look. Especially at the dinner table, his aunt scolded him again, leaving him quite frustrated. However, from her subtle hints. The reason his uncle didn't come home for dinner was that the director of the Municipal Education Bureau was about to retire, and his uncle had a high chance of advancing. So these days, he had been busy outside building connections. Song Yin was genuinely happy for his uncle's potential promotion. After reprimanding Song Yin, his aunt turned to Song Shui with a kind smile and asked, "Xiao Shui, how's your piano practice going?" Song Shui frowned slightly and replied impatiently, "It's all right. Do you have confidence in winning an award?" Aunt continued to ask. Song Shui sneered, "This is just an amateur competition. If I can't even win an award in such a contest, then my 10 years of piano practice would have been for nothing." "Exactly, our Xiao Shui is the best," Aunt quickly praised, but then immediately changed her tone. "Unlike some people who not only fail in academics, but also learn to fight. Our Song family is a scholarly one. How could such a disgrace emerge? What a misfortune for the family." Hearing Aunt subtly mocking him again, Song Yin felt a surge of anger in his chest. He vowed that one day he would make her see him in a new light. Song Yin quickly shoveled the remaining rice in his mouth, then put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Aunt, Xiao Shui, I'm full. I'll head out first." Smack! His aunt slammed her chopsticks onto the table, glaring at him coldly. "What? Can't even take a few words of criticism?" Song Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, "I'm leaving first." With that, Song Yin strode toward the door. The reason he'd been enduring his aunt's contempt hadn't been cowardice. No matter what, he owed her his gratitude. And besides, he didn't want to make things difficult for his uncle. What an ungrateful wretch. "Xiao Shui, look at this, eating and living at our house for free, even getting his schooling paid for. And this is how he treats his elders. Don't you ever learn from him?" Hearing the mocking voices behind him, Song Yin hesitated for a moment before ultimately saying nothing. He simply pulled open the door and walked out, leaving his uncle's house. Song Yin felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The atmosphere there had been unbearably oppressive. However, he began thinking that after his thesis defense, he would find a job to earn money, aiming not to spend a single penny from his uncle's family for university. He truly feared one day he might explode under the weight of his aunt's mocking remarks. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Song Yin cast aside all his worries. Earning reputation points was what truly mattered now. Zhao Family Fist Martial Arts School. As Song Yin arrived, his gaze swept across the arena where Zhao Xiaoyu was engaged in a 1-against-2 spar with 2 trainees. To call it a spar would be an understatement. It was more like Zhao Xiaoyu was using the 2 trainees as human punching bags. Song Yin. The moment Zhao Xiaoyu on the arena spotted Song Yin, she immediately lost interest in toying with the 2 male trainees. With 2 consecutive whip kicks, she sent them staggering backward until they fell off the platform. The area surrounding the arena was padded with soft mats, so falling off wouldn't cause any injuries. "Song Yin, come up and fight me." Zhao Xiaoyu hooked her finger at him. Her previous defeat at Song Yan's hands had left her particularly frustrated, so she'd been itching for a chance to redeem herself. These past few days, when Song Yin hadn't shown up at the martial arts school, she'd finally seized her opportunity today. Song Yin had come to the martial arts school precisely to boost his reputation points. Even if Zhao Xiaoyu hadn't challenged him, he would have found an opportunity to fight her. "All right then, wait for me. I'll go change." Song Yin flashed Zhao Xiaoyu a grin and headed straight for the locker room. Watching Song Yan's retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. "You little brat," she thought. "Last time you made me call you big brother. This time, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you." Soon, Song Yin changed into a t-shirt and shorts and stepped onto the ring, standing opposite Zhao Xiaoyu. As for the spectators around the ring, male and female trainees had already gathered in a dense crowd. Since it was the weekend, there were more trainees at the boxing gym, a total of 56 people. Looking at the dozens of people below the ring, Song Yin was quite pleased because they were his guarantee of fame points. "Song Yin, as long as you can block 10 of my moves this time, you win. But I have one condition." Zhao Xiaoyu raised a finger, a hint of slyness flashing in her eyes. "I disagree." Song Yin shook his head. "You coward." Hearing Song Yan's refusal, Zhao Xiaoyu, trying to save face, couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm refusing the challenge. I just don't need a 10-move limit. If you can defeat me, I'll agree to any condition you name, Song Yin said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu froze momentarily before sneering coldly. Song Yin, don't get too full of yourself. Song Yin's expression turned grave. A real man stands by his word. Every promise is a nail, but let's be clear. If you lose, you'll have to agree to my condition too. Chapter 10 Piano Master. Chapter 10 Piano Master. Perfect. 一个好字才出口。赵小雨右脚前掌在地面一垫，脚下好似安装弹簧板，陡然窜出，速度快到极致，一晃眼就来到宋燕身前。一记掌刀直奔宋燕脖颈而来，同时他左手握拳放在小腹处，缩而不放。这是虎跃步。宋燕一惊，没想到施展虎跃步后，赵小雨速度快到这种地步。好在这些天他已经中等体术融会贯通，练到了骨子里，形成了本能反应，不然非得吃个暗亏。Narrowing his eyes, he delivered a knife-hand strike toward Zhao Xiaoyu's right wrist while simultaneously driving his right fist swiftly toward her right shoulder. 赵小雨本打算用虎跃步打宋燕一个措手不及，没想到这小子反应速度这么快，心中有些失望，也有些惊讶。动念间，他掌刀下滑，化刀为爪，抓向宋燕手腕。同时缩在腹部的前头，斜直打出，直奔宋燕右手关节处。她是女子练习的武技，侧重于攻击人体薄弱处。她一变招，宋燕跟着变招，左手握成拳头，迎向赵小雨的手爪，右手翻飞间攻向赵小雨的脸颊。上次交手，赵小雨就发现宋燕力量很大，自然不会与她硬碰硬。有些无奈的再次变招，身形一晃，利用虎跃步的灵活性向宋燕侧面绕去。Song Yan remained unshaken against all changes, his legs anchored firmly like a horse stance, his arms swinging relentlessly to force Zhao Xiaoyu into direct clashes. Thus, the two on the arena exchanged over a dozen moves, yet their bodies never made the slightest contact. That guy Song Yan is actually so strong. He's locked in battle with Zhao Xiaoyu for more than 10 moves without showing any sign of weakness. Witnessing this scene, the students below the stage began whispering among themselves. I'm afraid it's more than that. A look of surprise flashed through Wang Song's eyes. Although his strength was inferior to Song Yin and Zhao Xiaoyu, his discernment was keen. Currently, it was Zhao Xiaoyu on the offensive while Song Yin defended. The two appeared evenly matched at first glance, but in reality, Zhao Xiaoyu was already at a disadvantage. One stood firm as a mountain, while the other weaved and dodged with agile movements. In terms of stamina depletion, Zhao Xiaoyu was undoubtedly expending more energy, especially since, as a woman, her physical endurance was inherently inferior to a man's. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for her. After several dozen exchanges, fine beads of sweat had begun to glisten on Zhao Xiaoyu's forehead. In contrast, Song Yin grew increasingly composed and unruffled. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to lose. Feeling her own condition, Zhao Xiaoyu grew anxious in secret. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She abruptly retreated, landing on the other side of the stage, and crooked her finger at Song Yin. Now it's my turn to defend while you attack. Song Yin froze for a moment before realizing Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't handle him and was saying this to conserve her energy. A thought crossed his mind, and Song Yin summoned the system interface. Glancing at the fame point section, he noticed the value had risen to 58 points, already meeting the requirements for a lottery draw. In that case, there was no need to continue the fight. So he turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and said, "How about we call it a draw?" "What?" Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Then her expression darkened. "No, today you and I must settle this once and for all." "Then I admit defeat." Song Yin decisively jumped off the platform. Having already achieved his goal, why bother fighting? The lottery draw was far more important. "Stop right there." Zhao Xiaoyu, shouted angrily. Unfortunately, Song Yin paid him no heed and instead quickened his pace. Bastard rogue coward, Zhao Xiaoyu stamped her foot in frustration and shouted curses after him. Arriving at the locker room and finding it empty, Song Yin once again summoned the system interface to spin the roulette, the needle whirled before finally stopping on the crimson sector. Next, for gleaming golden characters, Piano Virtuoso materialized before transforming into a wisp of golden light that flew straight between Song Yan's eyebrows. A moment later, after merging with the piano master skills, Song Yin felt somewhat frustrated. After all, he had no intention of becoming a musician. What the hell was the point of drawing piano skills? To make matters worse, this godforsaken skill even came with 10 damn piano pieces. Meow. How much fame value is needed for the next prize draw? 200 points. Why did it go up so much? Song Yin gritted his teeth. The lottery points are set based on the host's demonstrated abilities. Given the host's capabilities, accumulating 200 fame points isn't difficult at all. Damn you. Song Yin knew arguing with the system was pointless, so he didn't bother complaining further. Closing the system interface, he began changing clothes. Just as he reached the entrance of the martial arts hall, he noticed Zhao Xiaoyu standing there, glaring at him with cold eyes. Why won't you keep fighting me? Xiaoyujia, could you please move aside? Song Yin said somewhat helplessly. Are you looking down on me, or do you think you can definitely beat me? Zhao Xiaoyu showed no intention of stepping aside, her eyes flickering with traces of killing intent. That's not what I meant. Song Yin was even more helpless. To be honest, after fully mastering intermediate combat techniques, his skills had already surpassed Zhao Xiaoyu by a significant margin. During their sparring match earlier, if he hadn't deliberately held back, he could have defeated her at least 3 times. Then fight me again. Song Yin hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoyu, although a girl, to be so stubborn about winning and losing. He realized that unless he fought her once more today, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the martial arts hall peacefully. Fine, I'll fight you again. Take this. Zhao Xiaoyu swiftly stepped forward, aiming a whip-like kick straight at Song Yan's waist. Oomph. Song Yin let out a cold snort and simultaneously swung out a kick of his own. At the same time, his arm shot diagonally across with a sharp whistling sound, sweeping toward Zhao Xiaoyu's neck. Bang! Their legs collided midair with a dull thud. Instantly, Zhao Xiaoyu felt her entire leg go numb. In that same moment, Song Yan's arm was already whipping past her ear, the sharp wind from the movement making her eardrums vibrate with a buzzing roar. Her expression changed abruptly in alarm. In haste, she jerked her head backward while raising her arm to block Song Yan's sweeping strike. But at that exact moment, a figure flashed by. Song Yin suddenly appeared behind her, his enormous fist rapidly enlarging in her vision before stopping mere inches from her nose. Xiaoyujia, you lost. Song Yin retracted his fist with a grin, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. How is this possible? Zhao Xiaoyu struggled to accept this outcome. You shouldn't have confronted me head-on when you're weaker in strength. If you'd relied on speed to drag out the fight, I might not have been able to defeat you, Song Yin said with remarkable sincerity. Enough. Don't make excuses for me. Losing is losing. I, Zhao Xiaoyu, can admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want me to do? No need for that. It was just a joke, Song Yin said with a light laugh. No, you must set a condition, Zhao Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. Seeing his persistence, Song Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. Then teach me the 3 greatest techniques of your Zhao family fist. The Zhao family's 3 secret techniques cannot be passed to outsiders. Make another request, Zhao Xiaoyu said with slight hesitation. I could only think of this condition. If you won't keep it quiet, then forget it. Song Yin shrugged indifferently and turned to leave. Wait, Zhao Xiaoyu called out to Song Yin once again. Song Yin turned to look at her. I need to discuss this with my brother. I'll give you an answer next time you come to the martial arts school. All right, I'll wait for your news. After leaving the martial arts school, Song Yin pulled up the system interface again. His fame value had only increased by 1 point because his second fight with Zhao Xiaoyu ended quickly and happened right at the school's entrance. Aside from the receptionist, no one else had seen it. Ah, had I known, I should have beaten Zhao Xiaoyu outright in the arena. That would have earned me more fame, Song Yin lamented inwardly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a recruitment poster outside a cafe. Pianist wanted 50 yuan per hour, shifts from 8 to 10 p.m. A flicker of interest sparked in Song Yan's heart. Why not give a try? Chapter 11. The First Performance. School ends at 6, with evening study sessions running from 8 to 10. However, these sessions aren't mandatory. Attendance is entirely voluntary. In the past, Song Yin couldn't be bothered with evening self-study. Now, he simply had no need for it. If that's the case, why not make use of those 2 hours? At 50 yuan per hour, that would add up to 3,000 yuan a month. With 3 months left until the defense, if he landed this job, the 9,000 yuan would cover his university expenses, no more enduring his aunt's nagging. With this thought in mind, Song Yin headed toward the coffee shop. Master, welcome back. The waitress in a maid outfit bowed to him. Hello, I saw the advertisement outside for hiring a pianist. I'm here to apply for the position. As he spoke, Song Yin surveyed the cafe. The entire space was tastefully decorated with a comfortable, upscale ambience. There weren't many customers at the moment, just a few scattered groups. At the center of the cafe stood a small stage with a pristine white piano, while soft piano music played through the speakers. It was precisely the kind of place that would appeal to urban white-collar workers with a penchant for bourgeois sophistication. The waitress hesitated slightly before responding. Please wait a moment, I'll report to the owner right away. In less than 3 minutes, the waitress reappeared before Song Yin, smiling as she said, Our owner happens to be available. Follow me. Song Yin followed the waitress to an office with its door open. She pointed inside and whispered, Go on in. Thank you, Song Yin said to the waitress before turning his gaze into the office. The space inside was quite spacious, with a faint fragrance drifting outward. A white laptop sat on the office desk, with a strikingly beautiful woman typing away in front of it. Is this woman actually the boss? She's even more beautiful than teacher Han Sha, Song Yin thought in surprise, raising his hand to knock. Just as he reached out, the woman stopped typing and looked up at him, saying, Come in. After he entered the office, she gestured to the sofa. Please have a seat. Thank you. After sitting down, Song Yin went straight to the point. Hello, I'm here to apply for the pianist position. I know. Xiao Ying mentioned it. As she spoke, the woman's gaze swept over Song Yin, and then a subtle curve formed on her sensual lips. You're still a student, aren't you? Yes, I'm a student at Xingye High School. Song Yin nodded in response. Xingye High School? The woman seemed surprised. The best high school in our province. Hearing her words, Song Yin felt as if he had unintentionally flaunted it, somewhat awkwardly adding, My grades aren't that good. You're quite honest. The woman chuckled lightly. With that laughter, a bewitching charm instantly emanated from her, the kind of mature, alluring aura that was devastatingly lethal to a young man like Song Yin. For a moment, his gaze grew dazed. But Song Yin soon realized he was making a fool of himself and quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look any longer. The woman let out a light chuckle, seemingly unbothered by Song Yan's rudeness, and asked with interest, What's your name? Song Yin. All right then, Song Yin. Can you tell me why you've come to apply for this position? Lacking interview experience, Song Yin hesitated slightly before answering. In 3 months, I'll be starting university. I want to use this time to earn my tuition. What an adorable little brother. I'm starting to take quite a liking to you. The woman chuckled softly again. However, my clientele here consists mainly of urban professionals, so my standards for pianists are rather high. The woman's tone was very gentle, but Song Yin could tell she was rejecting him. He wasn't angry about it. Raising his head to look at her, he said confidently, I think I can. The woman was taken aback. Then her delicate brows furrowed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, I'll give you one chance. Go play a piece in the main hall. If half the audience applaud for you, I'll hire you. All right. Song Yin stood up and walked toward the hall. With his newly acquired piano master skills, he refused to believe he couldn't handle being a coffee shop pianist. You're quite confident. The woman laughed again. Entering the hall, Song Yin walked straight to the white piano, lifted the cover, and sat down. Staring at the black and white keys he'd never touched before, he felt an extraordinary familiarity. Just then, the beautiful proprietress' voice rang out. Everyone, this student named Song Yin will play a piece for us all. If it sounds good, I hope you'll give him some applause. As long as it's pleasant, we certainly won't hold back our applause. A male customer responded, though he was mostly humoring the lovely proprietress. As for Song Yin, he didn't believe this student could play anything particularly remarkable. Keep it up, young man. Another female customer smiled. Thank you. Song Yin stood up and bowed to the nearby tables, saying, the piece I'm about to play is called. I hope you all enjoy it. After speaking, he took a deep breath, sat back down, and placed his hands on the black and white keys. Hearing the name of the piece Song Yin mentioned, Su Meier felt puzzled. She had always had a special fondness for piano music since childhood and could confidently say she'd heard all the slightly famous and enjoyable piano pieces. Yet that Song Yin was about to play, this was her first time hearing its name. Could it be his original composition? For a moment, she felt a spark of interest in Song Yin. Without any warning, the fingers resting on the black and white keys began to dance nimbly, and then a series of faintly melancholic notes flowed from his fingertips. At this moment, Su Meier suddenly froze. Then, she gently closed her eyes, listening to this melody with only her ears. Several groups of customers who initially didn't believe Song Yin could produce anything melodious stopped their conversations upon hearing these wistfully melancholic notes, quietly savoring the music. The term signifies restraint and suppression. This piece is one of the 10 gifted compositions Song Yin created after mastering the piano virtuoso skill. The theme of this piece expresses the notion of missed opportunities, carrying an indescribable melancholy. At the beginning of his performance, Song Yin was still astonished that he could play such a heart-stirring and beautiful melody. But soon, he became completely immersed in the Yi Jing of the piece. Love becomes truly precious only in a heart skilled and patient restraint. Those who cannot endure winter are unworthy of spring sunshine. Sometimes, playing the fool who waits by the tree stump happens to bring happiness. Only stubborn belief can avert what we call mischances. Is it sorrow? Or is it moved? Undeniably, Song Yin was moved by his own composition, feeling a faint melancholy filling his heart, as if he had missed something precious in this lifetime. As for Su Meier, who listened to the piece with her eyes closed, she was completely immersed in its artistic conception. No one knew what memories it evoked in her, but a crystal-clear teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye. Finally, the piece came to an end. Song Yin snapped out of his melancholy mood with a long exhale, but to his concern, no applause followed. Could it be that the piece didn't suit their taste? Unconsciously, he turned around and caught sight of Su Meier wiping the corner of her eye. At that moment, sparse but resonant applause finally broke out. A faint smile curled at the corners of Song Yin's lips. He knew he had succeeded, for he could hear all the cafe's customers applauding him. Even the waitstaff was no exception. His music had conquered them. In this moment, he felt an intense surge of pride, and even more so, gratitude for having drawn this particular skill. Chapter 12. It was actually him. Song Yin found himself once again in the office of the proprietress, Su Meier. What would you like to drink? Su Meier inquired. Plain water is fine, Song Yin said politely. This is a cafe I run. We don't serve plain water, only coffee. Want some? A mischievous grin tugged at Su Meier's lips. Song Yin blinked briefly before smiling in response. Sure, I'll have a cup of coffee then. Su Meier called Inger over and instructed her to brew a cup of coffee. Then, her gaze settled on Song Yin. That piece you played earlier, what was it called? Yes, Song Yin nodded. Suddenly, a note of curiosity crept into Su Meier's voice. I've loved listening to piano pieces since childhood. To this day, I couldn't even count how many compositions I've heard. Yet this is the one piece I've never encountered. Could you tell me who composed it? A friend of mine wrote it. Song Yin replied evasively. Based on the information he possessed, this piece had been composed by a pianist from a small country in another dimension. Since this melody didn't exist in their world, he could have easily claimed authorship, but being somewhat bashful, he instead attributed it to a fictional friend. Is that so? It's a wonderfully composed piece, though your performance was equally impressive, Su Meier said, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a long pause, she added, "Promise me you'll introduce your friend to me if you get the chance, won't you?" It's hard to refuse a beautiful woman's request, especially when dealing with someone like Sue Mayer, whose entire being radiates mature allure. Song Yin felt an impulse to immediately nod in agreement, but he managed to restrain himself. After all, the songwriting friend he mentioned was entirely fabricated. How could he possibly introduce someone who didn't exist? Summoning his courage, he replied, "He went abroad to study and probably won't be back for a few years." "Is that so?" A trace of disappointment flickered across Sue Mayer's face. Meanwhile, the waitress named Ing brought in a cup of coffee. Song Yin couldn't help but notice the faint look of admiration in her gaze as she glanced at him. "Thank you," Song Yin said as he accepted the coffee. "You're welcome." Ing smiled shyly and left the office. "Let's get back to business and discuss your compensation," Sue Mayer's voice chimed in again. "Isn't it 50 yuan per hour?" Song Yin asked with some confusion. Sue Mayer shook her head. "That rate is only for ordinary pianists. You play so well, even comparable to master pianists. That price is too low for you. However, my cafe is just a small business, so I'll set your wage at 150 yuan per hour. How does that sound?" 150 yuan an hour. Song Yin was shocked. Playing for 2 hours daily would mean earning 300 yuan, which would amount to 9,000 yuan per month. Keep in mind, his uncle only gave him 400 yuan per month for living expenses, and there was even quite a bit left over. "This is too much. How about we settle for 50 yuan instead?" Puff. Sue Mayer laughed. At that moment, she bloomed like a flower, breathtakingly beautiful, and for a while, Song Yin's gaze became dazed once more. "Kid, you're barely this tall, yet your eyes are already misbehaving." Sue Mayer shot him a playful glare and chuckled softly. "Ahem," Song Yin coughed unnaturally. "I've seen people asking their boss for a raise, but you're the first to voluntarily take less pay. All right then. Your wage will be temporarily set at 120 yuan per hour." Seeing Song Yin was about to bargain further, Sue Mayer added, "No more haggling, or I'll get upset." "All right then." Song Yin had no choice but to agree. Walking out of the coffee shop, Song Yin felt unusually excited. From now on, he wouldn't have to spend his uncle's money anymore. As long as he didn't use his uncle's money, he wouldn't have to endure his aunt's disapproving looks either. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although he possessed the skills of a piano master, he only knew the 10 pieces gifted by the system. Working at the coffee shop meant he couldn't just play those same 10 pieces repeatedly. If he encountered customers requesting specific songs, wouldn't that be quite problematic? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace toward the dormitory. There was a computer inside, and he planned to search online for songs from this world to listen to. He had already made arrangements with Sue Mayer to start working tomorrow night. Arriving before the computer, he pressed the power button. While waiting for it to boot up, he once again pulled up the system interface. Last time when he fused with the intermediate body technique skill, both his physical strength and mental power had increased as a side effect. He wondered if the same would happen this time when fusing with the piano master skill. To his disappointment, the physical fitness stat remained unchanged, still at 500 points, while his mental energy increased by 5 points, reaching 75. His gaze fell on the fame points. After the lottery draw, 50 points were deducted, leaving him with 8, and later his encounter with Zhao Xiaoyu outside the martial arts school earned him an additional point. Just now, performing at the coffee shop successfully won the admiration of all the customers, Sue Mayer, and several staff members, boosting his fame points by 15, bringing it to 24. 200 points still seemed a distant goal. However, if he could make a splash in the upcoming monthly exam, he would surely gain a significant amount of fame. Moreover, working at the coffee shop would likely earn him more fame as long as he played the piano well. Closing the system interface, Song Yin opened Baidu search and typed in the words "famous piano pieces," immediately seeing a flood of search results appear. He casually clicked on one and found himself on a piano music website. After a quick browse, he saw the site was divided into sections like original compositions, arrangements, pop songs, and sheet music. On the right side of the website, there was also a ranking list of original piano pieces available for trial listening. Song Yin randomly clicked on one of the tracks from the original trial ranking list. After listening, he thought the piece was alright, but compared to and the music gifted by the system, it fell significantly short. After playing all 10 tracks on the ranking list, Song Yin mentally reviewed them and was shocked to discover that every piece he'd heard had automatically arranged itself into sheet music in his mind. "Meow, what's going on?" Song Yin asked. "Host, you're overreacting. A piano master has acute sensitivity to music. They can generally transcribe sheet music after hearing a piece just once. Moreover, skills produced by the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. So from now on, any melody or song you hear can be easily transcribed into sheet music in your mind." "Huh, that's absolutely fantastic. I love you, system." Song Yin burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. With the newfound ability to transcribe music directly in his mind, Song Yin felt even more confident about his job at the cafe. That night, Song Yin was like a sponge, continuously absorbing various piano pieces and pop songs, imprinting their musical scores into his mind. Now, with 5 times the physical stamina of an ordinary person, he remained energetic all night without needing sleep. Dawn broke. It was Saturday, so there were no classes. After breakfast, Song Yin returned to the computer to listen to more songs. Throughout the day, aside from meals and bathroom breaks, he barely left the computer. His efforts paid off handsomely, as he had memorized nearly 400 songs by evening. 7:30 p.m. Song Yin stepped away from the computer and selected a black suit from the wardrobe to put on. Standing before the mirror, he couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile, pointing at his reflection and saying, "Go for it, Song Yin. You've got this." Sumeyer's coffee shop was conveniently located between the school and the martial arts gym, just a few minutes walk away. "Welcome back, master." As soon as he stepped into the coffee shop, Ying at the doorway bowed in greeting. "No need for formalities, sister. It's just me," Song Yin said to her with a smile. "Song Yin, you're here. Sister Su asked me to tell you to go to her office first when you arrive," Ying said softly. "Thank you." After thanking her, Song Yin arrived at Su Mayer's office. Knocking and entering, he was greeted by Su Mayer's smile from behind her desk. "You're here. This is our cooperation agreement. 3 months first, all right?" "No problem," Song Yin replied, briefly glancing over the contract before signing his name. "Aren't you going to read it carefully? Not afraid I might trick you?" Su Mayer asked with a playful smile. "I'd gladly be tricked by a gorgeous woman like you, Sister Su," Song Yin blurted out without thinking. Glib tongue. Su Mayer shot him a glare before continuing. "The performance starts at 8 o'clock. Most of my customers are white-collar workers, so they prefer a quiet atmosphere. Therefore, you should try to choose soothing pieces when selecting music." "Got it. I'll remember that." 8 o'clock. Song Yin walked to the piano and sat down. Lifting the keyboard cover, he gazed at the smooth, marble-like black and white keys, a confident smile unconsciously curling on his lips. His fingers danced across the piano keys, releasing a cascade of beautiful notes. The piece he played was called One-Winged Angel, adapted from a popular song originally performed by Murong Xinyue, the current triple threat superstar dominating film, television, and music. The song was originally a lyrical piece telling the story of an angel who fell in love with a human. Unwilling to leave their beloved, the angel willingly broke one of their wings to remain in the mortal world. To play a piece well, one must understand the emotions embedded within it. A piano master's performance transcends mere technique, focusing instead on the collision and resonance of souls. As Song Yin played, the cafe's patrons gradually pricked up their ears, their expressions shifting to ones of attentive enjoyment. Standing not far away, Su Mayer noticed the expressions on the guests' faces and allowed a faint smile to surface as she murmured to herself, "That boy is truly a piano prodigy. He actually rearranged One-Winged Angel so beautifully." After finishing One-Winged Angel, Song Yin transitioned smoothly into another piano piece, one carrying a delicate tinge of melancholy. In a corner of the cafe sat a lovely girl in a white sundress, engrossed in a book. The moment Song Yin began playing, she closed her book and listened quietly. When the piece ended, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to glance toward the piano. To her surprise, The performer was a young man, and as she peered closer, shock and disbelief flashed across her delicate features. How could it be him? She had imagined that someone who could play such beautiful and moving music would be a graceful middle-aged man, never expecting it to be Song Yin. Chapter 13. Song Yin Saves the Beauty. The reason she knew Song Yin wasn't because he was famous at school, but because she was good friends with Song Shui. During their conversations, Song Shui occasionally mentioned him, describing him as a boy with poor grades, no ambition, and no special talents. From Song Shui's tone, she could tell that Song Shui harbored no fondness for this cousin. Rather, she even seemed to dislike him. Until that incident at the school staircase when she was knocked over by Song Yin, an ache still lingering in her knees, she later heard that Shui Yuancheng had gone to confront Song Yin about it, only to be taught a harsh lesson in return. Yet, she didn't care for boys who resorted to violence, and so her impression of Song Yin soured even further. But now, seeing Song Yin performing on stage, playing the piano with an aura of unmistakable confidence, her perception of him couldn't help but shift significantly. A doubt crept into her mind. Hadn't Song Shui always claimed that Song Yin was academically hopeless and devoid of any talents? How could he possibly play the piano so well? As a music arts candidate, though not a master of the piano herself, she could still discern skill when she heard it. She had listened to Song Shui play many times, yet hearing Song Yin now, she was certain Song Shui paled in comparison. There was something in his playing, a stirring, emotional depth that truly moved her. What expression would Song Shui, where if she knew the cousin she looked down on played the piano this beautifully? The thought brought a faint, amused smile to her lips, along with a quiet sense of anticipation. But soon, thoughts of anything else slipped from her mind as Song Yan's second piece once again captivated her. In truth, she wasn't the only one drawn in by Song Yan's performance. One could say that every customer in the cafe had been mesmerized by his music. When the second piece ended, Song Yin paused briefly to glance at the system interface and saw his fame points had risen by more than 10 points. Closing the display, he proceeded with his third piece. This one, not an adaptation of a pop song, but a purely instrumental piano piece he'd found online. Before he knew it, the clock struck 10, marking 2 full hours Song Yin had spent playing the piano. Closing the piano lid, Song Yin stood up and bowed to the cafe patrons, saying, "That concludes my performance for today. See you again tomorrow at 8 p.m. Clap, clap, clap. He was met with enthusiastic applause, including claps from Sue Mayer, who noticed that not a single customer had left during those 2 hours. Most had even ordered a second cup of coffee or some snacks. Though her cafe wasn't large, the prices weren't low. So, during those 2 hours, the cafe's revenue more than doubled compared to usual. "Sister Sue, did I do all right?" Song Yin walked up to Sue Mayer and asked nervously. "Just barely passable." Sue Mayer lifted her chin haughtily before turning and striding toward the office. Song Yin froze, bewildered by Sue Mayer's intentions. At that moment, she turned around and said to him, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come with me." "All right." Song Yin nodded and followed. In the office, Sue Mayer handed Song Yin $300, saying, "Here, this is your pay for today." "Huh? Daily wages?" Song Yin asked, puzzled. "Wasn't this written in the contract too?" "Daily wage payments." Sue Mayer chuckled lightly. "Oh." Song Yin nodded, took the 300 yuan, then pulled out 60 from his pocket to give Sue Mayer as change. "Keep it. Consider it your bonus." Sue Mayer didn't reach for the 60 yuan. "Sis Sue, this." "Enough." Sue Mayer waved her hand impatiently. "Quit dawdling like a shy maiden. If I say take it, then take it." "All right then." "Thank you, Sister Sue." Song Yin said gratefully. "All right, get lost now. Remember to come on time tomorrow." Song Yin walked out of the coffee shop, fingering the 300 yuan in his pocket. He felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. This was his first time earning money. Starting next week, he wouldn't have to ask his uncle for living expenses anymore. With that thought, his steps became noticeably lighter. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from an alley. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me." Vaguely, Song Yin felt the woman's voice sounded somewhat familiar. He quickened his pace to the alley entrance and saw 4 men surrounding a girl in the middle. However, the light was too dim for him to make out the girl's appearance. Frowning slightly, he shouted toward the alley, "What are you doing there?" Hearing this, the four men all turned their heads to look at Song Yan, and the girl shouted loudly, "They're trying to assault me. That classmate over there, call the police quickly." Shit. Zhou Jianfei couldn't help but angrily curse. Then a vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he lowered his voice and ordered his two underlings, "You two, first cover this little slut's mouth so she can't scream anymore. Don't let her attract any outsiders. Xiangzi and I will take care of that kid outside the alley before we have our fun." After giving orders, he strode toward Song Yan, who stood at the entrance of the alley, accompanied by Xiangzi, a tall, fierce-looking man with a shaved head. Meanwhile, the two inside the alley followed their boss's instructions by covering the girl's mouth. The girl saw that the person outside the alley was foolishly standing still instead of running, making her both frantic and furious. Overwhelmed with frustration, tears began streaming down her face. She had thought a savior had arrived, only to realize he was an idiot. To Zhou Jianfei's delight, the young man outside the alley hadn't run away. He exchanged a glance with Xiangzi, and in an instant, the two swiftly drew daggers from their waists and lunged at Song Yan, pinning him between them. The four of them weren't ordinary thugs. They were fugitives from Beihai City, wanted by the police for murder. Logically, fugitives like them should hide like rats to avoid detection, and at first, that's exactly what they did. But before their escape, they had grown accustomed to fine liquor, premium cigarettes, and beautiful women. Over a dozen days on the run had pushed them to the brink of insanity. Forget good drinks or smokes. They barely had enough to eat. Worse, their money was running out. That's why tonight, they decided to rob someone for cash and leave the city under cover of darkness. To their surprise, they encountered a girl with exceptional grace, figure, and beauty. Having already committed murder, what was one more crime like rape? But just as they dragged the girl into a secluded alley, a young man unexpectedly appeared. To avoid leaving any trace, Zhou Jianfei decided to eliminate this unlucky guy. After all, killing one was killing, and killing two made no difference. Zhou Jianfei grinned viciously at Song Yan, his voice dripping with menace. "Kid, heaven has roads you refuse to take, yet you charge straight into Hell's Gate despite its absence. Xiangzi, finish him." 话音一落，周建飞和强子同时飞扑而出。手中的匕首向他胸口捅来。Song Yan was startled. He hadn't expected these two to pull knives right away, their vicious expressions making it clear they intended to stab him to death. As the blades were about to pierce his body, he let out a cold snort and extended both hands with lightning speed. Chapter 14, Class A Wanted Criminal. Chapter 14, Meritorious Deed. After integrating the average body technique, Song Yan's striking speed was at least 5 times faster than an ordinary person's. In a flash, he seized both their wrists and squeezed violently while shouting, "Let go!" The moment their wrists were caught, Zhou Jianfei and Xiangzi knew they'd met their match. Being vicious by nature, they ignored their trapped wrists. Zhou Jianfei launched a savage kick straight at Song Yan's groin, while Xiangzi's free fist came whistling toward his temple with brutal force. First they wielded knives, then they targeted vital points. Song Yan realized these weren't ordinary street thugs. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly increased the strength in both hands. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. 2 crisp fractures sounded. He'd actually crushed both assailants' wrist bones. Yet to his astonishment, even with shattered wrists, they maintained their assault patterns, continuing to strike at his groin and temples. Courting death. Song Yan was infuriated by their vicious demeanor. Without dodging, he swiftly kicked out twice, fast as lightning. The two were so vicious that he didn't hold back either. With 2 loud thuds, they missed him completely, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings before crashing heavily to the ground. Song Yan had no intention of giving them a chance to catch their breath. He darted forward and swiftly delivered 2 kicks, one to each of their chests, sending them flying once more. This time, when they crashed to the ground, they remained motionless, unconscious. 整个过程吐起胡落，时间还不到1分钟，却把巷子里的2名同伙看到这一幕直接傻眼。没想到老大和强子这么快就完蛋了，一时他们心中都有了重不好的预感。The two exchanged a glance, each drawing a dagger from their waist, one pressing against the girl's throat, the other against her waist. They then shouted at Song Yin as he advanced, "Stop right there, take one more step, and we'll kill her." Song Yin stopped in his tracks and looked up at the girl, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. He hadn't expected the kidnapped girl to be Xiang Feifei, the beauty queen of Xingye High School. Similarly, Xiang Feifei was startled to discover that it was Song Yin who had defeated the two assailants. Earlier, she had listened to Song Yin play the piano for 2 hours at the cafe. Only after he finished did she realize it was already 10 o'clock. Since her home wasn't far from the cafe, she decided to take a shortcut. But as soon as she passed this alley, 4 men emerged and dragged her inside. "Let her go, and I'll let you leave." Song Yan's gaze locked onto the 2 remaining men. The 2 thugs wavered at Song Yan's offer. If even their leader and Xiangzi weren't a match for this kid, then fighting together wouldn't help them either. "You step back out of the alley first. Once we're safe, we'll let the girl go," one of them said. Song Yan's tone turned icy as he said sternly, "You don't have the right to negotiate. Let her go, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, once the police arrive, you won't be going anywhere. Don't try to scare us. No one's reported anything. Why would the police come?" The other sneered in defense. "Who says no one reported it? Am I not a person?" Song Yin mocked with a cold laugh. "Did you really report it to the police?" The 2 of them visibly tensed up. "Believe it or not, suit yourself. If I were you, I'd let her go and make a run for it right now. Once the cops show up, you won't have a chance to escape." Song Yin continued intimidating the 2 men. Though powerful, he wasn't entirely confident he could rescue Xiang Feifei unharmed from knife-wielding assailants. 2人顿时犹豫了起来。过了半晌，他们还是同意放人，不过要宋燕先退出巷子，毕竟这里是个死胡同。This time, Song Yin didn't bother bargaining with them. He simply retreated from the alley. The 2 cautiously escorted Xiang Feifei out of the alley. 走出巷子后，2人猛地将向菲菲推向宋燕，2人则扭身就跑。至于晕倒的周建飞和强子，他们可没那个本事带走他们。晕迷的2人对他们来说就是个累赘。眼见惊呼着向自己扑来的向菲菲，为了防止他跌倒，宋燕快步迈前，伸手捉住他手臂，将他扶稳，问道：“你没事吧？”“我没事。”向菲菲摇摇头，然后轻声道：“谢谢你。”“没事，大家都是一个学校的，相信其他人看到也会这么做的。”宋燕轻描淡写道。说话间，宋燕放开了他，向菲菲虽是校花，可他却没有任何染指的想法。谈恋爱对他来说是件奢侈的事情。见宋燕对他这般客气，不知为何，向菲菲隐隐有那么一丝失落。对了，他们2个你打算怎么处理？向菲菲看着昏迷的周建飞和强子道，眼神中闪过一丝冷意。报警吧，宋燕道。向菲菲点点头。2人在原地等了15分钟，一辆警用面包车开至，从上面走下3个穿着制服的民警，带队的是名中年胖子。刚靠近，宋燕就从他身上闻到了一股酒气。对方目光扫过他和向菲菲，看到向菲菲时，眼中闪过一丝惊艳，大大咧咧地问道：“你们谁报的警？” "Me," Song Yan said in a deep voice. "Were you two robbed?" The overweight policeman continued asking, secretly envying Song Yan for having such a beautiful girlfriend. "No, it was her. I was just passing by." "Oh, I see." The overweight policeman nodded, smiling as he stared at Fei Fei, and asked, "Little girl, were the people who robbed you?" They were all knocked out by Song Yan, and 2 ran away. Xiang Fei Fei pointed toward the corner. The 3 officers looked, and only then noticed 2 unconscious figures lying by the wall. "You 2, go check it out," the overweight officer ordered the other 2 policemen. "Yes, Chief." 2 police officers stepped forward, shining flashlights onto the faces of the 2 individuals, both feeling they looked somewhat familiar. "Xiao Chun, don't you think these 2 look familiar?" one of them said. "You feel it too." Xiao Chen's face showed thoughtful contemplation. then suddenly became excited. I remember, these two are wanted fugitives. They committed murder in Bayes City and haven't been captured yet. Chief Hu, come quick. Both of them are wanted criminals. Hearing his subordinate shout, the overweight middle-aged policeman shuddered all over, his expression turning excited. If these two were wanted criminals, he would have scored a major achievement. He quickly walked to the corner of the wall, where Xiao Chun had already taken out his phone and logged into the police internal website. He pulled up 2 photos and handed them over, saying, "Chief, look, it's these two. One is named Zhou Jinfei, and the other is Huang Chang. 13 days ago, they, along with 2 others, murdered a family of 5 in Bayes City and have been at large ever since." Great! Just when I was feeling sleepy, someone handed me a pillow. He exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. Though he was only the deputy chief, the current chief was about to retire, so he was in competition with another deputy chief for the position. Now, with this achievement under his belt, the chief's position was surely his. However, he still needed to maneuver things to his advantage. So, he ordered his 2 subordinates to handcuff the 2 men and take them to the car first, while he himself approached Song Yin and Xiang Feifei. Chapter 15. A Bright Future Ahead. Hu Yi walked up to Song Yin and Xiang Feifei, clearing his throat pretentiously before saying, "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Hu Yi, the deputy director of the Xuefu District Police Station. What are your names, and are you students?" "Hello, Director Hu," Xiang Feifei replied with graceful composure. "My name is Xiang Feifei, and this is Song Yin. We're both students at Shengyi High School." "Shengyi High School? That's the top high school in our province. To be admitted there, you two must be exceptional students." Hui narrowed his eyes in praise, then abruptly shifted his tone. "Do you know who those 2 robbers were?" Song Yin had sharp hearing, and the officers hadn't been speaking quietly either. He knew the 2 men he'd knocked out were wanted criminals, so he replied, "They're wanted fugitives." Hui said with a grave expression, "Indeed. These 2 are wanted murderers who, along with 2 other fugitives, killed an entire family of 5 in Bayes City before fleeing to Shanxing. So, I have a good suggestion. When you give your statements at the police station later, just say these fugitives were subdued by our officers. That way, you won't have to worry about their accomplices coming after you." Hearing this, Song Yin initially thought the pudgy director seemed quite considerate and was about to agree. But Xiang Feifei tugged at his sleeve and interjected, "As far as I know, giving false testimony carries legal consequences. Besides, Song Yin was the one who took down those fugitives. Moreover, I've heard there are rewards for capturing wanted criminals. If we say it was the police who caught them, you'd get both the credit and the reward. How utterly unfair to Song Yin." She emphasized the word credit with particular weight. Hui was taken aback by Xiang Feifei's words. He had assumed manipulating 2 young people would be effortless, but it turned out this sharp-witted girl wasn't so easily fooled. Hearing Xiang Feifei's words, Song Yin finally realized that this fat police chief was trying to steal credit. He grew momentarily furious at his own sluggish reaction, clearly another consequence of his low mental energy levels. Hui gave an awkward chuckle and said, "Don't worry, the young man will definitely receive his reward. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you're just students, and those 2 fugitives still at large are extremely dangerous criminals. Chief Hu, perhaps we should continue this conversation elsewhere." Xiang Feifei interrupted with a smile, clearly unwilling to entertain his nonsense. "Very well." We nodded in agreement. So Xiang Feifei and Hui stepped aside to whisper among themselves, while Song Yin was somewhat curious. What could Xiang Feifei want from that chubby bureau chief? After speaking for about 2 minutes, the 2 walked back together, but Song Yin noticed that Director Hu seemed to treat Xiang Feifei with a bit more respect. "Song Yin, here's the deal," Hui said politely. "The criminals you apprehended are both grade A fugitives. According to regulations, there's a 30,000 yuan reward for each one. I'll report this situation to my superiors and try to secure an additional bonus for you. Nothing too substantial, probably around 20,000 yuan. Later, we'll send someone to your school to present you with an official commendation for bravery. When we get to the station, you just need to testify that you assisted our police force in the capture of these 2 fugitives. How does that sound to you?" Song Yin noticed a hint of nervousness in Hu Yi's eyes and couldn't help feeling puzzled. He wondered what Xiang Feifei had said to him. Still, He was quite satisfied with this proposal. Not only would he receive an 80,000 yuan reward, but also a certificate for heroic acts. This way, he could gain some additional fame points. Chief Hu, I have no objections. All right, it's settled then, Hu, he said excitedly before politely inviting Song Yin and Xiang Feifei into the car to go to the police station for their statements. During the ride, he went over some key points and details with Song Yin about what to expect during the formal questioning. Song Yin and Xiang Feifei had just arrived at the Xuefu District Police Station when Xiang Feifei's family hurried in, a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 40s, an elegant middle-aged lady with noble bearing whose features bore some resemblance to Xiang Feifei, likely her mother. The man, about 27 or 28, was powerfully built and stood a full head taller than Song Yin himself. Dressed in a black suit with an unsmiling expression, he was probably a bodyguard or chauffeur. Feifei, are you okay? The middle-aged noblewoman asked with concern as she held Xiang Feifei's hand. Mom, I'm fine. It's all thanks to Song Yin saving me. Xiang Feifei shook her head and said. Instantly, the middle-aged, elegant woman's gaze fell upon Song Yin, a kind smile appearing on her face. Hello, Song Yin. I'm Feifei's mother. My surname is Liu. You can call me Aunt Liu. Hello, Aunt Liu. Song Yin replied politely. From her attire and the aura she exuded, he could tell she was either wealthy or influential. Coupled with Chief Hu's attitude toward Xiang Feifei, he was almost certain the Xiang family wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, he recalled that the mayor also shared the surname Xiang. Could Xiang Feifei be the mayor's daughter or relative? As a college student, he wouldn't normally pay attention to political circles, but his uncle happened to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau. During meals, he'd occasionally mention Mayor Xiang. Sure enough, after meeting Xiang Feifei's mother, Chief Hu became noticeably more polite. His back remained slightly bent the entire time, as if he couldn't straighten it. Song Yin, you're welcome to visit our home whenever you're free. When parting, Xiang Feifei's mother extended this invitation to Song Yin. All right, Aunt Liu, I'll definitely visit when I get the chance. Goodbye, Song Yin. Xiang Feifei stretched her head out from the car window to wave at him. Goodbye. Song Yin instinctively waved back. Safe travels, Madame Liu, Miss Xiang. Chief Hu nearby nodded and bowed deferentially. Watching the black Mercedes-Benz sedan disappear into the night, Song Yin felt a twinge of emotion. Thanks to the arrival of Xiang Feifei's mother, many procedures had been expedited, and even the police report had been personally taken by Chief Hu. Everything was wrapped up in less than half an hour. As a Mercedes drove off into the distance, Chief Hu finally straightened his back and offered Song Yin an ingratiating smile. Young man, let me give you a ride back, he said. To Chief Hu, Song Yin was no ordinary college student. The kid had a vicious streak. According to his subordinate's report, the two fugitives had their right wrist crushed, with one suffering a broken rib and the other too. He shuddered inwardly at the thought of their pain, which spoke volumes about the young man's lethal skills. Moreover, as Xiang Feifei's boyfriend, Song Yin might very well become the Xiang family's son-in-law someday. That alone was reason enough to cozy up to him. No need, Chief Hu. The school isn't far. I'll walk back, Song Yin declined. He knew the chief's sudden warmth was purely because of the Xiang family's influence. Borrowing someone else's authority wasn't his style. Little brother, don't stand on ceremony. As Miss Xiang's boyfriend, your future is bound to be bright. Director Hu insisted. Song Yin frowned slightly. Director Hu? You've misunderstood. Xiang Feifei and I are just ordinary classmates. I get it, I understand, Director Hu said with a sly grin. Song Yin felt helpless, knowing that no matter how much he explained, Director Hu wouldn't believe him. He decided not to bother clarifying further. In the end, he couldn't refuse the offer and had to let Director Hu drive him back to school. Chapter 16A Date with the School Bell. Returning to the dormitory, Song Yin felt not the slightest bit sleepy. Still emotionally stirred, he pulled up the system interface and discovered his fame points had increased by 6, reaching 48 points. He reckoned that once the police station sent someone to announce his commendation at school, he'd surely gain a considerable amount more fame points. This ring system really is something special, Song Yin murmured to himself. His mind wandered further. If he could get his hands on that 80,000 yuan reward money combined with his earnings from the cafe job, he wouldn't have to worry at all about university tuition fees. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. Might this ring system abandon him someday? Meow. Will the ring system leave me someday? He asked the system's sprite nervously. It hadn't even been 10 days since obtaining the ring system, yet his life had already undergone significant changes. Yes, Meow replied with certainty. When Song Yan's expression darkened slightly. There are two scenarios when the ring system chooses to separate from its host. First, if the system deems the host hopeless beyond redemption. Second, when the host becomes strong enough to no longer need the system's assistance. Hearing Meow Wu's words, Song Yan let out a sigh of relief, but immediately clenched his fists, saying with unwavering determination, "Don't worry, Meow Wu. I won't let the system down." That's the best way for the host to think. After discussing some system-related matters with Meow Wu, Song Yan started searching for songs and various musical compositions online to listen to. By midnight, he activated his photographic memory ability and pulled out his textbooks to memorize the content. The next day was Sunday, and Song Yan remained cooped up in his dormitory, spending the entire day listening to all kinds of music tracks online. In the evening, Song Yan arrived at the coffee shop 10 minutes early. His gaze swept across the store, noticing that there were significantly more customers today than yesterday. After greeting Yinger, who was busy serving coffee to the guests, he made his way to the office of the proprietress, Sue Meyer, and chatted with her for a while until it was time for his performance. Just as Song Yan sat down at the piano, a girl in the booth excitedly pointed at him and said, "Look, it's him. Yesterday, I listened to him tune the piano for a full 2 hours. I couldn't bring myself to leave. It was so beautiful. It really struck a chord in my heart. No way, he looks pretty young. Could he really be that good?" Another girl glanced at Song Yan, skepticism lacing her tone. "Facts will speak for themselves," the girl said with a confident smile. At this very moment, ding-dong, like the sound of a clear spring flowing, the melody floated from Song Yan's fingertips. In barely 10 seconds, it had captivated the hearts of every patron in the cafe. The previously somewhat noisy environment quieted instantly as people closed their eyes to listen to this exquisite piano music. This piece was titled one of the 10 complimentary compositions from the system. It was written by the renowned Japanese composer Joe Hisaishi from another space-time. Upon hearing this composition, Sue Meyer's eyes instinctively brightened. Another original piece. Not only had this university student attained master-level proficiency in piano, but his compositions were also exquisitely crafted. He was nothing short of a piano prodigy. As for Song Yan's claim that the piece was written by a friend studying abroad, she dismissed it as sheer nonsense. The 2-minute-plus piece ended, and the girl proudly boasted to her friend, "See, was I lying to you?" The other person nodded. "That was beautifully played. I've decided whenever I have free time, I'll come to this cafe." 2 hours of performance time passed. When Song Yan stood up to thank the audience, he realized the cafe was actually packed with customers. Hearing their enthusiastic applause filled him with pride. After collecting his pay for the day, Song Yan was about to leave when Sue Meyer stopped him and asked, "Who composed the piece you opened with today?" "Still my friend who's studying abroad," Song Yan replied. Hearing his answer, Sue Meyer gave him a look that clearly said, "I knew you'd say that," then glared sharply at him and snapped, "Get lost, punk." Monday noon, the school cafeteria. Song Yan and Li Lei were sitting together eating when Li Lei's gaze suddenly fixed on something behind Song Yan with a dazed expression. Just as Song Yan was about to turn around, a crisp voice sounded by his ear. "Song Yan, is this seat taken?" Looking up, Song Yan found Xiang Feifei standing gracefully by the table with her lunchbox, waiting for his reply. At that moment, he could feel countless pairs of eyes converging on them. "No one's sitting there. You can take it," Song Yan answered. "Thanks," Xiang Feifei replied with a faint smile as she sat down beside him. Watching the scene unfold, Li Lei's eyes burned with jealousy and envy. Since when had Song Yan gotten so close to Xiang Feifei? This was completely unexpected. Suddenly, Xiang Feifei smiled at Li Lei, and in an instant, the boy's bones seemed to melt. "This classmate, I have something to discuss with Song Yin. Could you excuse us? Sure, you two talk. Li Lei nodded repeatedly, picking up his lunchbox and moving to another table. Classmate Xiang Feifei, what's the matter? Song Yin felt a bit uneasy, mainly because he couldn't stand the gazes from those around them. Nothing much. I just wanted to thank you, Xiang Feifei said softly. No need, you already thanked me that day. Besides, if you hadn't helped, I wouldn't have gotten that 80,000 yuan prize. Song Yin waved it off. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner, Xiang Feifei continued, her eyes carrying a hint of eagerness. I'm afraid not. I got a part-time job in the evenings. Are you playing the piano at the coffee shop? How did you know? Song Yin looked at Xiang Feifei with great surprise. Xiang Feifei playfully smiled and said, that evening, I happened to be reading at the cafe where you were playing the piano. If I hadn't been so captivated by your music, I wouldn't have stayed out so late, and I wouldn't have run into those troublemakers. Lucky for me, you ended up saving me later, so let's call it even. I won't hold it against you. You can just brush it off like that. Song Yin stared at Xiang Feifei in stunned silence. Seeing Song Yan's dumbfounded expression, Xiang Feifei couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle. Just teasing you. Did you actually believe me? Faced with a quick-witted and eloquent girl like Xiang Feifei, he truly didn't know how to respond. By the way, what time do you start work? Xiang Feifei asked again. 8 o'clock. All right, I'll give you a call after school. As she spoke, Xiang Feifei stood up with her lunchbox in hand and added, don't worry, having dinner won't delay you from work. I've already booked a restaurant near the coffee shop. See you tonight. See you tonight, Song Yin replied instinctively. After Xiang Feifei left, Song Yin realized that he had been completely controlled by her in their conversation. He thought to himself, this girl is really too clever. I'm no match for her at all. I need to find a way to boost my mental strength, so I won't be led around by the nose like this. As soon as Xiang Feifei left, Li Lei couldn't wait to return with his lunchbox, eagerly asking, Song Yin, out with it. When did you and Xiang Feifei get so cozy? Song Yin shot him an annoyed glare. What do you mean hooking up? We're just ordinary friends. Don't get any weird ideas. As if I believe that. Li Lei scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully. Believe it or not, Song Yin couldn't be bothered with Li Lei and focused on finishing his lunchbox. Since fusing with the intermediate body technique, he noticed his appetite had grown significantly. Shui Yuancheng returned from lunch outside when one of his lackeys scurried over and whispered a few words to him. His face immediately darkened as he clenched his fists and snarled, Damn you, Song Yin. If I don't ruin you, I'll take your surname. Chapter 17. Even gossip can boost fame value. Song Yin, I heard you're dating Xiang Feifei. Song Yin, tell us quickly, how did you manage to win over Goddess Xiang? Song Yin, you're absolutely amazing. You quietly won over the school belle, just like that. Can I become your apprentice? As Song Yin stepped into the classroom, a group of boys immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with overlapping questions. What's going on here? Song Yin was somewhat startled, then realized that since so many people in the cafeteria had witnessed Xiang Feifei coming to talk to him, it wasn't strange at all that classmates knew about it. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between me and Xiang Feifei. At most, we're just ordinary friends, Song Yin explained. Ordinary friends. We don't believe that for a second. Everyone knows Xiang Feifei is famously cold and aloof. How many guys has she ever given a second glance to? If she's talking to you first, I'm willing to bet there's more to your relationship, one boy said with an air of certainty. At a nearby seat sat a handsome boy with 3 others standing beside him. One of the standing boys chimed in with a sour tone. What's there to be so smug about? Just because you exchanged a few words with Xiang Feifei? Yeah, that Song Yin kid has been getting more and more arrogant lately. Another standing boy chimed in. The third standing boy cast a disdainful glance at Song Yin, who was surrounded by a group of boys, and said to the handsome seated youth, that kid's really been crossing the line lately. Young Master Zhang, should we knock him down a peg? Young Master Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Tianran, wasn't just handsome. His family was extremely wealthy, and his academic performance was outstanding, never falling below top 3 in class rankings. Consequently, his popularity in Class 9 was immense, with most female classmates secretly harboring crushes on him. However, his standards were high. He'd been pursuing Su Xiaoyu, the school belle who stood equal in fame with Xiang Feifei. Xiang Feifei was a music student. Her guzheng playing was nothing short of mesmerizing, while Su Xiaoyu had profound accomplishments in literature. Ever since middle school, she had been writing novels, essays, and poetry. Her works frequently published in city and provincial-level newspapers and magazines. Particularly noteworthy was her novel The Poetry of a Girl's Heart, which sold 1 million copies within just a year of publication, matching the success of any so-called best-selling novelist. Thus, Xiang Feifei was hailed as the goddess of music, while Su Xiaoyu was revered as the goddess of arts. Unlike Xiang Feifei's cold arrogance, Su Xiaoyu had a gentle temperament and was kind to others. However, she actually had fewer pursuers than Xiang Feifei because many people felt unworthy in her presence. Still, there were a few exceptions, Zhang Tianran being one of them. Since freshman year, he had been desperately pursuing Su Xiaoyu, but unfortunately, she never gave him chance. Although he had been pursuing Su Xiaoyu, he also had some thoughts about Xiang Feifei. So, hearing that Song Yan was dating Xiang Feifei made him feel a bit uncomfortable. How do you think we should take it down a peg? Zhang Tianran asked the 3 boys. How about we find someone to beat him up, then film him getting his ass kicked? A boy suggested. Zhang Tianran shook his head. That probably won't work. That kid Song Yan is damn tough. Others might not know, but I do. Shui Yuanchang hired 6 street thugs to teach him a lesson, and instead, he ended up schooling them. The other boy thought for a moment and said, how about we deliberately put the wallet in Song Yan's desk, then discover it in front of everyone? Zhang Tianran still shook his head. Too obvious. Won't work. I've got it. The third boy flashed a sly grin, then whispered his plan into Zhang Tianran's ear. After hearing the scheme, Zhang Tianran glared at him with exasperation. Your plan is downright vicious and disgusting, but it might work. Fine, you handle this. The boy's face immediately fell at the words. Get this done, and I'll treat you to a trip to Peninsula Paris, Zhang Tianran added. Hearing the name Peninsula Paris, the young man's eyes lit up instantly. Peninsula Paris was famously known as Happy Paradise in Hong Kong, but it was exclusively open to members, and becoming a member wasn't something just anyone could do. You either had to be influential or filthy rich. So, upon hearing Zhang Tianran's offer, the guy immediately thumped his chest and assured, don't worry, young Master Zhang, I'll take care of this matter perfectly. After finally managing to deal with those guys, Song Yan felt parched from all the talking. His attempts to explain himself only seemed to make things worse. In the blink of an eye, the school day ended. After cleaning up the classroom and locking the door, he headed straight to the dorm. He planned to take a quick shower and change clothes before keeping his appointment. Little did he notice that after he left the classroom, a sneaky figure pushed open the classroom door, approached the teacher's desk, took out a black plastic bag, and while pinching their nose, dumped a foul-smelling lump into the desk drawer. In the dormitory, Song Yan was showering while checking the system interface. Thanks to the rumors about him and Xiang Feifei, his fame points had increased significantly to 126. If the police station awarded him a certificate at school, his fame points would surely reach 200. He just didn't know when exactly the police station would come. After finishing his shower, Song Yan picked up his phone and noticed a missed call. Could it be from Xiang Feifei? He dialed the number and the call connected, confirming Feifei Xiang's voice on the other end. Song Yan, I'm already at the restaurant. When will you arrive? All right, I'm heading out right now. Great, I'll send you the restaurant's name and address in a moment. After hanging up, Song Yan quickly threw on his clothes and left the dormitory. He had only taken a few steps when the notification tone sounded. Opening his phone, he saw the restaurant's name and address sent by Feifei Xiang. Not wanting to keep Xiang Feifei waiting, he jogged ahead as soon as he left the dormitory. 5 minutes later, Song Yan entered the restaurant named Guogui Kitchen and saw Xiang Feifei in a white dress waving at him. Chinese or Western food? Xiang Feifei asked after they were seated, as the restaurant served both. Let's have Chinese food. Western portions are too small. I'd still be hungry, Song Yan replied honestly. Hearing Song Yan's words, Xiang Feifei couldn't help but smile. Then let's have Chinese food. You're quite straightforward. Most others wouldn't have said that. Really? Song Yan felt slightly embarrassed. Don't take it to heart. I was just making conversation. Actually, I don't like dishonest people either, Xiang Feifei said softly. Song Yan nodded. For some reason, he always felt a certain pressure around Xiang Feifei. Perhaps because this girl was simply too accomplished. You order first. Xiang Feifei slid the tablet across to Song Yan. You go ahead. Song Yan pushed the tablet back. All right then. Without standing on ceremony, Xiang Feifei tapped away at the tablet before handing it to him. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Song Yan dug in eagerly. Compared to the school cafeteria fare, this restaurant was a vast improvement. His appetite had never been better. Is this enough? We can order more if needed, Xiang Feifei asked thoughtfully. It's enough. Song Yan felt slightly embarrassed looking at the empty plates. Then let's get some desserts. Song Yan checked his phone. It was only 7:20, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 18 Invitation from the competition organizers. Xiang Feifei was an exceptionally conversational girl. In just half an hour, Song Yan felt considerably more familiar with her, even wishing their chat could have lasted longer. My apologies, but I should head to the coffee shop now, Song Yan said with regret. Mind if I join you? Xiang Feifei asked. All right then, I'll treat you to coffee, Song Yan said with a cheerful grin. Inger noticed Song Yan's arrival and came forward to greet him. Song Yan, you're here. Oh, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Xiang Feifei smiled graciously and replied, You've misunderstood, sis. My name is Xiang Feifei, Song Yan's classmate. My apologies, Inger quickly responded. It's all right. Help my classmate find a seat and put the bill on me, Song Yan said. Okay. After settling Xiang Feifei in, Song Yan made another round to Su Mayor's office before heading to the piano. He sat down, lifted the cover, and let his gaze linger on the black and white keys. A stirring in his heart prompted him to play a piece gifted to him by the system. After quickly filtering through the remaining 8 pieces in his mind, he decided to play a song called Blue and White Porcelain. This piece was adapted from a song. The system's accompanying introduction described it thus. This piece was composed and performed by a superstar musician from another space-time, becoming an extremely popular song that tells a poignant, beautiful story. Taking a deep breath, Song Yan's fingers landed on the piano keys. The next moment, his fingers danced, and the exquisite yet poignant melody of Blue and White Porcelain flowed from his fingertips. Music has the power to touch hearts and souls. Blue and White Porcelain is a masterpiece of a melody, and performing it was Song Yan, who had acquired the skills of a piano virtuoso. As the notes resounded, the customers in the shop seemed to be transported by the music into the misty landscapes of southern China. A light drizzle fell, spreading a veil of mist through the air. A woman in a flowing qipao, carrying a paper umbrella, emerged gracefully from the streets of the south. She stepped slowly onto the stone bridge, where she encountered a gentle and refined man. The fine rain, the mist, the stone bridge, and the small river all came together to create an almost tangible world. This is a classical piece, so beautifully melancholy. Su Mayor had grown accustomed to listening to Song Yan's performances daily. She never expected him to produce another original composition, and this one was absolutely stunning. Soon, she found herself completely immersed in the emotional world he painted with his music. As the piece concluded, most patrons remained motionless, still lost in the artistic imagery Song Yan had crafted. Some sentimental female guests even shed tears. What a beautiful melody, what a moving story. Xiang Feifei gazed at that erect figure on stage, her eyes unwittingly spellbound. He seemed somewhat dull at first glance, yet could create such profoundly touching music. Then she recalled Song Yan's extraordinary martial skills and sighed softly. Song Yan, oh Song Yan, just how many more secrets do you still keep hidden? Next to Xiang Feifei sat a middle-aged woman with short hair dressed in a beige pantsuit. As she gently wiped the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes, she had already resolved in her heart to invite this young man to participate in the Fragrant City piano competition. With his participation, the competition's prestige would undoubtedly reach new heights. At the same time, she couldn't help but marvel at how such a small cafe could harbor a master-level pianist, and one so young at that. The saying about true masters being hidden among the people indeed held true. The 2-hour performance came to an end. Song Yin stood up to thank the audience, receiving another round of enthusiastic applause. After collecting his wages and stepping out of Su Mayer's office, he breathed a sigh of relief. Today, Su Mayer hadn't asked about who composed Blue and White Porcelain. Otherwise, he would have had to pin it on that non-existent study abroad friend again. What's the name of the first piece? Xiang Feifei asked, looking at him. Blue and White Porcelain. Can you give me the sheet music? I'd like to adapt it for the Guzheng. Xiang Feifei said with eager anticipation. Sure. I'll give it to you tomorrow. The melody inherently carried a classical charm. It would undoubtedly sound wonderful adapted for the Guzheng. Song Yin called Inger over to settle the bill and was about to leave the coffee shop when a middle-aged woman in a beige suit approached him, handing him a business card. Excuse me for interrupting, sir. My name is Zheng Yun, one of the organizers of the Xiangqing piano competition. I wonder if we could have a chat. Song Yin hesitated slightly before nodding. All right. After they sat down again, Zheng Yun politely asked, May I know your name, sir? My name is Song Yin. So it's Mr. Song. Hearing himself addressed as Mr., Song Yin felt slightly awkward. Zheng Yun continued, I wonder if you've heard, Mr. Song. Next month, our Xiangqing city will be hosting a piano competition. A thought struck Song Yin. Wasn't Song Shui registered to participate in this very competition? He nodded and replied, I've heard of it. Did you sign up for the competition? Zheng Yun continued asking. Song Yin shook his head. Hearing Song Yin hadn't registered, Zheng Yun felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed the contest's influence remained too limited, and she privately suspected Song Yin might disdain this so-called piano competition. With slight trepidation, she added, Mr. Song, I'd like to officially invite you to participate as the event organizer. Would you be interested? Joining a piano competition, this could be a great chance to earn reputation points, Song Yin mused, lowering his head in thought. Seeing that he didn't respond immediately, Zheng Yun couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. It seemed she needed to sweeten the deal. So she added, Mr. Song, your piano skills are already on par with those of renowned masters. If you agree to participate, you can skip the preliminary rounds and go straight to the finals. Plus, the champion will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan. With both fame value and prize money at stake, why not give a shot? Ms. Zheng, I agree to participate. That's absolutely wonderful, Zheng Yun said excitedly. Mr. Song, I really can't thank you enough. It's all right, I should thank Ms. Zheng for giving me this opportunity. By the way, I'm still a student, so just call me by my name. Addressing me as Mr. Song feels a bit awkward. My apologies, that was presumptuous of me. After exchanging contact information, they chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Walking out of the coffee shop, Xiang Feifei, who had remained silent until then, smiled and said, Song Yin, Xiaoxiu doesn't know you play the piano, does she? Yeah, Song Yin nodded. She's also participating in this piano competition, and she's already convinced the championship is hers. If you actually win first place, I bet her expression will be priceless. Hearing Xiang Feifei's words, Song Yin actually hesitated. If he were to win the championship, would it make Song Shui resent him? Although Song Shui had always looked down on him as her older cousin, he didn't want to hurt her feelings. What's the matter? Afraid Xiao Xue will be upset if she loses? Xiang Feifei asked with a smile. After a brief silence, Song Yin nodded. Xiang Feifei continued, Actually, you're overthinking it. Xiao Xue and I are very close, and I know her well. Though she could be a bit tsundere, she's definitely not the petty type. If you can beat her, it might even help improve the relationship between you two. Really? Song Yan's eyes lit up. He genuinely wanted to get along better with Song Shui. Xiang Feifei smiled without responding. Chapter 19, Framing Someone Else. Tuesday. This morning's self-study session was taught by homeroom teacher Yin Weiman. So as soon as the bell rang, Song Yin automatically grabbed his textbook and walked out to the hallway. Yin Weiman arrived at the classroom and gave him a cold glance before ignoring him completely. As soon as he approached the podium, Yin Weiman caught a whiff of a foul stench. His gaze swept the room, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he noticed 4 students sitting near the lectern, subtly covering their noses. Clearly, they smelled it too. Since Yin Weiman entered the classroom, Zhang Tianran and 3 other boys had been covertly eyeing him. When they saw Yin Weimin's constipated expression, they all secretly found it amusing. Yin Weimin was furious, unable to identify the source of the foul stench. After searching in vain, he had no choice but to give up. Placing his textbooks and materials on the lectern, he reached for chalk to update the countdown to the defense date in the upper left corner of the blackboard. Subconsciously, he pulled open the lectern drawer and was immediately assaulted by a wave of putrid odor so overpowering it nearly knocked him out. He hastily shoved the drawer shut, then doubled over with dry heaves. Seeing Yin Weimin's disheveled appearance, Zhang Tianran and the other 3 had to try extremely hard not to laugh. Yin Weimin gagged while trying to guess who had put the feces in the lectern drawer. Suddenly, his gaze swept over Song Yin, who appeared to be reading attentively in the corridor. Could it be him? I didn't allow him into the classroom during my lesson, forced him to clean the blackboard and sweep the classroom. He must have held a grudge. Plus, he was clearly the last to leave the classroom. Motive? Check. Opportunity? Also check. After this internal deliberation, Yin Weimin was almost certain that the culprit who placed the feces in the lectern drawer was Song Yin. You little bastard. Song Yin must have resented me for disciplining him and sought revenge in this way. At once, resentment flared up in Yin Weimin's heart. With a darkened expression, he rapped the chalkboard duster against the blackboard to signal for quiet, then turned to the boy seated nearest the classroom door. Go call Song Yin in. The show's about to begin. Zhang Tianran and the other 3 commented silently at the sight. Song Yin was puzzled about why Yin Weimin was summoning him inside. Could it be that the teacher had a change of heart and was allowing him back into class? However, one glance at Yin Weimin's stormy expression told him he was mistaken. Song Yin, I'm asking you, was it you who did this? Yin Weimin practically roared with anger. Song Yin frowned slightly, utterly bewildered. Mr. Yin, what are you talking about? Playing dumb, are you? Yin Weimin's teeth gritted audibly as he pointed at the drawer and snapped coldly. Tell me, was it you who put the feces in the teacher's desk drawer? What? There's feces in the teacher's desk drawer? Song Yin exclaimed in shock. No wonder he caught a faint whiff of something foul when passing the podium earlier that morning. The other students in the class reacted with shock upon hearing that feces had been placed in the teacher's desk drawer, especially the 4 students seated near the podium, who pinched their noses and leaned back in disgust. Still refusing to admit it, seeing Song Yin persistently denying it, Yin Weimin grew increasingly furious and turned to the students to ask, who was the last one to leave the classroom yesterday? It should have been Song Yin. He was responsible for cleaning the classroom. Yeah, it was Song Yin. When I left, Song Yin was the only one still in the classroom. The students chattered noisily. Satisfied with their answers, Yin Weimin glared coldly at Song Yin. Do you have anything else to say? Though I was the last to leave, the feces in the teacher's desk drawer definitely weren't placed by me, Song Yin retorted exasperatedly. Even if he loathed Yin Weimin, he wouldn't resort to such a despicable and disgusting method of revenge. He wondered who could have done it. Who else could it be but you? Seeing Yin Weimin's accusatory expression, Song Yin grew irritated and couldn't help raising his voice. I'd like to know who it was too. Yin Weimin laughed in fury. Still playing tough, are you? Let's go see the principal. I refuse to teach a student like you for another day. Fine by me. A clear conscience fears no false accusations, Song Yin retorted coldly. Being wrongly accused by Yin Weimin had left him deeply unsettled. The principal's office. Principal Zhu Hongcheng was receiving 2 officials from the Xuefu District Police Station, Deputy Director Hu Yi and Instructor Meng Shulin. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Yi got to the point. Principal Zhu, here's the situation. The night before last, one of your students, Song Yin. When Hu Yi first mentioned Song Yin, Zhu Hongcheng thought he had gotten into trouble. But upon hearing that Song Yin hadn't caused any trouble and had instead helped the police capture a wanted criminal, Zhu's face immediately broke into a radiant grin. Captain Hu, Instructor Meng, may I ask what brings you two here today? This time, Meng Shulin spoke first. We're here for 2 matters. First, there's a reward for capturing a wanted criminal, a total of 80,000 yuan, with 60,000 funded by higher authorities and the remaining 20,000 pooled by our Xuefu District Police Station. We wish to personally present this reward to student Song Yin. Second, We've also brought an award certificate. We'd like to distribute it to Song Yin in front of the entire student body to promote the spirit of bravery among youth. Zhu Hongcheng immediately recognized this as excellent news and eagerly responded, Captain Hu, Instructor Meng, rest assured, I'll have arrangements made right away. At that moment, Yin Weimin brought Song Yin to the principal's office. Seeing two police officers sitting inside the office, Yin Weimin felt puzzled, wondering what business they had with Principal Zhu. Zhu Hongcheng noticed Yin Weimin had brought Song Yin along and waved them in. Teacher Yin, Song Yin, come on in. When Hui spotted Song Yin, he secretly winked at him. Seeing Hui, Song Yin immediately guessed they must have come to deliver the bonus and certificate. He had expected to wait longer, but apparently, the Xuefu District Police Station acted surprisingly fast. Director Hu, Instructor Meng, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Yin Weimin, Song Yan's homeroom teacher. Teacher Yin, this is Director Hu. Hearing the title of director, Yin Weimin quickly responded, Hello, Director Hu. And this is Instructor Meng. Zhu Hongcheng continued, pointing to Meng Shulin. Instructor Meng, nice to meet you. Yin Weimin promptly greeted again. Teacher Yin, you've truly taught an exemplary student. Song Yin rendered outstanding service this time, Hui said with a hearty laugh. What service could he possibly have rendered? Yin Weimin reflexively responded. Hui's expression instantly darkened. Teacher Yin, what do you mean by that? Just 3 days ago, student Song Yin assisted our police force in apprehending 2 Class A fugitives. That can't be possible. Yin Weimin's face was etched with skepticism, an attitude that visibly displeased Hui. Mind your attitude, Teacher Yin. Zhu Hongcheng barked with a dark expression, inwardly annoyed at Yin Weimin's lack of tact. Hui's face hardened instantly as he grabbed his briefcase, pulling out a bulging craft envelope and a certificate. He waved them in front of Yin Weimin with a cold smirk. This is an 80,000 yuan award for Song Yin, and this is a commendation certificate issued by the Municipal Bureau. We've already discussed with Principal Zhu, Song Yin will be publicly recognized before the entire school, awarded this prize money and certificate. Hearing that Song Yin was not only receiving 80,000 yuan, but would also be publicly commended in front of the whole school, made Yin Weimin deeply uncomfortable. His mind raced. One Song Yin was held up as a role model. The school would undoubtedly use him for positive publicity. Expelling him afterward would be next to impossible. The thought alone made him clench his teeth. Turning to Zhu Hongcheng, he said sharply, Principal, I must report something to you. Song Yin is an utterly disgraceful student. The moment these words left his mouth, Zhu Hongcheng's expression darkened, his fury flaring. As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public. Just as he was planning to make Song Yin an exemplary figure, here was Yin Weimin digging up dirt on the boy. Was this deliberate sabotage? So he quickly said, Teacher Yin, whatever you have to say can wait. Right now, I'm going to gather all the teachers and students to publicly commend Song Yin in front of the whole school. Chapter 20, Drawing Another Divine Ability. But now, Yin Weimin was as stubborn as a mule, completely ignoring Zhu Hongcheng's dissuasion, and declared loudly, Principal, I believe a bad student like Song Yin doesn't deserve to be publicly commended in front of the entire school. Yin Weimin, Zhu Hongcheng's voice suddenly rose several decibels, and his gaze at Yin Weimin carried an unmistakable threat. But Yin Weimin still stubbornly held his neck stiff, his face flushing crimson. Principal, listen to me. This student Song Yin not only disrespects teachers, but is also prone to fighting and has ties with delinquents. I could tolerate all that, but today he went too far. He actually placed a pile of feces in my lectern drawer. It's absolutely lawless. Such a person is a malignant tumor through and through. How could he possibly deserve public praise? Hearing Yin Weimin list Song Yan's alleged crimes, Zhu Hongcheng's face turned ashen, and he too felt that placing feces in the lectern drawer was going too far. However, given that the boy was Bureau Chief Song's nephew, he turned to Song Yin and asked, Song Yin, is what Teacher Yin said true? Song Yin shook his head and replied, Principal Zhu, everything Teacher Yin said is pure conjecture. First, in both fights, others provoked me first. One was initiated by Shui Yuancheng. You can investigate if you don't believe me. The second time, it was some delinquents who came after me, and I was forced to defend myself. Teacher Han, Sha can testify to that. Yet Teacher Yin concluded, I must be associating with delinquents just because of this. His reasoning was, why would those delinquents target you and not others? If I had to guess, those delinquents were probably hired by Shui Yuansheng. As for disrespecting teachers, I disagree with that accusation even more. It's simply because Teacher Yin misunderstood, and I defended myself with a few words. There's no school rule or law that states when a teacher falsely accuses and slanders a student, the student can't defend themselves, right? One last thing, the feces in the teacher's desk drawer definitely wasn't placed there by me. But Teacher Yin insists that since I was the last one to leave the classroom yesterday, it must have been me who put it there. That reasoning is far-fetched, don't you think? Furthermore, I also want to report Teacher Yin to the principal. He's arbitrary and hot-tempered, freely accusing and slandering students, treating top and bottom students differently. What's worse, he drives students out into the hallway during class and physically punishes them. That's all I have to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yin bowed respectfully to the principal. Thank you, principal, for giving me the chance to explain myself. Meanwhile, Yin Weimin, standing to the side, grew livid with rage upon hearing Song Yan's words. Song Yin, this is nothing but excuses, he spat. You're spouting nonsense. Song Yin couldn't be bothered to respond to Yin Weimin's accusations anymore. From the expressions and attitudes of Yin Weimin and Song Yin, Zhu Hongsheng could almost conclude that this was entirely Yin Weimin's unreasonable behavior. Disappointed to the extreme, he decided that once Yin Weimin finished teaching this graduating class, he would strip him of his position as homeroom teacher. Principal Zhu, let me say something fair and square. Hu suddenly spoke up. Director Hu, please go ahead. Zhu Hongsheng promptly responded. Hu puffed out his chest and said, First of all, I believe a student who dares to step forward and confront criminals despite personal danger couldn't possibly have terrible character, no matter how bad people say he is. Secondly, after listening to Song Yan's detailed account, which was reasonable and well-founded, my years of experience as a police officer tell me he's speaking the truth. On the other hand, Teacher Yan's behavior is utterly ridiculous. Simply because Song Yan was the last to leave the classroom, you concluded that he was the one who put feces in the drawer? Even we police need thorough investigation and evidence before identifying a suspect. What ground do you have to insist it was Song Yan? Did you see it happen yourself? Or did someone witness it? None of the above. At this point, Hui let out a cold laugh. Student Song Yan is absolutely right. Teacher Yan's personality is far too arbitrary. Thankfully, my child isn't in his class. I genuinely worry he might corrupt my kid's education otherwise. Hearing Hui reprimand him so harshly, Yin Weimin nearly fainted from rage. Zhu Hongsheng, however, was taken aback. Why would Hui defend Song Yan so vigorously? Did he also know about Song Yan's background? This realization led him to a decision. Yin Weimin, I believe you're no longer suited to serve as homeroom teacher. From now on, you'll only handle subject teaching duties. As for the homeroom position, I'll appoint someone else. Principal, you? Yin Weimin never expected Zhu Hongsheng would remove him from his position as homeroom teacher. Get out, Zhu Hongsheng barked sternly. Yes. With a woebegone expression, Yin Weimin staggered dejectedly toward the office door. But as he passed by Song Yin, two venomous flashes ignited in his eyes as he shot the boy a murderous glare. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined losing his homeroom teacher position because of some inferior student. The school broadcast suddenly sounded with the principal's voice, calling all teachers and students to assemble on the playground. Soon, over 2,000 teachers and students gathered on the playground. Then, the principal took the microphone and mounted the podium, announcing in a loud voice, Teachers and students, I've gathered everyone here to share some good news. Just last Saturday, at 10 p.m., our very own Song Yan from this school. Upon hearing that Song Yan had assisted the police in capturing two high-profile fugitives, most of the crowd showed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Now, let us welcome Deputy Director Hu Yi from the Xuefu District Police Station to the stage for his speech. Well prepared, Hu Yi took the microphone and stepped onto the podium. delivering a lengthy speech that lasted a full 10 minutes before finally announcing, "Now let's welcome student Song Yin to the stage to receive his prize money and award certificate." Under the gaze of thousands of students, Song Yin stepped onto the podium. "Classmate Song Yin, could you share with everyone how you captured the wanted criminal?" Who he asked with a beaming smile. All right, so Song Yin briefly recounted the events of that night, though naturally omitting certain details. For instance, the hostage Xiang Feifei was referred to simply as a girl, and the two fugitives he knocked out were described as being subdued through cooperation with the police. Among the student crowd, Xiang Feifei stood beside Song Shui. As Song Shui watched her cousin standing confidently on the podium, she suddenly realized he wasn't as timid as she'd thought. He had actually dared to fight fugitives. Noticing Song Shui's expression, Xiang Feifei couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking to herself, "Just you wait, Shui. There's more where that came from." Next, Hu Yi and Meng Shulin personally presented Song Yin with 80,000 yuan in cash and a certificate of commendation for his bravery in upholding justice. After stepping off the stage, Song Yin couldn't wait to check the system interface, where he discovered to his ecstatic surprise that his fame points had suddenly skyrocketed to 1,129. The principal then delivered a concluding speech, advocating for everyone to learn from Song Yan's exemplary spirit. Of course, while some students admired and praised Song Yan for this incident, others felt jealousy and envy. Shui Yuancheng was one of them, and so was Zhang Tianran. Seeing Song Yin steal the limelight made him particularly uncomfortable. Chapter 21. Mastering the Skill. Yesterday, when Xiang Feifei actively sought out Song Yin to talk in the cafeteria, a group of boys crowded around him as soon as he returned to the classroom. Today, as Song Yin just stepped back into the classroom, not only did the boys gather around him, but even the girls did too. Teenage girls around 16 or 17 often have a hero complex. In their eyes, a student who only knows how to fight is a troublemaker. But helping the police capture a wanted criminal, that makes someone a hero. Song Yin, tell us again how you subdued that wanted criminal, and how many moves did it take? Song Yin, were you scared at that moment? All right, Song Yin, you didn't get hurt, did you? Facing the barrage of questions from the girls, Song Yin felt his head was about to explode. That guy really stole the show, one of the boys gathered around Zhang Tianran said enviously. Just momentary luck for a small-minded person, Zhang Tianran snorted coldly. The class bell rang. Song Yin quickly seized the excuse of attending class to escape. Facing this group of extremely curious girls was even more exhausting than fighting someone. Just back at his seat, Li Lei's chubby face leaned in again. Song Yin, you're treating today. Sure. Thinking of the 80,000 yuan prize he'd won, Song Yin agreed readily. Let's eat at Splendid Hotel, Li Lei immediately added. No way. Song Yin shot Li Lei an outright buy-in eye roll. Splendid was a 5-star hotel. The food there wasn't necessarily any better, but the prices were outrageously expensive. He had no intention of wasting money playing the sucker. Stingy old rooster, Li Lei grumbled with dissatisfaction. Let's pick a place to eat near the school, and I'll cover your meals for a week, Song Yin replied. Haha, how can I possibly accept? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Lei immediately broke into a grin. Genesis Divine Realm had just launched, and he needed to grind levels every day after school. With Song Yin covering his meals for a week, the money saved could buy him 2 extra pieces of equipment. Before obtaining the ring system, Song Yin had poor grades and kept a low profile. Among his classmates, Li Lei was the only one he really got along with. 5 minutes in a class period, with Chinese literature being the first lesson, Yin Weimin still hadn't arrived. Everyone felt puzzled, except for Song Yin, who understood that Yin must have been demoralized after being stripped of his homeroom teacher position by the principal. However, someone like him hardly deserved sympathy. Only after 10 minutes did Yin Weimin finally enter the classroom with a gloomy face. The moment he approached the lectern, his brows furrowed, and he shouted at a boy sitting in the corner, Wang Ziming, take that drawer out to clean it. Wang Ziming was also an underachiever, physically robust, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, yet inexplicably timid. He'd burst into tears even if a young girl scolded him, let alone boys. Yes, Teacher Yin, Wang Ziming silently stood up and walked toward the podium. Yin Weimin had precisely counted on Wang Ziming's timid nature and unwillingness to resist, which was why he assigned this task to him. Watching Wang Ziming wordlessly carry the drawer out of the classroom, Song Yan's eyes flickered with recognition. Wang Ziming's situation bore some resemblance to his own. He also had no parents. He had been found by his grandmother while she was collecting trash, and every day after school, he would join her to scavenge. Because of this, he had earned himself a nickname, King of Trash. Yin Weimin was in a bad mood. He told everyone to review on their own and just sat on his chair spacing out, occasionally casting resentful glances at Song Yin. At noon, Song Yin and Li Lei went to a relatively upscale restaurant near the school. They ordered 5 or 6 dishes and enjoyed a satisfying meal. After eating, Song Yin made an excuse to send Li Lei away and headed to the small grove on campus. There, he pulled up the system interface and began the lottery draw. This time, he won a divine ability of the same caliber as photographic memory, mastery through comprehensive understanding. Once he activated the melting comprehension divine ability, his understanding and computational capabilities would increase dozens of times over the next 2 hours. Though Song Yin was an art student, even the humanities track included subjects like algebra, physics, and chemistry. With only 75 points in mental energy, his comprehension and calculation skills were below average at best. Thus, the melting comprehension ability couldn't have come at a better time. Before he knew it, school was over. While cleaning the classroom, Song Yin received a call from his uncle, summoning him home for dinner. But before heading there, he stopped by the mall. He spent 2,000 yuan to buy 2 cartons of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor for his uncle and another 2,000 on a dress for his aunt. Though she was often harsh with him, at least she hadn't skimped on his living expenses. After some thought, Song Yin went to the jade counter and spent 6,000 yuan to buy a jade Buddha necklace for Song Shui. Ah Yin, you're back. The one who opened the door for Song Yin was his uncle, Song Shiais. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the gifts in Song Yan's hand, and his brows slightly furrowed. Why did you buy these things? Song Yan's expression tightened as he explained, I helped the police catch 2 wanted criminals, and they rewarded me some money. So I bought these gifts to show my filial respect for you and Annie. All right, come in then. Save that money for college. Don't waste it on frivolous things. Got it, uncle. Song Yin quickly nodded in response. Tonight's dinner was unusually lavish, and Aunt kept putting food on Song Yan's plate, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. After dinner, Uncle called Song Yin into the study to give him some instructions and told him to stay at home for the night instead of returning to school. He had a performance at the coffee shop in the evening. There was no way he could stay. Using the excuse that he had left his textbooks and study materials in the dorm and needed to review, his uncle didn't insist further. For the first time ever, Annie saw him to the door and praised him. It seemed the gifted clothing had made some impact. Yang Yanli had high standards. Before dinner, she had already inspected the branded clothes Song Yin bought her, worth at least 2,000 yuan. Adding the cigarettes, alcohol, and the jade Buddha for Song Shui, he must have spent at least 10,000 yuan. This made her feel that Song Yin wasn't an ungrateful person after all. Because of this, her attitude toward him had softened. Song Yin hurried back to his dormitory to change clothes before rushing off to the coffee shop. He had already asked the system, Sprite Meow Wu, and found out that the next lottery draw would actually require 2,000 fame points. After the lottery, his reputation points were still at 929, meaning there was still a gap of over 1,000 points. Earning over 1,000 chi points isn't something that comes easily. Without major opportunities to stand out, one might not even gather that amount in an entire month. Similarly, before Song Yin arrived, the cafe was already packed to capacity. His gaze swept over the crowd of guests, but he didn't spot Xiang Fei. For some reason, his heart sank with disappointment. After the performance ended, Zheng Yun, the same person who had approached him yesterday, came up to him again. She handed him a registration form to fill out and informed him that the Xiangqing piano competition would begin on the 15th of this month. In the days that followed, Song Yan's life became incredibly fulfilling. Attending school, listening to music online, performing piano at the cafe, and returning to his dorm at night to study by utilizing his newfound abilities, photographic memory, and profound comprehension. With the help of these 2 divine abilities, He felt his academic performance was steadily improving every day. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that after principal removed Yin Weimin as the homeroom teacher, the one who replaced him was none other than the beautiful Han Sha. This made all the students in Class 9 extremely happy. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the monthly exam. Having prepared for so long, Song Yin couldn't help but stretch his arms and rub his hands in eager anticipation. Chapter 22. Full Marks Essay. Teacher's Office. Yin Weimin called his old friend, Li Yuqing, outside the office. "Lao Yin, what's the matter?" Li Yuqing asked, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Yin Weimin's predicament. With just over 2 months left until the thesis defense, Yin had unexpectedly been stripped of his position as homeroom teacher, a role that came with significantly higher salaries and bonuses compared to regular subject teachers. "While you're proctoring our class later, keep an eye on a student named Song Yin. I suspect he might cheat," Yin Weimin said with a dark expression. Since monthly exams determine class rankings, the supervision was strict and proctors were swapped between classes to ensure fairness. The conflict between Yin Weimin and Song Yin had long been the gossip among teachers, so Li Yuqing was already aware of their bet. "Lao Yin, why trouble yourself like this? Just let go of that wager with him." "No." Yin Weimin's face twisted with venom. "That little bastard poured feces into my desk drawer and cost me my job as homeroom teacher. Unless I drive him out of this school, I'll never rest easy." Li Yuqing knew there was no use saying anything more, so he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on him. If he cheats, I'll disqualify him from the exam." "Good, thank you, old Li," Yin Weimin said gratefully. As soon as morning self-study ended, the students voluntarily took the textbooks and materials from their desks and placed them on both sides of the podium. "Song Yin, are you sure about this?" Li Lei was quite worried for Song Yin. If he couldn't score at least 120 points in the Chinese exam this time, he would voluntarily drop out. "Don't worry, I never do things I'm unsure about." Song Yin smiled confidently. With the help of his two extraordinary abilities, photographic memory and comprehensive understanding, his academic performance was skyrocketing every day. "That's good. Otherwise, I'd lose my free meal ticket if you dropped out," Li Lei said, seemingly relieved. "Get lost," Song Yin retorted. As the class bell rang, 2 invigilators, one male and one female, almost simultaneously stepped into the classroom. Li Yuqing stood at the podium, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the students, then suddenly spoke. "Could Song Yin please stand up?" "Did you need something, teacher?" Song Yin rose hesitantly, puzzled. "I just wanted to see what the famous Song Yin looks like." "All right, you can sit down now," Li Yuqing revealed, a faint smile. Song Yin sat back down somewhat gloomily, wondering what trick Li Yuqing had up his sleeve. Li Yuqing reiterated the exam rules and sternly declared that anyone caught cheating would be disqualified from the test. After the exam papers were handed out, Song Yin silently recited in his heart, "Activate the mastery comprehension ability." To ensure absolute certainty in this exam, he had deliberately saved his mastery assimilation ability last night, reserving it specifically for use during the test. A sudden lightness filled Song Yan's mind as he felt mastery assimilation activate. His eyes flickered across the exam paper, swiftly scanning the questions, and he gave a slight start. This Chinese language test was noticeably more difficult than any previous one. Yin Weimin must have gone to great lengths trying to get me expelled from school, he thought grimly. He was certain that Yin Weimin had played no small part in designing this unusually challenging test. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Yin Weimin," he murmured, "you're doomed to be disappointed." Picking up his pen, Song Yin began working on the test questions. Thanks to his photographic memory, he had accumulated vast literary knowledge during this period. He could recite word for word all textbooks and key points from middle school through college. At Yin Weimin's request, Li Yuqing paid special attention to Song Yin. Half an hour of the exam passed in the blink of an eye. Not noticing anything unusual about Song Yin, who kept his head down answering questions, Li Yuqing had an idea and strode over to stand before him. Song Yin merely glanced at him before ignoring him completely. At this moment, he was working on a classical Chinese essay question. This classical Chinese passage wasn't from their textbook, nor was it from any reviewed materials. Without activating his newly acquired comprehensive mastery ability, even with his vast accumulated knowledge, Song Yin would have struggled. But now, with crystal clarity of mind, he read through the ancient text once and effortlessly translated it into modern vernacular in his head. He then began answering the questions, scratching out his responses swiftly as he completed the entire major essay section in one go. Li Yucheng, who had been watching him answer the questions closely, couldn't help but feel startled inside. Whether it was translating classical Chinese into vernacular or interpreting the implied meaning, Song Yin answered everything flawlessly. Is this really the level of a poor student? He began to feel worried for Yin Weimin. Then his eyes quickly scanned the other questions Song Yin had already answered. After reviewing them, he couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Every single one was correct. 20 minutes into watching Song Yin tackle the test, he had already completed all the questions except for the essay. Now Li Yucheng was certain that Yin Weimin was bound to lose, though he was somewhat curious about what kind of essay Song Yin could write. The topic for this composition was on literature and character. After briefly skimming the prompt, Song Yin immediately began writing. Seeing this, Li Yucheng thought to himself, "This kid's quite confident, doesn't even worry about going off topic." All the knowledge Song Yin had absorbed through his photographic memory flowed through his mind like a stream. Under the mastery of his integrating comprehension ability, it coalesced into beautifully crafted sentences rich with profound meaning, flowing like clouds and water, natural and unforced, a masterpiece of writing. Li Yucheng was at a loss for words to describe the essay Song Yin had written. In less than 20 minutes, an exquisite 800-word composition was finished. Throughout the process, Song Yin didn't pause to think, didn't hesitate for a moment, and didn't make a single typo. Amazing. Truly amazing. Li Yucheng couldn't help but praise. If he were to grade it, he believed this essay deserved nothing less than full marks. Li Yucheng's sudden exclamation in the classroom, where only the soft scratching of pens could be heard, sounded particularly abrupt. For a moment, countless eyes turned toward him. "What are you looking at? Focus on answering the questions," Li Yucheng admonished quietly, then strode toward the podium, though inwardly he couldn't help worrying for his old friend. When the exam ended, Li Yucheng and Yin Weimin ran into each other in the office. With an anxious expression, Yin Weimin asked, "How did it go, old Li? Did that little bastard cheat?" Li Yucheng hesitated slightly and said, "Old Yin, if you go cancel the bet with Song Yin now, there's still time. Otherwise, once the results come out, you'll definitely lose." Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Yin Weimin's eyes. "What do you mean by that, old Li?" Sigh. Li Yucheng sighed again lightly. "I've already reviewed Song Yin's test paper. Apart from the essay section, he answered everything correctly, and his essay was exceptionally well written. If I were grading it, I'd give it full marks. Even if another teacher graded it, they'd probably only deduct 1 or 2 points at most as a formality. How was that possible? This monthly exam's questions were at least 50% harder than usual. How could he have gotten them all right?" Yin Weimin exclaimed in disbelief. "Old Yin, I've said all there is to say. What you do next is up to you. I'm off to the bathroom." Li Yucheng patted Yin Weimin's shoulder and walked away, shaking his head. Left behind, Yin Weimin's face alternated between green and red with emotion. As the day's examinations concluded, students streamed out of the school, while teachers remained to grade the test papers. Suddenly, a female teacher grading essays couldn't help clapping her hands. "This composition is truly exceptional, profound in meaning, and beautifully phrased." This female teacher was named Lu Yumei, the homeroom teacher of University Class 1, notoriously strict with students and merciless when grading exam papers. Now she was actually praising a student's essay so highly, the other teachers found it utterly surprising. "Teacher Yin, isn't Teacher Lu grading your class's exam papers?" A male teacher chuckled. "Congratulations. For an essay from your class to earn such praise from Teacher Lu is truly remarkable." Hearing this, Yin Weimin didn't feel pleased at all. Instead, a bad premonition arose in him. Could that essay possibly be Song Yin's work? Li Yucheng glanced at Yin Weimin and shook his head inwardly. He could say with certainty that the essay Lu Yumei was raving about absolutely belonged to Song Yin. Chapter 23, Revisiting the Alley. Any essay that could earn Liu Yumei's praise must be extraordinary, so the other teachers immediately set aside their work and gathered to read it. Teacher Mi Xiehong, the first to finish reading, nodded approvingly. Excellent. This essay is truly well written. It deserves full marks. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the rest of the test paper and suddenly froze. Every objective question was answered correctly. If this essay received full marks too, this student would achieve a perfect 150 points. She remarked somewhat sourly to Yin Weimin. Teacher Yin, your student is truly remarkable. The foundational questions were quite difficult, yet answered flawlessly. No way. The other teachers could hardly believe it. They passed the exam paper around, and after reviewing it, each couldn't help but gasp in admiration, praising how exceptionally talented this student was. Even they, as teachers, might not have been able to achieve a perfect score on such an exam. Yet Yin Weimin, who was being praised, couldn't find any joy in it. Eventually, the exam paper made its way to him, and a colleague asked if he could identify the student by their handwriting. The moment Yin Weimin saw the writing on the paper, he felt as though he'd swallowed a fly. There was no doubt it was Song Yan's handwriting. The neatly penned characters were firm, yet carried a hint of elegance, the only trait of Song Yan's that he had ever commended. Did Teacher Yin figure out who it was? The other teachers pressed further with their questions. I can't tell, Yin Weimin coldly said, then shoved the test papers back into the teacher's arms and buried himself in grading. Yet he couldn't calm his mind. Would he really have to bow and apologize to that little bastard in front of everyone? At this thought, his face twisted into something savage and distorted. The other teachers who noticed this scene were somewhat puzzled. Why was Teacher Yin making such a face when his own student had achieved excellent results? Only Li Yucheng, who knew the inside story, sighed to himself. With the monthly exam over, a weight had been lifted from Song Yan's mind. Now, all that remained was to wait for the results to be announced, so Yin Weimin could apologize in front of the entire class. As he walked to the cafe, Song Yin pondered. It had been a while since he last visited the martial arts gym. With tomorrow being a day off, it might be a good idea to go there and train. The only downside was that he hadn't run into Zhao Fengyang during his last two visits. Otherwise, he could have sparred with him. Although Zhao Fengyang was the gym owner, he rarely showed up there. The gym was managed by his senior disciple, Hiyong, while Zhao himself took a few other disciples to work as stunt performers. He as the martial arts director, and his disciples as the stuntmen. Just arrived at the coffee shop, Inger asked him to go to the office. The boss lady wanted to see him. Sujia, I heard you were looking for me. After spending this time together, Song Yin had already figured out Su Meier's personality. Carefree, but with a bit of a girlish temper. In short, she was willful. You haven't played any new original pieces these past few days. Can you perform one tonight? Su Meier murmured softly. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with dark blue jeans, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure, quite eye-catching. Though Song Yin didn't consider himself a lecherous man, he couldn't help stealing a couple more glances. Faced with the mesmerizing charm of Su Meier, Song Yin couldn't possibly refuse. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll play an original piece later then." 8 o'clock. The moment Song Yin sat down at the piano, applause broke out in the shop. After these days of performances, at least 90% of the regular customers had become his fans. He quickly stood up and bowed to the audience. Next, I'll dedicate this piece called A Walk in the Rain to all of you, he said. Thank you for your support. I'd also like to dedicate this song to our beautiful shop owner. My thanks for paying my salary. Hearing Song Yan's words, many people smiled, and even Su Meier, who had just stepped out of the office, couldn't help but curl her lips into a smug smirk as she muttered, "This kid is getting slicker with his sweet talk." Joyful notes of music flowed from Song Yan's fingertips, transforming into delightful melodies that drifted into everyone's ears and hearts. Walking in the Rain is a rather cheerful piece, like strolling down a shady path, or even wandering freely in a light drizzle. After listening to this stroll in the rain, Su Meier couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. While this piece wasn't as impressive as the 3 original compositions Song Yin had played earlier, it was still a top-tier work. She had studied his previous 3 pieces, each belonging to a different genre, and now with this one, it made 4 distinct styles. Most composers tend to specialize in certain types of music. Some excel at melancholy tunes, others at joyful melodies, while some favor classical or modern styles. If all 4 of these pieces were truly written by this young man himself, he would undoubtedly be a versatile composer. To compose so many pieces at such a young age, while also possessing master-level performance skills, wasn't that just ridiculously talented? To be honest, she even felt a bit jealous of him. She loved the piano and listening to piano music, but her own playing skills were embarrassingly poor. When the performance ended and it was time to settle the payment, Su Meier directly handed Song Yin 400 yuan. "Thank you for the tip, Sister Su," Song Yin said with a grin. He didn't decline because he knew it would upset her. After exchanging a few words, Song Yin bid farewell and headed back to his dormitory. Passing by the alley where Fei Fei had previously been abducted, he instinctively glanced inside. That glance met a pair of cold, piercing eyes. It was a woman. The alley was too dim to make out her features clearly. At that moment, she was leaning against the wall, one hand clutching her abdomen while the other gripped a dagger. "Get lost." The other person's voice sounded slightly hoarse. Song Yin furrowed his brows slightly, but ultimately said nothing. If his guess was correct, the woman was likely injured. He caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. However, it was clear she wasn't an ordinary person, so he couldn't be bothered to involve himself further. He had barely walked 100 meters when 4 burly men in black suits and sunglasses rushed past him. "She's badly injured and couldn't have gone far. Search the area carefully." Song Yin paused his steps, but quickly continued walking. He had a premonition that the 4 men dressed like bodyguards were likely heading for the woman in the alley. After taking a few more steps, Song Yin suddenly turned and sprinted back toward the alley. By the time he reached the alley's entrance, the fight was already over. All 4 bodyguards lay motionless on the ground, their condition unknown, while the woman knelt half upright. Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind whistled past as Song Yin instinctively dodged to the side. A dagger grazed his nose with terrifying precision. Had he reacted even a fraction slower, the blade would have buried itself in his face. A cold sweat broke across his skin, but beneath the shock burned a surge of fury. Looking up, he saw the woman collapse in the alley after throwing the dagger, as if she had lost consciousness. This woman is being chased. Should I help her? But she's clearly not an ordinary person. If I step in, might I bring trouble upon myself? Besides, she's no saint either. Just a moment ago, she nearly took my life. Song Yin was torn between 2 conflicting thoughts, but ultimately decided to take the woman away from the scene first. Chapter 24. Seen completely naked. As Song Yin entered the alley, his eyes swept over the 4 bodyguards and noticed a bloody gash on each of their necks. When he checked their breathing with his fingers, his heart sank. All 4 were dead. Undoubtedly, the mysterious woman had killed them. A chill instantly shot up from his feet, spreading through his entire body. He hesitated. How could he save someone so ruthless, who had killed 4 men in the blink of an eye? He himself had nearly died by her hand. Saving her might mean bringing home nothing but disaster. Forget it. I shouldn't get involved. Let's go. Song Yin turned and walked away, but after a few steps, he couldn't shake his unease. The woman was already gravely injured. If she fell into her enemy's hands, her fate would be tragic indeed. Besides, given how badly hurt she was, she probably couldn't harm him even if she wanted to. With that thought, he paused once more inside. Fine, guess I'll play the good guy this time. Muttering to himself, Song Yin approached the unconscious woman and reached for her arm, intending to straighten her curled-up body before carrying her away. But at that moment, the woman abruptly opened her eyes, a flash of cold steel radiating lethal intent as it darted straight for Song Yan's throat. Humph! Song Yin let out a cold snort, retreating slightly before launching 2 swift kicks. One kick sent the dagger flying from the woman's hand, while the other struck her chest. With a muffled groan, she was flung into the alley, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness once again. Damn it, good thing I was prepared, or I'd be joining those 4 bodyguards in the afterlife. Heart still pounding, Song Yin patted his chest and strode forward, his gaze landing on the woman's face. The dim light revealed only a blurred outline, but blood trickled from both corners of her mouth. His earlier kick to her chest had carried at least 70% of his full strength. Cautiously, he tested to confirm she was truly unconscious before bending down to pick her up. Darting out of the alley, he scanned his surroundings and sighed in relief when he realized no one had noticed. A sudden thought struck him, and his eyes returned to the woman. What he saw made him pause. Her face was deathly pale with traces of blood at her lips, yet it possessed a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, so pretty yet so vicious when killing. What a waste of such a face." Song Yin had encountered several stunning beauties before: Teacher Han Sha, Xiang Feifei, and the proprietress Su Meyer. Teacher Han Sha was refined, kind, and graceful. Xiang Feifei was noble, intelligent, and highly talented, while Su Meyer was the kind of alluring, peaches and cream mature beauty. Among the three, Xiang Feifei's looks were slightly superior, with Teacher Han Sha and Su Meyer being equally matched. But if judged by sheer allure and attraction to Song Yin, Su Meyer was his clear favorite. But the beauty of this mysterious woman before him surpassed even Xiang Feifei's by half a measure. What a pity she kills without batting an eye. Carrying the woman in his arms, Song Yin walked carefully to avoid crowds. Returning to the school dormitory was out of the question, leaving him with only one option: checking into a hotel. The woman wore leather pants, a leather jacket, and tall riding boots, none of which had pockets. After searching thoroughly, Song Yin found no identification or wallet on her. Worried, he opted for a rundown motel instead of a proper hotel. Remembering the suggestive look the landlady gave him when he paid, plus her offer to sell him condoms, Song Yin flushed red with embarrassment. After placing the woman on the bed, his gaze lingered on her. A quick scan filled him with slight regret. Her face was strikingly beautiful, but unfortunately, she was as flat as a board. Withdrawing his gaze, Song Yin took a brief look around the small hotel room. Aside from the bed, there wasn't much space, though it did come with a toilet and a shower. An old-fashioned color TV sat at the side of the bed. Should I head back to school, or wait until she wakes up? He mused idly. Suddenly, a series of suggestive sounds drifted in from the next room. Even if one hasn't tasted pork, they've surely seen a pig run. Of course, Song Yin knew exactly what those noises meant. What annoyed him was that at first, the voice had deliberately been restrained, but it grew louder and louder. Bastards! Song Yin cursed under his breath and turned on the TV with the remote. The sound from the TV drowned out the noise next door, and Song Yin let out a slight sigh of relief as his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. During this time, Song Yin checked on the woman multiple times, only to find her still unconscious, leaving him no choice but to wait patiently. Before he knew it, his eyelids grew heavier, and he eventually fell asleep in the chair. Not long after he drifted off, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, her gaze turned sharp and alert. She sat up abruptly and spotted Song Yin in the chair. Instantly, a flash of killing intent flickered in her eyes. She moved from the bed to stand before him with lightning speed, her hand darting toward his throat, aiming to crush his windpipe in one swift motion. But just as her fingers were about to touch his skin, hesitation flashed in her eyes. She knew if it weren't for this young man bringing her to this inn, she likely would have already been captured by the enemies sent after her. 你打伤了我，但也救了我。我饶你不死，我们之间善意比勾销。女子轻声说了句，身形一晃，就从窗口窜了出去。不知睡了多久，宋燕醒来，下意识往床上看去，发现那女子居然不见了，心中顿时一惊，暗怪自己大意，怎么就睡着了呢？如果那女子醒来要杀自己，还不是手到擒来？掏出手机一看，已经是凌晨1点，宿舍大门已关，回去是不可能了，干脆就在这小旅馆内将就一次。宋燕睡觉前有冲凉的习惯，脱掉衣服裤子，她径直走进了那狭窄的浴室，快速冲洗一番，她抖掉身上的水渍， 光着身子走出。至于为什么不用毛巾，那是他对小旅馆的卫生不放心。只是刚走出浴室，他忽然愣住了，因为房间内多了个人。那个离开的女子去而复返了，并冷眼盯着他。你怎么回来了？宋燕连忙捂住了关键部位，有些结巴的道：我想回就回，需要向你报告吗？还有，我对你丑陋的身体没兴趣，不用捂得那么紧。女子冷冷道。不过在说话间，她还是将脑袋扭到一旁，苍白的脸上浮现出一抹淡淡的红晕。丑陋？宋燕很是不满，在长期锻炼之下，她的身上可说没有一分肥肉，肌肉线条明显而有光泽。不过在这种情况下，她也懒得和那女人争论，抓起床上的衣裤回到浴室。等宋燕重新出来，已经是穿戴整齐。你是杀手吗？宋燕有些好奇地问站在窗口的女子。不该问的不要多问，女子冷冷道。听着女子生冷的回答，宋燕心中更加不满，讥笑道：你就是这样对待救命恩人的？ You're asking for death。 女子眸光一寒，一个转身，跨步就来到宋燕面前，一拳快若闪电地打向她的咽喉。第25章颠覆。宋燕的体能可足足有500点，身体本能反应力相当强。女子窜出的瞬间，她就做出反应，提掌画刀，迈步迎上去，砍向对方脖颈，同时右膝上抬，顶向她小腹处。女子有些吃惊，没想到宋燕反应力这般快，下意识止住前窜的身形，往后退去。可他这一退，却给了宋燕机会。融合中等体术后，各种格斗技巧已经凝练到他骨子里。宋燕轻喝一声，连踏前2步，双手翻飞间，一连串的攻击如同狂风暴雨般攻向那女子。因为他知道这女子心狠手辣，所以他不敢有半点留手。在宋燕的攻击下，女子节节败退，很快就被逼到了墙角。他眼中闪过吃惊的光芒，他万万没想到这个少年的实力会这般强大。如果他没受伤，应该还有50%把握拿下他，但现在他伤势严重，最多能发挥出50%实力，根本就不是对方的对手。因为没有了躲闪的余地，女子只好选择与宋燕硬拼，连续对撞数次。他嘴角开始溢血，小腹处的伤口也崩裂开来，他已经感到鲜血浸透了绷带。宋燕收手后退，傲然地盯着他。不要以为自己有点武力就可以随意屠戮他人，这次算给你点小小的教训。如果下次再敢对我动手，绝不轻饶。听到宋燕的话，女子眼眸中闪过恼怒之色，但最后什么都没说，径直脱掉外面的皮衣，露出那染血的里衣，撕掉部分床单，开始包扎起来。Seeing this, Song Yin felt a bit guilty, as if he were taking advantage of her vulnerability. So he said, "That bandage won't work? It might get infected. Should I go buy you some anti-inflammatory medicine? All the pharmacies on the street are closed by now. Where would you even go?" The woman replied coldly. "All right." Song Yin scratched his head awkwardly. "Then I'll ask the inn's landlady if she has a first aid kit." This time, the woman remained silent. "Madam, do you have a first aid kit here? My friend is injured. Can I use it?" The middle-aged shopkeeper yawned as she looked at Song Yin. Then her expression turned strange. "I do have a first aid kit, but I can't let you use it for free. $50. Fine." Song Yin slapped 50 yuan on the counter. "Wait a moment." The Laobaneng took the money, then pulled out a first aid kit from under the counter and handed it to Song Yin, saying, "Young man, be gentle. Don't go killing anyone." Song Yin was utterly bewildered. He grabbed the first aid kit and hurried toward the room, faintly hearing the Laoban's voice from behind. "Kids these days, so wild. Getting hurt from their games. Do you need any help?" Song Yin handed the first aid kit to the woman and asked politely, He had expected the other party to refuse, but to his surprise, after a few seconds of silence, she said, "You, come and bandage me." Song Yin froze for a moment, then quickly nodded. As a martial artist, injuries were inevitable in training, so he was quite skilled at dressing bruises and external wounds. When he removed the blood-soaked cloth from the woman's abdomen, he couldn't help but be startled. There was a wound nearly 6 inches long, and it appeared to be quite deep. "Your wound is too severe. You should go to the hospital," Song Yin said with a frown. "The people chasing me have powerful connections," the woman replied coldly, though Song Yin could sense her tone had softened slightly. Hearing this, Song Yin understood. Since her pursuers knew she was injured, they would undoubtedly be monitoring hospitals and clinics. Going there would be like walking into a trap. He then carefully cleaned the blood around her wound with distilled water, applied medicinal powder, and finally wrapped it tightly with bandages. "All right, you'd better not engage in any fights during this time, or your wound could reopen at any moment," Song Yin warned. Without a word, the woman simply put her leather jacket back on. As he packed up the first aid kit, Song Yin said, "My name is Song Yin. What's yours?" "I told you, don't ask questions you shouldn't." The woman glared at him coldly. "Fine, keep your secrets if you won't tell me." Song Yin pursed his lips and picked up the first aid kit, intending to return it to the landlady. At 6 in the morning, Song Yin woke up in the chair and saw the woman still asleep. He quietly left the room, bought breakfast from a nearby shop, and placed it inside. After a moment's thought, he took out 200 yuan and left it beside the meal. As soon as he left, the sleeping woman suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed at the breakfast and money on the chair, her expression unreadable. Back at the dorm, Song Yin slept until noon. Images of the woman flashed through his mind. Although tempted to revisit the inn, he ultimately resisted the urge. He and that woman were practically strangers who happened to meet by chance. Getting involved to this extent was already going above and beyond. If he entangled himself further with her, it might very well bring trouble upon himself or his uncle's family. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Yin headed towards the martial arts school. Although the Zhao family fist martial arts school was primarily a martial arts institution, it also doubled as a gym. Compared to the evenings, the crowd was noticeably thinner in the afternoon. "Song Yin, it's been a while since you last came, hasn't it?" He-Yong greeted him with noticeable warmth. 身为赵凤阳的大弟子，何勇还是学到了真本事的，至少在融合中等体术前，宋燕就不是他对手，但也能缠斗20-30招。至于现在，宋燕有信心在5招内打败他。是啊，这段时间学习比较紧。对了，赵师傅还在拍戏。昨晚我才和师傅通了电话，大概还有1个星期，那部戏就杀青。1个星期倒也不长。宋燕决定等赵凤阳回来，一定要找他切磋切磋。宋燕，你跟我来，我有话跟你说。就在宋燕练了一会儿器械，赵小雨忽然出现。于是他跟着赵小雨来到了办公室，对方示意他把门关上后道：上次那件事我已经打电话告诉我哥，他同意传授你我赵家前的3大绝技，但是你必须拜他为师。拜赵凤阳为师，宋燕是不愿意的，因为他自认为实力不比赵凤阳弱，就算对方强，也强不到哪里去。说不定下次抽奖抽到1个高等体术，分分钟就将他超越。Bowing to someone weaker than himself held no appeal for him. Besides, he'd heard about the martial arts code. Once a master, forever a father-like figure. With the system's assistance, he'd soar to unimaginable heights eventually. Taking on a master would only shackle his progress. Turning to Xiao Yu, he said with a chuckle, "You've got it wrong, Xiao Yujia. That was just a joke I made last time." Song Yin, what do you mean by that? Zhao Xiaoyu's face darkened, her expression brimming with displeasure. Are you refusing to become my brother's disciple? After a brief hesitation, Song Yin nodded in confirmation. Get out. Seeing his nod, Zhao Xiaoyu flew into a rage and pointed at the door, shouting. Song Yin didn't understand why Zhao Xiaoyu was so agitated, so he could only force an awkward smile and leave. Once Song Yin was gone, Zhao Xiaoyu vented her anger at thin air. That bastard Song Yan. I went through all sorts of trouble begging my big brother take you in, and you don't even appreciate it? You've really pissed me off. Chapter 26. Challenging the Dojo. Song Yan had no idea why Zhao Xiaoyu was so angry. After pondering for a while without any clues, he simply gave up trying to figure it out. Walking over to the equipment area, he loaded the maximum weight onto the barbell and began doing bench presses. He completed over a dozen reps without even breaking a sweat. 没劲，如果不是赵凤阳对他有些吸引力，他根本不想再来武馆。这里水馆是我们龙威武馆登门拜访，快来迎接。一个破锣般的嗓子响起，武馆内的众人都好奇望去，看到一个眼神凶狠的高大光头青年正站在武馆大门前，他左脸上有道狭长的伤疤，就好似一只蜈蚣爬在他脸上，为他增添了几分凶狠之气。同时，一个身穿黑色布衫、梳着大背头、背负着双手、颇有气度中年男子迈着碎步走进武馆，在他身后还跟着2名精气神充足的青年男子。看这架势，他们是要踢馆啊！宋燕暗道。何勇带着笑容迎了上去，对着光头青年抱拳道：“在下何勇，赵家前武馆馆士，朋友怎么称呼？”对于何勇的客气，光头青年却不领情，直接骂道：“你算什么东西？让赵凤阳出来迎接我师父！练武之人本就血气方刚，自己以礼相待，对方却恶言相向，是个人都无法忍受。”何勇脸色陡然一沉，冷冷盯着光头青年：“你又算哪根葱，跑到我赵家前武馆来撒野？”骂得好！ The students in the martial arts school, sensing some excitement, quickly gathered together and positioned themselves behind He-Yong. "Damn your mother! How dare you curse at your granddaddy? Take this!" The bald youth roared, swinging his fist straight at He-Yong's face. "Bring it on!" He-Yong narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within, stepping forward boldly as he raised both arms to block the punch, simultaneously kicking sideways at the attacker's shin. Thud, thud, thud! With a series of collision sounds, the two men exchanged several intense blows. The bald youth grunted and stumbled backward several steps, while He-Yong stood firm as a mountain. For a moment, the martial arts school students all cheered for He-Yong, with some even taunting the bald youth. The bald youth's face flushed red with anger as he roared and charged at He-Yong again. The middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle spoke up. "Ah Biao, step back. You're no match for him." "Yes, master." The bald youth obediently retreated. The middle-aged man with slicked-back hair stepped forward with a faint smile, saying, "I am Su Zaishan, master of the Dragon Power Martial Arts School. I've come today specifically to seek instruction from Master Zhao. Might Master Zhao be available? One good turn deserves another." 徐在山表现的这般客气，何勇也客气道：“原来是徐师傅，久仰。家师已经外出有段时间，恐怕要叫徐师傅失望了。出门在外，我看是怕了我师傅，不敢出来见人吧。”徐在山身后的一名青年高声道，脸上带着几分不屑与讥讽：“你说什么？有种再说一次。”何勇面色一沉，盯着那名青年道：“我说赵凤阳是个缩头乌龟，不敢应战。”那名青年一脸挑衅地盯着何勇道：“Young, teach this kid a lesson. Show him who's boss." A student shouted. Most of those who came here to learn martial arts were drawn by Zhao Fengyang's formidable reputation. Upon hearing that punk insult Zhao Fengyang, everyone felt rather uncomfortable about it. "Exactly. Teach him a lesson. Let this brat know the power of our Zhao family fist." Another disciple immediately chimed in. He-Yong raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. The next moment, he stepped forward and fixed his gaze on the young man, saying, "Insulting my master means insulting me. Either apologize or face me in a fight." The young man smirked mockingly. "A coward who hides in a shell doesn't deserve my apology." Frankly, I'm curious to see what kind of disciple such a spineless mentor could produce. You're asking for death. Hearing the repeated insults towards his master, Hyung could no longer contain his fury. Darting forward, he spread his arms wide and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes aimed directly at the young man. The young man didn't fight back. Instead, he used nimble footwork to dodge the attacks while taunting Hyung with provocative remarks. Song Yin, standing in the crowd, pondered thoughtfully. That young man repeatedly provoked and ridiculed Hyung, even going so far as to insult Zhao Fengyang, clearly trying to anger Hyung and make him lose his composure. Song Yin couldn't help but feel disdain for such petty schemes. Sure enough, after more than 10 consecutive attacks failed to land a hit, coupled with his opponent's incessant taunting, Hyung's eyes gradually grew restless with agitation. Calm down, Youngji. He's just trying to provoke you, Song Yin called out when he saw what was happening. Song Yan's reminder struck Hyung with sudden realization, prompting him to slow his assault. Immediately adjusting his approach, he began studying his opponent's footwork, searching for vulnerabilities. Hyung's martial arts skills were already formidable to begin with. Now that he refrained from rash advances and fought steadily, the young man who kept darting around actually found himself at a disadvantage. This scenario somewhat resembled the previous battle between Song Yin and Zhao Xiaoyu. Seeing the situation growing increasingly dire, the young man's eyes revealed a trace of panic. His hatred for Song Yin deepened even further, and soon he resumed hurling insults at Zhao Fengyang, each insult biting harder than the last. Although furious, Hyung didn't take the bait when Song Yin provoked him, maintaining his steady and methodical approach. Finally, unable to restrain himself any longer, the young man clashed with Hyung head-on. Another dozen moves went by, and the young man staggered backward after taking an elbow to the chest from Hyung. All show and no substance, Hyung stood proudly, sneering. Instantly, the young man's face turned ashen and pale. Master Zhao's prized disciple is truly formidable. Jibai, go and seek some pointers for Master He. The middle-aged man with slick back hair said gravely. Shameless, can't beat us one-on-one, so you gang up on us? A student shouted. Nice one. That so-called Dragon Mighty Martial Arts School is all bark and no bite. Might as well rename it the Worm Mighty Martial Arts School. Another student chimed in, cursing along. What did you two just say? Say it again if you've got the guts, and I'll smash your damn eggs. The bald young man glared fiercely, his eyes flashing with menace, roaring at the two students. Hearing this, the two students shrank back, intimidated by the bald youth's imposing manner, and didn't dare say another word. Who dares lay a hand on my martial arts school students? Tired of living, are you? A crisp female voice rang out, followed by Zhao Xiaoyu striding forward as she addressed the bald youth. With a face that ugly, you should be staying at home. How dare you swagger around my family's martial arts school and scare off our students? Get lost immediately. Xiaoyu, you're awesome. Way to go, sis Xiaoyu. That's right, ugly creep, Scram. Ugly freak, you scare the crap out of me. Get lost already. When Zhao Xiaoyu arrived, the students felt as though they had found their pillar of support and immediately began cursing Baldhead. You little bitch, asking for death. The bald young man couldn't contain his rage and charged forward, throwing a punch straight toward Zhao Xiaoyu. Seeing this scene, all the trainees couldn't help but smile. This guy couldn't even defeat Hyung, yet he dared to attack Zhao Xiaoyu on his own initiative. He must be tired of living. Chapter 27. The Prodigy. Inside the Zhao family boxing gym. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward and crashed to the ground. Zhao Xiaoyu defeated the bald youth in just 3 moves. Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted from the Zhao family boxing gym side. Over at the Dragon Might gym, the bald youth and his 2 companions wore gloomy expressions, while Su Zaishan's face also darkened with severity. That girl's kung fu is quite impressive. I am Su Zaishan of Dragon Might Martial Arts School. May I ask your name, young lady? Zhao Xiaoyu stared coldly at the other party. I'm Zhao Fengyang's younger sister, Zhao Xiaoyu. You're here to challenge the dojo, aren't you? My eldest brother isn't here, so if you've got anything to say, bring it to me instead. Su Zaishan laughed and said, Miss Xiaoyu, You truly embody the spirit where women are no less than men in valor. Allow me to learn a few moves from you. Pretentious. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this meaningless talk? Zhao Xiaoyu sneered. Su Zaishan smiled dismissively and gestured with an open hand. After you, Miss Xiaoyu. I'm a host. You are the guest. You make the first move. Zhao Xiaoyu's words instantly drew cheers from the trainees, and even Song Yin couldn't help but nod in agreement. However, a lingering concern nagged at him. Su Zaishan might appear humble and kind on the surface, but something about the man gave him utterly insincere vibes. He was the classic dagger hidden behind a smile type. With Zhao Xiaoyu's blunt and straightforward personality, she might easily fall prey to someone like him. Sure enough, after only 7 or 8 exchanges, Song Yin noticed the telltale signs. Zhao Xiaoyu was relentlessly pressing the attack with overwhelming momentum, while Su Zaishan dodged and occasionally counterattacked. Though seemingly at a disadvantage, Su moved with effortless grace, completely unhurried and in control. Another dozen or so exchanges passed when Su Zaishan, after parrying Zhao Xiaoyu's attack, landed a short punch on her shoulder, sending her flying. At the sight before him, the bald youth's grating voice rang out. Haha, now you know what you're up against, little girl. Did you really think you could handle my master? Why don't you call out that coward Zhao Fengyang, so he can face my master properly? Again, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but fly into a rage. Suppressing the excruciating pain in her shoulder, she charged forward. Su Zaishan's punch had used inner force, and now her entire right arm was barely functional. At that moment, an arm reached out and grabbed Zhao Xiaoyu, pulling her back. Song Yan's voice then rang out. Sister Xiaoyu, let me do it. Can you even do this? Seeing it was Song Yan, Zhao Xiaoyu curled her lips dismissively. Haha. Song Yin laughed boldly. I'm quite confident in dealing with a few petty villains. Be careful. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded and retreated into the crowd. Then, Song Yin stepped forward, confronting Su Zaishan directly. I am Song Yin, an ordinary student of the Zhao family fist martial arts school. Having had the fortune to learn a few moves from Master Zhao, I now wish to seek guidance from Master Su. You're just a brat who hasn't even grown all his hair, yet you dare challenge my master? Go back and drink milk for a few more years, the bald youth sneered contemptuously. Your mouth stinks. You're asking for a beating. Suddenly, Song Yin blurred into a phantom-like streak as he darted forward, appearing before the bald youth in an instant, his palm whistling through the air in a sharp slap. Snap! The slap rang out sharp and clear. With a loud slap, Song Yan's figure blurred as he flashed back to his original spot. He stared mockingly at the bald youth and sneered. If you dare spew filth from your mouth again, I'll knock out those yellow teeth of yours. You! The bald youth opened his mouth to curse again, but Song Yan's sharp glare made him swallow his words, drawing bursts of laughter from the martial arts school students. Even when beating a dog, you must consider its master. Song Yan's rough treatment of the bald youth thoroughly enraged Su Zaishan. Narrowing his small eyes, he said coldly, Young man, your skills are impressive. Let me exchange a few moves with you. Fine, bring it on. Song Yin didn't hold back either. He felt no goodwill whatsoever towards Su Zaishan and his gang. Physical fitness encompasses attributes like speed, explosive power, and strength, all of which Song Yin possessed at 5 times the level of an average person. Thus, when he struck with full force, not only was his speed astonishing, but his strength was equally terrifying. Under his storm-like onslaught, Su Zaishan was forced to retreat step by step, drawing rounds of cheers from the martial arts school students. Zhao Xiaoyu stared fixedly at the figure in the courtyard, her eyes sparkling with amazement. This kid's true strength is actually so formidable, she thought. No wonder he refused to become Big Brother's disciple. His abilities must be at least on par with Big Brother's. Faced with Song Yan's torrential onslaught, Su Zaishan countered with a boxing technique to barely withstand the assault. The more they fought, the more amazed he became. He never expected a teenager to possess such overwhelming strength. Humph! Such intense attacks severely drained his stamina, so Song Yin simultaneously activated both his photographic memory and comprehensive mastery divine abilities. With the assistance of these two extraordinary abilities, After another dozen or so exchanges, he had basically grasped the essence of Su Zishan's fist technique. Break for me. His fist struck like a whirlwind. Su Zishan swung his palms in rapid succession to intercept the fists, but these two punches turned out to be nothing more than feints. You've been tricked, Song Yin smirked disdainfully. His fists dropped low, then shot straight through the gap between Su Zishan's palms like lightning, smashing towards his chest. Bang, bang! Two muffled explosions sounded as Su Zishan groaned and staggered backward, his chest feeling as if waves were churning inside. Just then, Song Yin leaped into the air, his legs lashing out like two high-speed whips in a violent strike. Bang, 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 bang. He unleashed a rapid barrage of 11 kicks in succession. Though Su Zishan managed to block most of them, 3 still hammered into his shoulders and chest with punishing force. Under relentless blows, he finally lost his footing and staggered back several steps. Though he managed to steady himself, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Song Yin, well done. Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout loudly. Song Yin is mighty. The students quickly chimed in as well. Meanwhile, Su Zishan's face turned ashen gray as he clutched his chest, glaring at Song Yin with venomous hatred. Just who the hell are you? Song Yin, just an ordinary student at the Zhao family boxing gym. Song Yin raised a single finger and said slowly, Fine, I'll remember what you've given me today. Farewell. Su Zishan's face darkened as he swung his sleeve and strode toward the school's exit. He had deliberately chosen to strike when Zhao Fengyang was absent, intending to boost the reputation of the Dragon Might Martial Arts School by trampling over Zhao's establishment. Little did he expect a random hero would emerge to thwart his scheme. Master, are we just going to let this go? The bald youth asked indignantly, unwilling to concede defeat. Of course not. Su Zishan sneered. Have someone investigate that kid's background. Daring to interfere with our business, I'll break both his legs. Master, rest assured. Leave this matter to me, the bald young man said with a sinister tone. Though the bastard can fight, I've got numbers on my side. Taking his legs will be child's play. More than just Su Zishan's disciple, he was also the personal bodyguard of an underground boss in Xiangqing and could easily mobilize muscle. Inside the martial arts hall, having defeated Su Zishan, the students all crowded around Song Yin. Song Yin, come with me. Zhao Xiaoyu called out. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu. Song Yin followed Zhao Xiaoyu to the office once more after pleading with the others. Zhao Xiaoyu said in a serious tone, You've done me a great favor today, but I, Zhao Xiaoyu, don't like owing favors to others. Today, I'll teach you the Zhao family's 9-segment breathing technique, along with the tiger leaping step. Upon hearing this, Song Yin was greatly surprised. Is that really possible? Take it or leave it. Only an idiot wouldn't learn, Song Yin responded quickly. Next, Zhao Xiaoyu explained the 9-segment breathing technique to Song Yin. Thanks to his still active abilities of photographic memory and seamless comprehension, Song Yin grasped about 70 to 80% of it after just one explanation from Zhao Xiaoyu. After the second round, he had mastered it completely. Zhao Xiaoyu continued, The 9-segment breathing technique isn't something you can master overnight. It requires consistent practice. Now, let me demonstrate the tiger leap step for you. With those words, Zhao Xiaoyu began to dart, weave, and leap around the office. How much did you remember? Zhao Xiaoyu asked Song Yin after finishing the demonstration. I've memorized it all. Song Yin answered truthfully. Then show me what you've learned. Zhao Xiaoyu sneered, refusing to believe he could master tiger leap steps after just one viewing. All right, Song Yin nodded, but didn't begin immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and mentally rehearsed the movements several times. After a long pause, Song Yin took his first step. Then he began swiftly traversing the office with lightning grace, his figure flowing like electricity. Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes nearly bulged out of her head at the impossible spectacle. Chapter 28 Yin Weimin falls ill. At 3 in the afternoon, Song Yin stepped out of the martial arts hall. Recalling Zhao Xiaoyu's stunned expression, he couldn't help but smirk with a trace of smug satisfaction. Of course, what truly delighted him was obtaining the 2 extraordinary techniques, 9-segment breathing method, and Tiger's leap step. After mastering the Tiger leaping steps, his footwork became far more agile and unpredictable. His speed had noticeably increased as well. As for the 9 sections breathing technique, although he had grasped the key to its cultivation, it required long-term practice to develop inner strength. With a thought, he pulled up the system interface, his gaze falling on the fame value column. The number had already surpassed 1,000, reaching 1,003 points. Suddenly, the system sprite Meow Wu popped up. Host, the system detects that you have learned the skills 9-segment breathing technique and Tiger leaping step. Consuming 500 fame points will directly upgrade the 9-segment breathing technique to perfection, while consuming 100 fame points will fuse the Tiger leaping step with intermediate physical techniques. Would you like to proceed with upgrading and fusion? At Meow's reminder, Song Yin was momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. He hastily said, "Bring the 9-segment breathing technique to mastery and fuse the Tiger leap step with intermediate physical techniques. Begin the enhancement." Initiate merging. Song Yin felt as if he had been struck by electricity, his entire body shuddering violently. Then he sensed an explosive surge of energy gathering in his dantian. He knew instantly this was the internal force forged through the 9-fold breathing technique. At the same time, a new enlightenment blossomed within him, a profound understanding that gave him extraordinary insight into the manipulation of inner energy. Examining the system interface again, he noticed significant new changes. Host, Song Yin. Level 1. Physical strength, 500 points. Mental power, 75 points. Skills, peak intermediate martial arts, internal energy, beginner level, piano virtuoso. Divine abilities, photographic memory, comprehensive mastery. Fame points, 403. Looking at the remaining 403 points of fame value, Song Yin sighed with emotion. This fame really doesn't last long. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today, the monthly exam results would be announced, and Song Yin felt excited. First, it would force Yin Weimin to apologize in front of the entire school, and second, he could harvest some more fame points once the scores were out. Morning self-study was English class. The beautiful teacher Han Sha walked into the classroom in high heels, carrying a stack of test papers. Without any prompting, the classroom fell silent. The results and rankings for this month's exam are out, and they're right here in my hands, Han Sha said with a smile, waving the score sheet in her hand. Hurry up and announce it, Teacher Han. We can't wait any longer, a male student shouted. Han Sha's kind and gentle nature hadn't changed much since she became homeroom teacher, so while Class 9 students respected her, they weren't afraid of her. With a sweet smile, Han Sha read from the score sheet. Gu Wei, first in class, 13th in grade. Total score 632 points. No one was surprised that Gu Wei took first place. As the class monitor of Class 9, he had a scholarly air about him. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Gu Wei couldn't help but smile bashfully. Han Sha's encouraging voice rang out. Classmate Gu Wei, I hope you can keep up the good work and strive to break into the top 10 of the grade in the next monthly exam. Teacher Han, I will. Gu Wei quickly stood up and said. Han Sha raised her hand, signaling him to sit down, and continued reading. Song Yin, second in class, 14th in grade, with a total score of 631. What? Second place actually went to Song Yin, and he even scored a perfect mark in Chinese. Could he be any more overpowered? Hearing Han Sha announce the rankings, nearly all the students in Class 9 wore expressions of disbelief, especially Zhang Ziren, who looked both shocked and deeply envious. Han Sha continued, Song Yin has made remarkable progress this time, particularly in Chinese. He's the only one to score full marks in the monthly exam. He also improved significantly in English with a score of 128. However, his math performance was quite poor at just 80 points. In humanities, he scored 273. If he can raise his math score to the passing mark, his overall ranking could easily break into the top 10 of the grade. Understood, Teacher Han. I'll work hard to improve my math score, Song Yin responded, meeting her gaze steadily. Han Sha nodded. Good. Let's move on. Zhang Ziren, third in class, 20th in the grade, with a total score of 625. Taking advantage of teacher Han Sha announcing the grades, Song Yin once again summoned the system interface. To his surprise, his fame points had increased by a full 50 points, reaching 453 points. Meow, how do my fame points grow so much? Song Yin inwardly communicated with Meow. Meow replied, different events can repeatedly generate fame points from the same person. For example, last time when you received public commendation, your classmates recognized your bravery. But this time, they're acknowledging your academic performance. If you demonstrate additional abilities in front of them and earn their recognition or admiration, you can also gain new fame points. Thank you, Meow Wu. I understand now, Song Yin said excitedly. He had originally thought that each person could only generate a small amount of fame points once, never realizing that fame points could be repeatedly generated. This meant collecting fame points will be much easier for him now. In the blink of an eye, it was time for second period Chinese class. Song Yin was looking forward to it immensely. But after class started, the person who walked in wasn't Yin Weiman. It was Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing stood at the podium facing the confused students and announced, "Hello everyone, I'm Li Yuqing. Your teacher, Yin, is taking sick leave. Until he recovers, I'll be substituting for your Chinese literature class." Damn it. Song Yin couldn't help but curse when he heard this. That Yin Weiman truly had no shame, faking illness just to weasel out of their bed. Song Yin, you're something else. Even old Yin got so scared he won't come to school anymore. Li Lei chuckled. Buzz off. He'd originally planned to use Yin Weiman's apology to rack up fame points, but now it seemed that plan had fallen through. Before he knew it, lunchtime arrived. Walking toward the cafeteria, Song Yin pulled up his system interface again, only to freeze when he saw the fame points display. His points had somehow skyrocketed to 838. Meow, how did my fame points suddenly jump so much? Host, you wrote a perfect scoring essay in this month's exams. Several other literature teachers loved it and circulated your essay in their classes, so you indirectly gained quite a bit of fame points. This actually works? Song Yin couldn't help but laugh aloud. What are you grinning about, Song Yin? Li Lei gave him a nudge. It's nothing. Song Yin put away his smile. Dragon Might Martial Arts School. The bald youth stood before Su Zaishan and reported, Master, I've uncovered the background of that kid who's been messing with our plans. He's a student at Holy Knight Middle School, fatherless and motherless, currently living with his uncle Song Shiais. This Song Shiais is an official, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Su Zaishan sneered. A deputy director of the Education Bureau is nothing. If it were the deputy director of the Police Bureau, that would be a bit troublesome. So, assemble more men and get it done. I want both his legs broken. Make sure the job is clean, with no loose ends. The bald young man thumped his chest, grinning sinisterly. Don't worry, Master. I've already got a plan in mind. There won't be any loose ends, guaranteed. Chapter 29, Nangong June. At 6 in the afternoon, classes ended at Holy Knight High School. As the students exited the school gates, their eyes lit up in surprise. The open area outside the campus was blanketed with fiery red roses, meticulously arranged to form an enormous heart. Behind this floral heart stood 8 sleek black luxury cars parked in a straight line, each with a formally dressed chauffeur in a suit and white gloves at attention. In front of the character, Sheen, stood a tall, handsome young man with a roguish smile curling at his lips. Dressed in an expensive white suit and cradling a bouquet of roses, his striking looks and upright posture made him the very picture of a storybook Prince Charming. He's about to confess his feelings. How romantic! Countless young girls' eyes sparkled with heart shapes. How wonderful it would be if he were confessing to me. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, who was this Prince Charming destined to declare his love for? The Prince Charming was named Nangong June, the sole young master of the Nangong family and the #1 playboy of Xiang City. Ordinary folk might not recognize the Nangong family, but anyone with some worldly knowledge knew the Nangongs were the undisputed rulers of Xiang City, whose words carried supreme authority. Even the city's party secretary and mayor had to show them deference. As the only male heir of the Nangong family, Nangong June was showered with boundless adoration, getting whatever he desired, be it wind or rain. The influence of the Nangong family provided Nangong Jun with an unshakable backing, nurturing his exceptionally domineering and lawless personality. He had a notorious history of exploiting women, brawling, drug abuse, street racing in the city, even assaulting police officers on multiple occasions. These achievements built his formidable reputation, yet also cemented his infamy. Any moderately attractive girl with a shred of self-respect would cross the street to avoid him. If a woman ever caught his eye, she could only resign herself to misfortune. Of course, while young Master Nangong had quite the reputation in Xiangqing, the girls at Xingye High School didn't recognize him. On the contrary, they regarded him as their Prince Charming. Had they known who he truly was, none would dare stand around swooning over him. They'd have fled long ago. Zhang Ziran stood among the crowd with his hands stuffed in his pockets. As a wealthy young man himself, he was well aware of Nangong Jun's true character. Naturally, he adopted an attitude of looking but not touching. In fact, he was rather curious. Who had caught the Nangong family's eye? Or more accurately, who was about to have her life ruined? Nangong Jun was notorious for his utter lack of conscience. When pursuing a woman, he'd spare no effort or scheme to get his way. But once he grew bored, he'd toss her to his underlings to play with. Several women, unable to bear the humiliation, either jumped from buildings or committed suicide, yet the vast influence of the Nangong family ensured that Nangong Jun faced not the slightest consequence. The leading lady has arrived. Someone shouted, for at that moment, Nangong Jun was already stepping forward with a bouquet of flowers. Clearly, his prey had appeared. It was teacher Han Sha. Zhang Ziran's face turned pale in an instant. He never expected that the woman Nangong Jun had set his sights on would actually be their teacher, Han Sha. All the students in Class 9 held Han Sha in high regard. With her striking beauty, gentle demeanor, and dedication to each student, even treating them as friends, it was no surprise that many boys secretly harbored feelings for her. Although Zhang Ziran had his heart set on pursuing Su Xiaoyu, he also held a soft spot for teacher Han Sha. The thought of her becoming Nangong Jun's next conquest left him deeply unsettled. More than anything, he felt a pang of worry for her. Because he knew full well, once someone fell into Nangong Jun's clutches, their entire life would be ruined. He desperately wanted to step forward and intervene, but lacked the courage. While the Zhang family might seem wealthy and powerful in ordinary people's eyes, they paled in comparison to the Nangong family, because the Nangongs commanded not just wealth, but political influence as well. Nangong Jun's uncle served as lieutenant general and deputy commander of the Southern Military District, one of Yanhuang Nation's 4 major military regions. His second uncle held the position of governor for Tianhe Province. The vast territory of Yanhuang Nation, rich in resources, was divided into 33 provinces, with each governor serving as the highest administrative authority of their respective region. Nangong Jun's father, Nangong Yintian, was neither military nor government official, yet his influence rivaled those two powerful figures, because he presided as CEO over the Xuanwu Group, the flagship corporation of the Nangong family. The Xuanwu Group possesses immense financial resources, reportedly with total assets exceeding 500 billion, ranking among the top 10 conglomerates in Yanhuang Nation. It's said that Nangong Yintian once received an audience with the country's head of state, let alone Zhang Ziran's complicated state of mind. At this moment, Nangong Jun had already approached Han Sha with a bouquet of flowers in hand. Wearing a gentle smile, he gazed at her with sunshine eyes and said, "My beautiful Sha, please accept this token of my affection." A flicker of panic flashed through Han Sha's eyes. She barely knew Nangong Jun, having met him only once before. She never expected him to seek her out at school, nor to stage such an extravagant scene, which filled her with intense unease. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nangong. I can't accept your flowers." Nangong Jun smiled indifferently and said gently, "That's all right. I reserved a table at a restaurant that serves authentic cuisine. Would you care to join me for dinner?" He relished the chase after women, but what he truly savored was the look of desperation in their eyes after he discarded them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nangong. I really can't accept this. There are urgent matters at home, so I must take my leave now." After speaking, Han Sha stepped around Nan Gongjun, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Nan Gongjun's expression darkened slightly as he stepped forward to block Han Sha's path. Miss Sha, refusing me like this puts me in a rather awkward position. Mr. Nangong, please, let me go, Han Sha pleaded, her eyes filled with growing terror. She knew all too well what kind of man Nan Gongjun was. One of her closest friends had been ruined by him, subjected to unbearable torment until she ultimately lost her mind. That was precisely why she dared not give Nan Gongjun the slightest opportunity. She had no intention of ending up like her best friend. Nan Gongjun licked his lips, a sinister expression spreading across his face. Han Sha's pitiful demeanor only excited him further. Miss Sha, he said smoothly, I'm a man who values his pride. If you embarrass me by rejecting me in front of so many people, how am I supposed to save face? I'll give you two choices. Either come quietly into my car, or I'll have my men drag you in. Wallaby, Mr. Namgung, I'm begging you. Han Sha's voice carried a hint of tears. At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Hello, young Master Namgung. Namgung Jun turned his head and coldly stared at the newcomer, uttering a single word, scram. Zhang Ziran turned pale, but steeled himself to say, Young Master Namgung, my father is Zhang Tianyang. We've met at the gala before. Could you possibly not trouble Professor Han Sha? Slap! With a sharp crack, Nan Gongjuan's palm met Zhang Ziran's face, leaving 5 vivid red fingerprints on his cheek. I hate being interrupted when I'm flirting. You've got 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Humiliation burned through Zhang Ziran. His teeth clenched and fists tightened, yet he still lacked the courage to defy Nan Gongjun. Shooting an apologetic glance at Han Sha, he turned and strode away. Have you made up your mind? Nan Gongjun smiled while looking at Han Sha, whose face was filled with despair. No, I won't go with you. Mr. Nangong, please stop forcing me, or I'll call the police. As she spoke, Han Sha took out her phone, ready to dial. Smack! Nan Gongjun slapped the phone out of Han Sha's hand, then snapped his fingers. 2 men in black suits and sunglasses appeared, bowing respectfully to Nan Gongjun. Young master, your orders? Bring Miss Sha into the car. Yes. No, I won't get in. Han Sha twisted away and ran towards the school, but the 2 black-suited bodyguards moved faster. They flanked her, seized her by the arms, and began marching her toward the school gate. Let me go, let me go. I won't go with you. Help! Han Sha struggled desperately. Having finished cleaning the classroom, Song Yin walked toward the school gate when he suddenly heard teacher Han Sha's terrified scream. Raising his head, he saw teacher Han Sha being escorted by 2 men dozens of meters away, heading out of the school. Chapter 30. The First Prodigal Son. Sir, forced affection is never sweet. Why must you trouble teacher Han Sha? Please let her go. A young security guard in uniform, wielding a baton, stepped out of the security room and blocked the 2 men's path, speaking to Nanjun. There were 4 security guards in the security room. Given the extravagant display Nan Gongjun had arranged, his family background must be extraordinary, so none of them wanted to provoke him. But now, Nan Gongjun was actually trying to force Han Sha to be taken away. The young security guard simply couldn't stand by and watch, so he stepped forward to intervene. The other 3 guards, however, remained huddled inside the security room, unwilling to stir trouble. 8 luxury cars, each worth no less than 5 million, were parked outside. Even if they worked as security guards their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to afford a single one. They simply didn't have the nerve to offend a young master from such a wealthy family. Break both his legs, Nan Gongjun said coldly. How dare a mere security guard step forward and reprimand him? Did he have a death wish? Yes, young master. One of the bodyguards let go of Han Sha and strode over to the young security guard, throwing a punch without hesitation. The young security guard hadn't expected Nan Gongjun to be so overbearing. Just for speaking a single sentence, the man wanted to break both his legs. Angered by such arrogance, the guard stepped back to avoid the bodyguard's punch and swung his baton hard toward the man's arm. Oomph! Sneering in disdain, the black-clad bodyguard twisted aside to dodge the baton. Closing the distance in a flash, he rammed his elbow squarely into the guard's chest. Taking advantage of the staggered retreat, He launched a flying kick, sending the young security guard howling through the air before crashing into a flower bed. Picking up the police baton from the ground, the black-clad bodyguard smirked coldly and approached the young guard. Without hesitation, he swung the baton down viciously toward the young guard's legs. Crack! Crack! The sickening sounds of snapping bones echoed as the young guard's legs were brutally fractured. His agonized screams ceased only when he passed out from the pain. The 3 remaining guards in the security room watched in horror, their blood running cold and their scalps prickling with dread. They couldn't help but feel a surge of relief that they hadn't followed their hot-headed colleague outside. Otherwise, they would have met the same gruesome fate. The black-clad bodyguard tossed the baton aside as he and another bodyguard hoisted Han Sha back up, dragging her toward the waiting vehicle. Han Sha had stopped struggling by now, her body trembling slightly. The ruthless methods of the black-clad bodyguard filled her with immense terror, and a deep sense of despair welled up in her heart. Having returned to the crowd, Zhang Ziren gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury as he watched the scene unfold. Shame and self-reproach churned within him. It seemed Han Sha was about to be dragged into the car. A figure darted out from the school gates like lightning, catching up to the 2 bodyguards in an instant, both fists striking directly at their backs. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled groans sounded as both bodyguards collapsed limply to the ground. At the same time, Han Sha, overwhelmed by fright, also began sinking weakly toward the floor. Song Yin swiftly reached out to steady her. Feeling her trembling body and seeing her frightened, deathly pale face, his heart ached with tenderness. In a low voice, he asked, "Teacher Han Sha, are you all right?" Hearing the deep concern in Song Yan's voice, Han Sha snapped slightly out of her daze. I'm okay," she murmured. Song Yin glanced at Nan Gongjun and the group of people closing in around them, then declared with steely determination, "Don't worry, Teacher Han Sha. As long as I'm here, they won't lay a finger on you." Han Sha gave Song Yin a grateful look. "Thank you, Song Yin. By the way, Teacher Han Sha, what exactly is going on? Why were they trying to capture you?" Song Yin asked. Song Yan's words seemed to remind Han Sha. She recalled Zhang Ziren, who had taken a slap and left on his own, and the security guard whose legs had been broken. At the thought, she suddenly pushed Song Yin away and cried out in panic, "Go quickly! That's Nan Gongjun! You can't save me!" Seeing Han Sha like this, a surge of fierce determination rose in Song Yan's heart. "Teacher Han Sha," he declared firmly, "I told you, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. I don't care if he's Nan Gongjun or Nan Gongcho. If he dares lay a finger on you, I'll make him pay with his life." Song Yan's words resonated powerfully, striking Han Sha's ears like a hammer to her heart. Looking at his youthful yet resolute face, her heart involuntarily trembled violently twice. Her gaze grew distant. In that moment, Song Yin gradually overlapped with the heroic figure she had fantasized about in her childhood. How amusing! Truly amusing! Nan Gongjun clapped his hands as he stepped forward, eyeing Song Yin with great interest. "You're the first to dare utter such wild words about taking my life. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Nan Gongjun's words jolted Han Sha back to reality. Pleadingly, she said to him, "Mr. Nan Gong, he's just a student, prone to impulsive behavior. Won't you let this go?" "What do you think?" Nan Gongjun asked with playful amusement. Suddenly, Han Sha took a deep breath and looked at Nan Gongjun, saying, "Mr. Nan Gong, as long as you promise not to cause him any trouble, I will go with you." "Ha ha!" Nan Gongjun threw his head back and laughed heartily. When the laughter ceased, his face turned icy cold as he spoke with a sinister tone. "I despise women who bargain with me. I hate it even more when a woman bargains for a man's sake against me. To dare injure my people and even boast about taking my life, you are dead." With those last words, Nan Gongjun pointed directly at Song Yin. Hearing this, Han Sha's face turned as pale as paper, because she knew, given the Nanfang family's power, if Nanfang Jun truly wanted Song Yin dead, it wouldn't be difficult at all. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who hurt Song Yin." Her heart was filled with self-reproach. "Don't be afraid, Teacher Han Sha. I told you, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Song Yin patted Han Sha's shoulder before stepping in front of her, leaving her with a view of his tall, slightly lean frame. In the crowd, Zhang Ziran watched as Song Yin stepped forward, his fists clenching even tighter. He muttered to himself, "Song Yin, you must save teacher Han Sha." In that moment, not a trace of jealousy remained in him. Instead, he felt a surge of admiration. Song Yin had done what he himself had not dared to attempt. "Kid, playing the knight in shining armor isn't as easy as you think." Nangong Jun glared at Song Yin with a mocking sneer. Song Yin countered with a cold laugh. "So you're Nangong Jun? Well, listen up. If you think you can lay a finger on my teacher Han Sha, you've got another thing coming. Scram now if you know what's good for you, or I'll beat you so badly you won't be able to wipe your own ass." Nangong Jun froze in shock at Song Yin's defiance, then flushed with rage as he barked orders to his henchmen. "Get him! I want that brat's arms and legs broken." "Yes." The 8 formally dressed drivers in white gloves responded in unison, forming an encirclement as they closed in on Song Yin. They were all personnel from the security company under the Xuanwu Group, temporarily reassigned today by the young master to serve as drivers. Having been itching for a chance to prove themselves, they were delighted when Song Yin suddenly appeared. Performing well here might earn them a promotion to the young master's personal bodyguards. What better opportunity for advancement could there be? After all, Nangong Jun's personal bodyguards not only enjoyed excellent benefits, but were also gifted the beauties he grew tired of. Where else could one find such perks? "Get him!" The 8 drivers tightened their 1-meter encirclement and launched their assault with ruthless precision. Chapter 31. The Influence of the Nangong Family. Before joining the security company, these 8 drivers had all been military veterans skilled in combat. Working together, they targeted tricky pressure points. So in their view, apprehending Song Yin should have been as easy as taking candy from a baby. Unfortunately, Song Yin disappointed them all. At the moment they launched their attack, Song Yin darted forward like a leopard. After integrating the tiger leap stance into intermediate martial techniques, his movements became even more agile, his speed even swifter. Bang! Bang! The 2 drivers only saw a blur before their eyes, then felt as if their chests had been struck by a speeding train. Their bodies flew backward like kites with severed strings, landing heavily 4 meters away. Though the encirclement had now opened a gap after sending the 2 drivers flying, Song Yin didn't seize the opportunity to escape. Instead, he spun abruptly on his heel, delivering a powerful spinning kick. Bang! Bang! 2 more drivers went flying at the sound of impact. Though this sequence seems to require lengthy description, in reality, it all transpired within 2 seconds, demonstrating Song Yin's blinding speed. Seeing 4 of their companions sent flying, the remaining 4 drivers faltered with instinctive fear. But Song Yin had no intention of showing them mercy. His figure darted forward again. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact came almost simultaneously. The remaining 4 drivers followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, sent flying by Song Yin and crashing to the ground, unable to get up. Despite having numerical superiority along with Han Sha's presence, Song Yin dared not hold back. Aside from refraining from using his internal energy, he had already pushed his capabilities to their absolute limit. 5 seconds. 8 burly men were all knocked down by Song Yin. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding students couldn't help but express shock and admiration. Meanwhile, Nangongjuan's face turned exceptionally gloomy, his eyes flickering with strands of icy killing intent. Whoosh! Song Yin turned his gaze back to Nangong Jun, their eyes colliding with murderous intensity. Thus, he lifted his foot and began walking toward Nangong Jun. "You punk, I'll admit you can fight, but you've also condemned yourself to eternal damnation. No one dares oppose me, and no one dares lay a finger on my men." Nangong Jun glared at Song Yin. Slap! Song Yin slapped him, and instantly, 5 bright red finger marks appeared on Nangong Jun's face. "Fucking hell, that was awesome. You nailed it, Song Yin." In the crowd, Zhang Ziran's face was full of excitement, as if it wasn't Song Yin who had slapped Nangong Jun, it was him. Nangong Jun clutched his cheek and stared at Song Yin in disbelief. He couldn't believe Song Yin had dared to slap him, but the stinging pain reminded him it was real. Rage and murderous intent surged from his chest, twisting his handsome face into a snarl as he pointed at Song Yin and shouted, "You dare hit me? Do you even know who I am?" Smack! Song Yin didn't say a word, simply swinging his palm again with another slap. Instantly, 5 crimson fingerprints bloomed on the other cheek of Nan Gongjun's face. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Nan Gongjun was nearly driven mad with rage, wildly flailing as he lunged at Song Yin, only to be met with 2 resounding slaps across his face. Asterisk smack, smack, asterisk. The crisp, sharp sound of the blows left the entire room stunned into silence. By then, some of the more informed students had already enlightened the crowd about Nan Gongjun's background, the #1 playboy of Xiangqing and the sole male heir of the Nan Gong family. But now, watching this top playboy from their school getting slapped repeatedly, the crowd felt an inexplicable thrill and excitement. Some, however, secretly worried for Song Yin. The Nan Gong family wasn't one to be trifled with. What would happen after beating Nan Gongjun? Could Song Yan's family be ruined by their retaliation? "I'll kill you." The slaps didn't sober up Nan Gongjun. Instead, he roared with escalating fury and lunged at Song Yin again. A chilling glint flashed in Song Yan's eyes as he witnessed this. Reaching out, he clamped his hand around Nan Gongjun's throat, effortlessly lifting him into the air with a slight exertion of force. "I don't care what kind of background or connections you have, but you should know this. If you dare harm teacher Han Sha again, I will truly kill you." As his grip tightened, Nan Gongjun felt his breath grow labored, his head dizzy from oxygen deprivation. Fear took hold of him, a genuine terror that Song Yin might actually kill him in a fit of rage. "And no, don't kill me." Song Yin released his grip, and Nan Gongjun fell to the ground, gasping desperately. His face was filled with relief at having narrowly escaped death, but soon an overwhelming surge of resentment and hatred welled up in his heart. That brat had nearly killed him. This enmity ran deep. "I'll pay him back double, no. Tenfold, 100-fold. Song Yin paid no further attention to Nan Gongjun turning. He walked over to Teacher Han Sha and said softly, "It's all right now, Teacher Han Sha. Let me take you home." "Yeah." Han Sha nodded, but the worry on her face grew increasingly evident. The crowd automatically parted, forming a passage that allowed Song Yin and Han Sha to leave without obstruction. After walking several hundred meters away, Zhang Ziren suddenly chased after them. "What's the matter?" Song Yin asked. "Teacher Han Sha, Song Yin, you should run. Get as far away as possible. Nan Gongjun is vindictive by nature and definitely won't let you off." As he spoke, Zhang Ziren pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Song Yan's hand. "This is my small gesture." Then, with a face full of guilt, he turned to Han Sha and said, "Teacher Han, I'm sorry I couldn't stand my ground." "Zhang Ziren, I understand. Not everyone has the courage to offend the Nan Gong family." Han Sha remarked with a sigh. "Teacher Han Sha, thank you for understanding." Zhang Ziren then turned his gaze to Song Yin, his expression complicated. "Song Yin, the incident with the feces in Yin Weiman's desk, that was my doing. I arranged it because I was jealous of you and wanted to frame you. I apologize." Then, Zhang Ziren bowed deeply to Song Yin. Song Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's all in the past now. Don't worry about it. Besides, I didn't suffer any losses anyway." "Thank you," Zhang Ziren said gratefully, but immediately added, "If you're going to escape, do it soon. And you'd better notify your families right away. Tell them to leave this city too. It can't be that serious, can it?" Song Yin asked with a low voice. "Song Yin 这件事的确很严重。张自然说得很对，我们必须逃，不然不止你我会遭到南宫家的报复，就连你的家人都会受到牵连。”韩沙插话道，神情严肃到了极点。Song Yin remained silent for a long moment before saying to Han Sha, "I need to make a phone call first." He then dialed his uncle Song Shiai's number and recounted everything that had just happened without holding anything back. He expected his uncle to fly into a rage, but the man's voice was surprisingly calm. "Yin, things aren't as serious as you think. Just go home and stay there. Don't go anywhere. Leave this matter to me to handle. Thank you, Uncle, Song Yin said emotionally, then suddenly had a thought and asked, Uncle, what should we do about teacher Han Sha? This time, Uncle remained silent for a while before responding, Invite her to our home as a guest. All right, that's settled. Hurry home now and don't linger outside any longer. Chapter 32, Heaven's Favor. On the way to Uncle's house, Han Sha shared with Song Yin in a heavy mood just how powerful the Nangong family truly was. Uncle Nan Gongjuan's eldest uncle is the deputy commander of one of the 4 major military regions, the Southern Military Region. His second uncle is the highest-ranking administrative official of a province, and his father is the president of Xuanwu Group, one of the top 10 corporations in the country. With such an imposing background, even Song Yin, backed by the system, couldn't help but feel a shadow looming over him. Can Uncle really withstand the pressure from the Nangong family? However, he didn't regret stepping in to save Han Sha. Had she been forcibly taken away by that scoundrel Nangong Jun, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Song Yin, this time it's the teacher who got you involved, Han Sha said gloomily, her eyes filled with guilt and remorse. Hearing this, Song Yin stopped in his tracks and looked solemnly at Han Sha's face. In a grave voice, he said, Ms. Han, even if I had known beforehand how powerful the Nangong family was, I wouldn't have hesitated to act. You're kind, you're gentle-hearted, you're a good teacher, and you're the only one who's never judged me through tinted lenses. I would never let you come to harm. So please, don't say anything about dragging others down, all right? The translation faithfully conveys Song Yan's earnest protectiveness and resolve while preserving the respectful yet firm tone of his declaration to his teacher. The phrasing tinted lenses effectively captures the idiom while maintaining natural English flow. Note, as per rule number 1, the bracketed analysis should not appear in the actual translation output. 听到宋燕这番话，韩莎心中流淌过一道暖流，下意识抓住了他的手，动情道：“宋燕，在我心中，你是遇到过最优秀的学生。” Is that so? Saw that outstanding in teacher Han Sha's eyes. Song Yin playfully winked at Han Sha. 看到宋燕眨眼的动作，韩莎感觉心中突然轻松了不少。开门的依旧是宋雪，不过他的表情已经不像以前那般冷淡。当他看到和宋燕站在一起的韩莎，眼中闪过一丝意外。韩莎老师您好，请进。Aunt-in-law, upon learning that Han Sha was Song Yan's homeroom teacher, reflexively assumed he must have gotten into trouble at school, which explained the teacher's home visit. Teacher Han, has Song Yan done something wrong at school? Han Sha quickly explained, Sister Yang, there's been a misunderstanding. Song Yan hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he ranked second in the class on this month's exams and even scored full marks in Chinese. What? He actually came in second in the class and got a perfect score in Chinese. Annie's eyes were filled with disbelief. Hadn't that brat Song Yan always ranked at the bottom before? How did he suddenly jump to second place? You wouldn't believe it, Sister Yang, but Song Yan has always been a hard-working student. Ranking second this time is truly the result of gradual accumulation leading to sudden brilliance. As long as he maintains this performance, getting into a top-tier university won't be an issue. By the way, I've heard Song Shui has consistently ranked near the top as well. With both children excelling like this, it must be thanks to your excellent parenting, Han Sha said with a smile. Hearing teacher Han Sha not only praise Song Yin, but also compliment her own daughter while flattering her as well, she began looking at teacher Han Sha with increasing favor and modestly replied, Actually, I didn't teach these 2 children much. It's all their own hard work and determination. Mrs. Yang, you're far too modest. Seeing the atmosphere grow more and more harmonious, Song Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Uncle returned carrying his briefcase. After greeting teacher Han Sha, he called Song Yin into the study. Uncle, I've caused you trouble again. As soon as he entered the study, Song Yin bowed his head in apology. It's good that you recognize your mistakes, but this time you didn't do anything wrong, just a bit heavy-handed. However, you've got damn good luck, kid. At this point, Song Shiai's couldn't help but laugh. Hearing that Song Yin had actually beaten up Nangong Jun had given him quite a shock, even stirring a hint of fear in him. So, after hanging up the phone, He went to request a meeting with Mayor Xiang Feng, pleading for his intervention in the matter. He and Xiang Feng were university classmates, and after graduation, both entered official careers together. However, with the backing of his family, Xiang Feng rose through the ranks much faster. While he was still a deputy division-level official, Xiang Feng had already become a mayor governing an entire region. Few in Fragrant City knew about their relationship. This time, he was able to defeat other competitors and become the director of the Education Bureau, largely thanks to Xiang Feng's support. Xiang Feng was equally shocked to hear that Song Shiai's nephew had beaten up Nangong Jun. However, after learning the details of the incident, he somewhat admired Song Yin, though he also felt angry. The Nangong family had indeed spoiled Nangong Jun far too much, allowing him to brazenly abduct someone from Sacred Knight High School in broad daylight. However, the Nangong family was too powerful. Even as mayor, he couldn't do much to them. While Xiang Feng was pondering how to help Song Shiai resolve this crisis, he received news. Nangong Jun had been in a car accident, a serious one, and the hospital was doing everything to save him. Compared to Nangong Jun's life, the Nangong family naturally wouldn't fuss over a minor scuffle. So, Xiang Feng laughed and said, "Your nephew is blessed by heaven." If Nangong Jun hadn't gotten into that accident, given his vindictive nature, he would have certainly retaliated against Song Yin relentlessly. But coincidentally, he ended up in a crash. What else could it be but divine favor? After hearing his uncle's story, Song Yin was utterly dumbfounded. Had he really been this lucky? All right, let's leave it at that. Try not to be so impulsive in the future. Think about the consequences before acting, his uncle cautioned. Yes, I will. Song Yin nodded repeatedly, though his mind was already considering how to share this good news with teacher Han Sha to relieve her worries. Changing the subject, his uncle remarked with pride, "By the way, I heard you ranked second in your class this time, and even got full marks in Chinese?" Song Yin nodded again. "You've finally come to your senses," his uncle said with a touch of emotion. "There's only a little over 2 months left before your defense. Don't slack off now and don't get cocky. Study hard." Song Yin took a deep breath and thumped his chest. "Don't worry, uncle. I definitely won't let you down. Now, get out of here." His uncle waved him off. "Yes." Song Yin abruptly straightened his posture and smiled at his uncle. "I'll be going out then. Go ahead." As he stepped out of his uncle's study, Song Yin felt an invigorating clarity wash over him. Han Sha, sitting on the sofa, instinctively threw him an inquisitive glance. Xiangqing First Hospital, outside the operating room. A noblewoman around 40 years old was quietly sobbing, while Nangong Yuntian paced back and forth with a gloomy expression, occasionally glancing toward the operating room. Suddenly, a young man rushed over with an anxious expression and called out to Nangong Yuntian, "President." Nangong Yuntian nodded, then walked aside with the man. "How was the investigation going?" Nangong Yuntian asked with a darkened face. The young man lowered his voice and said, "President, the young master's car was indeed tampered with." Hearing these words, 2 beams of sharp light suddenly flashed in Nangong Yuntian's eyes as he gritted his teeth and spoke with an ominous chill. "Who was it?" "We're still investigating," the young man replied somewhat nervously. "Find him for me, no matter the cost. Whoever dared lay a hand on my son, I'll exterminate their entire bloodline." Listening to Nangong Yuntian's bone-chilling words, the young man couldn't help but shiver before hurriedly responding, "Rest assured, President, I've already deployed our personnel and believe we'll have answers soon." Chapter 33, Ambush. With the crisis resolved, Song Yin had dinner at his uncle's house before escorting Han Sha back home. This incident had rapidly warmed their relationship. They no longer interacted like teacher and student, but rather like close friends who could share anything with each other. Watching Han Sha walk into the neighborhood, Song Yin felt a faint ripple in his heart and muttered to himself, "If only teacher Han Sha weren't my teacher, I'd definitely pursue her." But immediately, he realized this idea was somewhat reckless. On the way, Han Sha talked about her family. She wasn't originally from Xiangqing, but came from Jiangzhou. Both her parents were still alive, though her father was a gambler who lived for gambling day in and day out. Her mother was also a teacher at an elementary school. She had a younger brother currently in his first year of high school. Her mother's salary had to support the entire family, and she herself sent most of her paycheck home every month to help with expenses. Having only worked at Xingye High for 2 years, she wasn't yet eligible for teacher housing and had to rent a place outside, though fortunately the school provided partial rental subsidies. Collecting his thoughts, Song Yin headed toward the coffee shop. Ever since he started playing piano there, the shop's business had gotten better and better, packed to the brim every day. This made the cafe staff especially friendly toward him, since more customers meant bigger tips for them. 10:05 a.m. Song Yin stepped out of the coffee shop, and the sharp-featured young man standing across the street immediately perked up, hastily pulling out his phone to dial a number. Biaoji, the kids come out. He's heading your way now. A voice as grating as a broken gong came through the phone. Keep an eye on him. Stay on the line and report any movements. On a secluded street section near Song Yan's route back to the dormitory, 2 unlicensed white vans were parked by the roadside. Each van held 8 gangsters wielding steel pipes, one of whom was a bald man with a centipede-like scar crawling across his left cheek, making him appear exceptionally menacing. The bald youth was none other than Su Zishan's disciple, Chun Sanbiao, who had brought his men here to ambush Song Yin. After hanging up the phone, Chun Sanbiao said to his underling beside him, "Tell the boys to get ready. That kid is about to arrive. Once we're done, I'll treat everyone to a bath." The underling's eyes lit up at the mention of a bath, which wasn't just an ordinary shower, but involved women joining in. He nodded eagerly. "Got it, Brother Biao." Turning off the system interface, Song Yin was fairly satisfied. Earlier that afternoon, he had rescued teacher Han Sha at the school gate, drawing quite a crowd of students. Over the next few hours, the incident had spread, boosting his fame points by over 300. He was sure that by tomorrow, word would spread even further through the school, earning him even more fame points. Before he knew it, he had wandered into an alley on a secluded stretch of road. The first time, he had saved Xiang Feifei here. The second time, he had rescued a cold-blooded girl who killed without blinking. So, he couldn't help but glance into the alley once more. Whoosh whoosh. 2 dull thuds sounded as Song Yin turned his head to see 2 parked minivans swing open. A group of wielding steel pipes quickly jumped out and rushed toward him. As his mind raced, Song Yin realized this group was definitely coming for him. Should I run or fight? You can run, but you can't hide forever. Right then, Song Yin decided to stay and teach this group a lesson they wouldn't forget, ensuring they'd never come bothering him again. He silently counted their numbers. 15. Brother Biao's orders: break both this kid's legs. Get him, boys. The leader of the group shouted and swung the steel pipe in his hand directly towards Song Yan's shoulder. Come at me. Song Yin let out a silent yell and surged forward instead of retreating, crashing straight into the leader's chest. Bang! The leader let out a piercing scream as he was flung backward faster than he'd charged, colliding with another thug and sending them both tumbling across the ground like gourds. Simultaneously, 3 steel pipes came whistling through the air from both sides, aimed straight at his head. Song Yin took a step back, dodging the attack of the 3 pipes, and swiftly grabbed 2 of them as they fell into his hands. Let go! With a sharp yell, he wrenched the 2 steel pipes free. Then, pushing off the ground with his back foot, he surged into the crowd like a whirlwind. Bang, 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 bang. Ding, 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 ding. The 2 steel pipes in his hand swung and struck with such speed that only blurred shadows were visible. His footwork was agile and ever-changing, while his steel pipes smashed, swept horizontally, or thrust forward. In less than a minute, all 15 gangsters had been knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Chun Sanbiao in the car was utterly stunned. The 15 men he brought were all seasoned fighters with extensive brawling experience. Yet Song Yin had taken them all down in barely a minute. A chill ran down his spine in that moment. He didn't dare step out of the car and instead hunched down as low as possible, hoping to avoid being spotted by Song Yin. Talk, who sent you? Song Yin pressed his foot down on a thug's chest, raising the steel pipe to his face and demanding an answer. Listen, kid, we're from the Day Gang. Kneel and beg for mercy now if you know what's good for you, or the Day Gang will make sure you regret it, the thug said with a cocky sneer. Song Yan's eyes turned cold. After the events of the afternoon, his heart had undergone some transformation. He swung the steel pipe in his hand and brought it down hard. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed, and the thug immediately let out a piercing howl of pain. Talk, who exactly sent you here? One more word of nonsense, and I'll break another limb. Let's see exactly how many limbs you've got to spare. Hearing Song Yan's words, the thug trembled all over. With his left fibula broken, large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Seeing the other party remain silent, Song Yan raised the steel pipe again. No, I'll talk. It was Brother Biao who sent us, the thug shouted loudly. Who is Brother Biao? Song Yan frowned. Biao Ji's full name is Chun San Biao. He's our boss's personal bodyguard, and he sent us to teach you a lesson. Where is he now? Song Yan pressed, though inwardly puzzled. He didn't recall knowing anyone named Chun San Biao. This time, the thug didn't answer verbally. Instead, his gaze flickered toward a van parked on the roadside. In that instant, Song Yan realized Chun San Biao must be inside that van. At that moment, the car engine roared to life as the van let out a growl, attempting to flee. Stay right there. Song Yan let out a cold snort, his body darting forward like a leopard as the steel pipe in his hand shot through the air like a streak of cold light. Crack! The steel pipe Song Yan threw pierced through the co-driver's windshield, smashed against the opposite window, then rebounded and landed on Chun San Biao. However, the pipe's momentum had already dissipated. It only caused a bit of pain without inflicting any real injury. Even so, Chun broke out in a cold sweat and slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the van speeding away in an instant. Watching the van already dozens of meters away, Song Yan stopped chasing, a hint of regret lingering in his heart. By the time he returned to the alley entrance, the 15 thugs had already fled, leaving only scattered steel pipes behind. He didn't mind this at all. Today's lesson had been thorough enough that he doubted they'd dare bother him again. Chapter 34. An invitation from Zhao Fengyang. Just as Song Yan had anticipated, news of him thrashing the notorious rich Kid Nangong Jun outside the school gates to save teacher Han Sha spread like wildfire within half a day. Students couldn't stop buzzing about it, and even the teachers couldn't resist gossiping over the incident. Of course, after learning Nanfeng Jun's identity, most people concluded that Song Yan was doomed, yet many secretly admired his bravery. Yet strangely, the two protagonists of the story acted as if nothing had happened, one attending class as usual, the other sitting in the classroom reading like always. At 3 in the afternoon, Song Yan opened the system interface. His fame points had directly surpassed 2,000, reaching 2356. Finally, he could draw lottery prizes again. Seizing the break between classes, Song Yan slipped away to a quiet corner of the campus. He summoned the system interface and pressed his finger firmly against the large golden prize character on the lottery wheel. The pointer spun wildly at first, then gradually slowed until it finally settled on an orange-colored segment. 2 gleaming golden characters materialized above the segment. X-ray vision. Whoosh! The 2 large characters melted away, transforming into golden light that vanished into Song Yan's brow. Song Yan let out a muffled groan as the golden light pierced between his eyebrows, sending sharp, needle-like pain shooting through his head. Meow, what's going on? Song Yan gritted his teeth and asked the system sprite. Because X-ray vision is a second-grade divine ability, explained the system sprite, embedding it into your body requires not only restructuring your brain domain and realigning your psychic molecules, but also modifying your eyes. So, experiencing some pain is perfectly normal. Meow. As he spoke, Song Yan felt his eyes begin to itch intensely, growing increasingly severe until he had the impulse to gouge out both eyeballs with his hands. His head throbbed as if pierced by needles, and his unbearable eye itch made Song Yan reflect that every gain comes with a loss. Even system rewards weren't easily obtained. Fortunately, his willpower proved strong enough to endure this torturous process to the end. Meow, tell me about the kosher X-ray vision function? Song Yan asked. X-ray vision is a second-grade divine ability. The daily activation time remains 2 hours, but these 2 hours can be used intermittently. However, the number of separate uses cannot exceed 10 times. Meanwhile, this ability includes functions such as penetration, zoom in, zoom out, photography, slow motion mode, and fast motion mode. Then Mew went into detail about how to utilize several functions and in what areas they could be applied. This is unbelievable. After listening to Mew's explanation, Song Yin was so excited he nearly jumped up. For example, take the slow state ability during combat. If an opponent moves too quickly, you can activate the clairvoyance slow state, making their movements appear several times slower to your eyes. Here's another example. Take the camera function. It can be used for reading. Once you activate the clairvoyance ability, you can record an entire book as video footage and store in your mind. How long would it take to read a book then? But with the recording function activated, just keep flipping the pages. How many books could you store in your mind within just 1 hour? If you can finish reading a book in 1 minute, then you can commit at least 60 books to memory in an hour. After some time of accumulation, you could completely transform your mind into a library. Back in the classroom, Lilei stared strangely at Song Yin. Something on my face? Lilei shook his head. Did I just get even more handsome? Lilei continued shaking his head and handed him a mirror. See for yourself. Song Yin looked into the mirror and discovered his eyes had turned frighteningly red. Are your eyes okay? Lilei asked. They're fine. Just got some dust in them earlier. Probably rubbed them too hard. Song Yin replied casually, knowing full well this was actually lingering effects from the system's modifications to his eyes. Before he knew it, school was over again. But Song Yin found himself troubled. In his excitement over obtaining the X-ray vision ability, he'd forgotten to ask Miao Wu how much fame points the next lottery draw would require. When he inquired after school, Miao Wu's answer nearly made him curse. Because the fame points needed for the lottery had skyrocketed to a full 10,000. Damn it, with just over 2,000 students in this school, collecting 10,000 points of fame means I'd have to pull off 5 completely different stunts that shock the entire campus, right? While still cleaning the classroom, his phone rang. Hello, is this Song Yin? It's Zhao Xiaoyu. Oh, it's Xiaoyu. What brings you to call me? Could it be that you're missing this dashing young man? Song Yin teased flirtatiously. For some reason, he always felt an urge to mess with Zhao Xiaoyu. Probably because she'd bullied him so much before he got the system that subconsciously he wanted to get back at her through teasing. You little brat has even learned to flirt with people now. Where am I little? Have you seen it yourself, sis Xiaoyu? Song Yin continued his smart-ass remarks. Song Yin, do you have a death wish? Song Yin faintly heard the sound of teeth grinding. Just kidding. Don't be mad, Xiaoyu Jia. You must have some reason for calling, right? Song Yin quickly changed his tone. 我哥回来了，要见你。给你10分钟的时间，马上滚过来。宋燕刚想说10分钟太短，可赵小雨已经挂断了电话。好在教室已经扫得差不多，他连忙加快速度，锁了教室门就往武馆而去。没想到刚走出教学楼，就见到了等候在那里的张自然，陪同的还有他的3个跟班。Song Yin, I've reserved a table at Fuyue Restaurant as an apology. Zhang Ziran stepped forward, speaking sincerely. 赔罪就没有必要了吧？那件事我真没放在心上。宋燕摆摆手道：“那可不行，你不计较，可我过意不去，而且我也真心想和你交个朋友。”张自然的语气越发诚恳。张家在襄城市也有一定的势力，他已经得罪南宫俊出车祸的事，现在还在重症监护室躺着，人还没醒。听到这个消息，他不得不感叹宋燕语气很好。当然，他敢堂而皇之的结交宋燕，也与南宫俊躺在医院有很大关系。眼见张自然这般诚恳，宋燕也不好推辞，于是道：“是这样的，我还有点事要处理。要不改天我请你们。”张自然想了想说道：“我们去福月楼等你，等你处理发事情再来。”那好，就这么说定。8分钟后，宋燕匆匆来到赵家前武馆。Standing at the main entrance of the martial arts hall, Zhao Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Good thing you're punctual, kid, otherwise you'd be in for it. Hey, Sister Xiaoyu's words are imperial edicts. How could I dare disobey? Song Yin chuckled good-naturedly. Follow me. Zhao Xiaoyu turned and walked inside without another word, with Song Yin quickly trailing behind her. The office had been cleared of clutter, appearing exceptionally spacious, where stood a young man wearing loose, white martial arts attire, his demeanor refined, his physique robust, and his features strikingly handsome. Good day, master, Song Yin promptly greeted. Indeed, this young man was none other than Zhao Fengyang, the master of the Zhao family fist martial arts school and the elder brother of Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Fengyang nodded with a faint smile and said, Xiaoyu told me about what happened earlier at the martial arts school. Thank you. You're welcome. Besides, Sister Xiaoyu taught me the 9-segment breathing technique and tiger leaping step, so I should be the one thanking you, Song Yin replied modestly. After reaching perfection in his inner strength cultivation and integrating the tiger leaping step into his intermediate physical techniques, his combat prowess had at least doubled. How do you feel? Do you have any questions about the 9-stage breathing technique or tiger leaping steps? If so, don't hesitate to speak up. I'll help clear your doubts, Zhao Fengyang said in a gentle tone. Xiaoyu Jie teaches very well, and I don't have any questions for now. If I do in the future, I'll definitely ask the gym owner for advice, Song Yin said. That's good to hear, Zhao Fengyang said with a smile. Come, let's spar a bit. Hearing this, Song Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. He had long wanted to test his skills against Zhao Fengyang. Steeling himself, he said solemnly, Master, forgive my impudence. Zhao Fengyang beckoned to him, signaling him to make the first move. Without hesitation, Song Yin darted forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Both fists shot out simultaneously, aiming straight for his opponent's chest. Without any noticeable preparation, Zhao Fengyang's hands had already lifted before his chest, palms edged like blades. They sliced swiftly towards Song Yan's wrists. Observing this, Song Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Fengyang's skill truly lived up to his reputation. His lightning-fast reflexes aside, just his judgment and precision alone already far surpassed Zhao Xiaoyu's abilities. With both fists lowered and his footwork gliding, Song Yin shifted to Zhao Fengyang's side, transforming his punch into an elbow strike that shot forward like an arrow. Bang! Zhao Fengyang raised his own elbow to counter, only to be forced back 2 steps by the impact. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Xiaoyu gasped in shock, her mouth hanging open. Her eldest brother had actually been driven backwards by Song Yin. This outcome also greatly surprised Zhao Fengyang, but his eyes quickly burned with intensified interest. His body darted like a butterfly through blossoms as he lunged at Song Yin, unleashing a grand and overwhelming fist technique that momentarily made Song Yin feel surrounded by a whirlwind of striking shadows. 第35章妹子给我找块豆腐来。来自四面八方的钱影，虚虚实实，真真假假，根本分不清。宋燕有些慌乱，但马上他心中一动，想到新获得的神通，开启透视神通慢状态。心念动荡间，宋燕感觉双眼一热，接着周遭钱影在他眼中变得极慢，哪个是真，哪个是假，一眼就看穿。啊！他发出一声轻喝，丝毫不顾大部分钱影，而是台前轰向2只拳头。砰！尽力震荡，漫天钱影消失，赵凤阳身形再次踉跄退后。Zhao Xiaoyu nearly popped her eyes out in disbelief. How could Song Yin break the Liang fist so effortlessly? This time, Song Yin gave Zhao Fengyang no chance to catch his breath. His movements unfolded like a sharp arrow shot forward, his fists and legs transforming into deadly weapons as a torrential barrage of attacks rained down on Zhao Fengyang. He wasn't worried about Zhao Fengyang being unable to hold his ground because the opponent hadn't even unleashed his internal strength yet, a clear sign he still had reserves of power to draw upon. Song Yan's moves weren't elegant. Quite the opposite, they were somewhat crude. Yet every strike targeted the vulnerable weak points of the human body, forcing Zhao Fengyang to retreat step by step. This left Zhao Xiaoyu utterly dumbstruck. Surely Big Bro wouldn't lose to that kid Song Yin? But then it occurred to her again that her elder brother had not yet used his inner strength. They'd only been competing on pure physical power. If he were to unleash his inner energy, he could undoubtedly turn the tables. Taking a few more steps back, Zhao Fengyang found himself with no room left to retreat. He understood that unless he unleashed his inner strength now, he would be defeated by Song Yin. Initially, he had regarded Song Yin as a junior in his mind, engaging in this sparring session with the intention of offering guidance. To think that a junior could be this powerful, even his blazing sun fist was no match. All warriors have a competitive spirit, so whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Fengyang straightened his posture, and the power in his fists suddenly surged. Boom, boom, boom. After several fierce clashes in a row, Song Yin was forced back 3 steps, the penetrating force leaving his arms numb and tingling. He shook his arms, realizing Zhao Fengyang had already begun channeling his internal energy. However, he had no intention of relying on internal strength. Instead, he utilized the slowed perception of his X-ray vision to pinpoint the flaws in Zhao Fengyang's moves and strike precisely at their vulnerabilities. Zhao Fengyang was absolutely certain that after unleashing his internal energy, he would easily suppress Song Yin. To his astonishment, Song Yin abruptly shifted tactics, no longer meeting force with force, but instead using nimble footwork to avoid direct clashes while exploiting every flaw in Zhao Fengyang's stance. It was as though Song Yin could see straight through all of his moves, leaving Zhao Fengyang thoroughly discomfited. At last, bang! Song Yin's right fist slipped through the openings in Zhao Fengyang's stance, landing squarely on his abdomen. With a muted groan, Zhao Fengyang staggered backwards, taking a full 5 steps before regaining his balance. Just as Song Yin lunged forward again, Zhao Fengyang raised his hand and shouted, "Stop, I yield." Big brother actually lost. Zhao Xiaoyu's mouth hung open in astonishment. She never dreamed that Song Yin could defeat her elder brother. Song Yin steadied himself and cupped his hands respectfully toward Zhao Fengyang. "Master Zhao, my apologies." Zhao Fengyang scrutinized Song Yin for 3 full seconds before admitting somewhat awkwardly, "I only meant to give you some pointers. I never expected your strength to have reached such heights. If you could cultivate inner energy, your power would ascend to yet another level." "You flatter me, master," Song Yin replied modestly. Zhao Fengyang waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for modesty among martial artists. We should possess the heart of a dragon's vigor and a tiger's might." Shifting the topic, he continued, "From what I saw earlier, you've fully mastered the tiger's leap. Your footwork and movements have reached an exceptionally skillful level. No wonder Xiaoyu praised you as a martial arts prodigy." Song Yin wanted to be modest again, but recalling Zhao Fengyang's words, he could only smile in response. "By the way, how's your 9-stage breathing technique coming along?" Zhao Fengyang asked again. This, Song Yin was at a loss for words, because with the system's assistance, he had already cultivated the 9-stage breathing technique to its highest perfected realm. Seeing his expression, Zhao Fengyang thought he hadn't cultivated inner strength yet and felt embarrassed. So he comforted him. "Inner strength isn't that easy to master. When I first started practicing, it took me 3 months to develop inner strength too." Zhao Xiaoyu also chimed in. "I was a bit worse than my brother. It took me 3.5 months. Don't worry. Take it slow. With your talent, you'll master it sooner or later." Hearing their comforting words, Song Yin couldn't help feeling amused and exasperated. Actually, I've already developed internal energy." "What? How is that possible?" The Zhao siblings gasped in unison, staring at Song Yin with disbelief in their eyes. "You brat, you're not lying, are you?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked again. Song Yin nodded silently. After receiving Song Yan's confirmation, Zhao Xiaoyu was utterly devastated. She had practiced diligently for over 3 months just to develop internal energy, and even that achievement had been considered exceptional. But how long had it taken Song Yin? She had only passed the 9-cycle breathing technique to him the afternoon before, and now, just 1 day later, he'd already cultivated internal energy? That was simply inhuman. Though Zhao Fengyang was astonished, He quickly regained his composure, eyes shining excitedly. He said to Song Yin, "Come on, Song Yin, attack me with your full internal strength. Let me assess how far you've progressed." "That wouldn't be proper," Song Yin demurred tactfully. From their earlier sparring, he could tell Zhao Fengyang's internal energy wasn't as strong as his. A full force strike might actually injure him. Zhao Fengyang seemed to read Song Yan's concern. "Just use your internal energy for the attack," he clarified. "Don't supplement it with physical strength." "All right then." Seeing Zhao Fengyang's insistence, Song Yin had no choice but to agree. Next, the two extended one fist each, pressing them together. "Be careful, master. I'm about to use internal force," Song Yin reminded. "Come at me," Zhao Fengyang said confidently. Having practiced the 9 stages breathing technique for over 20 years, he had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Song Yan's mind stirred as the internal energy from his dantian burst forth, swiftly coursing through his meridians towards his fist. However, he didn't heed Zhao Fengyang's advice and only used 70% of his strength. Zhao Fengyang, who had initially worn a confident smile, abruptly lost his composure upon sensing Song Yan's internal energy. Shock filled his eyes. How could this energy be so formidable? He hurriedly gathered his own strength to resist, but he was a step too late. Oomph! With a muffled groan, Zhao Fengyang's body flew out like a kite with its string cut, slamming into the wall. "Master! Brother!" Song Yin and Zhao Xiaoyu simultaneously stepped forward to help him up. "Song Yin, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to use your physical strength?" Zhao Xiaoyu glared at him angrily. "It's not Song Yan's fault, Xiaoyu. I was the careless one," Zhao Fengyang quickly interjected. "I thought since Song Yin had just started cultivating internal energy, he'd only be a beginner at most. Yet unexpectedly, his internal force has reached such an astonishing level. If I'm not mistaken, he's already mastered it to perfection, truly a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy." "What? That can't be!" Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed again in disbelief. Ignoring his sister's outburst, Zhao Fengyang fixed his gaze on Song Yin and asked, "Am I correct? Were it not for sensing that Song Yan's internal energy originated from the same source as his own, the 9-segment breathing technique, he would have suspected Song Yin had trained in another martial art before." Under the intense scrutiny of the Zhao siblings, Song Yin nodded meekly in confirmation. Although Zhao Fengyang could confirm that Song Yan's internal energy came from practicing the 9-segment breathing technique, he still harbored some doubts and asked, "Have you practiced any other internal arts before?" "No, never," Song Yin shook his head. Zhao Fengyang sighed deeply, feeling utterly heartbroken. "Ah, I actually wish you had said yes. This is downright depressing. It took you less than 3 days to master internal energy to perfection, while I've spent over 20 years just to reach an advanced level. Little sister, quickly find me a block of tofu." "Big bro, why do you need tofu?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked in confusion. "I'm going to kill myself by hitting myself with tofu." Song Yin, Zhao Xiaoyu, Chapter 36, Martial Arts Alliance. Neither Song Yin nor Zhao Xiaoyu had expected the usually rigorous Zhao Fengyang to crack such a humorous remark. Sensing their peculiar gazes, Zhao Fengyang said, "What are you looking at me like that for? Can an old guy like me crack a joke?" "Fair enough. Of course it will." Song Yin and Zhao Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. "All right, let's get back on track." Zhao Fengyang's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Song Yin. "Without utilizing inner energy, your strength already surpasses that of a late-stage Hotian martial artist. If you were to employ inner energy, even a perfected Hotian martial artist likely wouldn't be your match. With such prowess, you'd definitely stand head and shoulders above other young talents. If you were to join the Martial Alliance, you could certainly rank within the top 10 of the human rankings." "The Martial Alliance? Human rankings?" Song Yin looked utterly bewildered. "Do you mean to say you've never heard of the Martial Alliance?" Zhao Fengyang inquired. "I've never heard of it. And what do you mean by late-stage Hotian and Hotian perfection? Are they martial arts realms?" Song Yin asked curiously. "Seriously? You're such a new big guy. Let me explain it to him," Zhao Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Under Zhao Xiaoyu's explanation, Song Yin soon grasped the hierarchy of martial artist strength levels and learned about the nature of the Martial Arts Alliance organization. First, martial artists are divided into Hotian and Xiantian realms. The postnatal realm is divided into 4 stages: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfection. For early and mid-stage postnatal, it's not difficult to achieve after over a decade of training. Zhao Xiaoyu is a mid-stage postnatal martial artist. Reaching the late-stage postnatal is considerably more challenging. At this level, one is already considered an elite among martial artists. Zhao Fengyang belongs to this tier. As for postnatal perfection, it represents the pinnacle among elites. Those who attain this realm before the age of 30 have the potential to break through to the innate realm. Speaking of the innate realm, it consists of 9 layers, each as distinct as heaven itself. Upon entering innate, one becomes a grandmaster. Hence, innate experts are commonly revered as innate grandmasters. Achieving innate status qualifies one to establish their own school and accept disciples. Even the state tries to win over innate masters. However, Zhao Xiaoyu had never seen an innate master, so she couldn't describe how powerful they really were. To put it in one sentence, even 10 perfected postnatal warriors wouldn't stand a chance against a single first-tier innate master. When mentioning innate grandmasters, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with longing. At this moment, Zhao Fengyang added, "If I remember correctly, Song Yin, you're only 23. With your talent, breaking through to the innate realm is entirely possible. Unfortunately, our Zhao family's 9-stage breathing technique is too low level. If you want to advance to the innate realm in the future, you'd better find an innate grade cultivation manual to practice. That would significantly increase your chances of breakthrough." "Thank you for the reminder, Home Master." Dao Ming expressed his gratitude, though inwardly he pondered that finding a primordial cultivation technique would likely require relying on the system. As for the Martial Art Alliance, it was a coalition spontaneously established by civilian martial artists. Most martial artists took pride in joining the alliance, but its entry threshold was quite high. Applicants needed to meet 3 conditions. First, one's personal strength must reach the intermediate stage of the postnatal realm. Second, there must be no serious criminal record. Third, recommendations from at least 3 members are required. Why are martial artists so eager to join the Martial Alliance? First, only by joining the Martial Arts Alliance can you purchase training resources for martial arts. Secondly, the Alliance gathers exceptional talents and numerous masters. If you're lucky enough to catch the eye of a senior member who gives you a few pointers, that would be far more beneficial than practicing alone. And if a senior takes a liking to you and accepts you as their disciple, that would be even more wonderful. The most important point is that the Yanhuang Bureau also recruits people from the Martial Arts Alliance. The Yanhuang Bureau, the most powerful enforcement department of the Yanhuang Nation, was personally established by the founding leader Zhu Hongwu. It has existed for as long as the nation itself, making its history just as long. What are the benefits of joining the Yanhuang Bureau? First, possessing a license to kill allows you to arrest or eliminate anyone who poses a threat to national security. Second, an abundance of cultivation resources. The Martial Arts Alliance is a self-organized group of civilian martial artists, while the Yanhuang Bureau is state-backed. Need I say more about how powerful a national machine can be? Third, authority. The members of the Yanhuang Bureau hold extremely high military ranks. Although these ranks confer no real power, the prestige alone is enough to bring honor to one's ancestors. Of course, there are also many intangible benefits that even Zhao Fengyang and his sister couldn't fully explain. Song Yin, would you be interested in joining the Martial Arts Alliance? Zhao Fengyang asked. I have many contacts in the Xiang City branch. Finding 2 people to serve as your sponsors wouldn't be difficult. This, Song Yin hesitated slightly. With his system, he could continuously improve as long as he kept accumulating fame points. The benefits offered by joining the Martial Arts Alliance didn't hold much appeal for him. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing Song Yin hesitate, Zhao Xiaoyu grew somewhat displeased. Zhao Fengyang continued. In one's lifetime, people experience all sorts of things. Most martial artists in the Martial Arts Alliance come from various walks of life. So joining the Alliance is also an opportunity to expand your network. Being a student now, you may not fully grasp this, but once you step into society, you'll understand how important connections are. Hearing this, Song Yan's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding, and he nodded eagerly. Then I'll trouble the gym owner for this favor. Calling me gym owner sounds too distant. From now on, just call me Brother Zhao, Zhao Fengyang said with a hearty laugh. Got it, Brother Zhao. Song Yan quickly corrected himself. All right, regarding your admission to the Martial Arts Alliance, I'll make the arrangements first. If there's any news, I'll call you. By the way, Brother Zhao, what's this human ranking you mentioned? Song Yan asked. The Martial Arts Alliance maintains 3 major rankings: Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Human ranking records young masters age below 30. The Earth ranking gathers innate realm experts, while those who make it to the Heaven ranking are all peerless powerhouses who've transcended beyond the innate realm. There exist experts who surpass the innate realm in this world. Song Yan was utterly astonished. Zhao Fengyang nodded and said, that goes without saying. Martial arts know no bounds. To ordinary martial artists like us, innate masters are already formidable experts, but there are indeed stronger martial artists beyond the innate realm. However, that level is beyond our reach. That said, the Martial Arts Alliance collectively refers to those who surpass the innate realm as celestial ranking powerhouses. So that's how it is. I understand now. Song Yan had an epiphany, feeling a surge of passion ignite within him. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Fengyang, Song Yan left the martial arts school to meet up with Zhang Ziren. Plum Blossom Hall, second floor of Fuyue Restaurant. When Song Yan entered, Zhou Ziren and 3 other boys stood up together. You're finally here. Please take a seat. Zhang Ziren personally pulled out a chair for Song Yan and immediately poured him a glass of beer. Song Yan, I was wrong about that matter. Let me punish myself with 3 drinks first, then toast you, Zhou Ziren said with sincere expression. This idea came from me. I'll drink with young Master Zhou, another boy said as he stood up with his wine glass. The other 2 boys couldn't sit still either, standing up one after another to declare they also had their share and were willing to accept punishment together. Seeing this, Song Yan remained silent for a moment before saying, let's not dwell on the past. I'll drink 3 cups with everyone, and from now on we're all friends. How about that? Great, let's all drink 3 cups together and be friends. Zhang Ziren clapped his hands in agreement. With him taking the lead, the other 3 boys naturally followed suit. All being young men, they drank swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 crates of beer had been reduced to empty bottles. A boy staggered to his feet, his face flushed and slurred. Can't hold it in, gotta take a leak, be right back for more. Regarding this, Song Yan and Zhang Ziren didn't pay much attention either, waving their hands to urge him to hurry back. But after 7 or 8 minutes passed without his return, Song Yan, slightly tipsy but still quite clear-headed, suggested going to check on the boy. However, Zhang Ziren made him sit back down and called for another boy to go search for him in the restroom. Yet soon after, that boy came running back in a panic, shouting, Young Master Zhang, something's wrong. Xie Hui is getting beaten up by a group of people. Damn it, messing with my buddy. You've got a death wish. Zhang Ziren grabbed an empty beer bottle and charged out of the private room. The other 2 also snatched a bottle each and followed him. Seeing their aggressive stance, Song Yan knew a brawl was inevitable. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly rushed after them. Chapter 37, Bow the Blade. The restroom was at the end of the 2nd floor corridor. The moment Zhang Ziren barged in, he saw his lackey Xie Hui pinned to the filthy toilet floor by 2 young thugs while a bleached blonde punk was pissing directly on his face. Motherfucking sons of bitches. Zhang Ziren flew into a rage, shouted and charged at the yellow-haired guy, swinging a wine bottle straight at his head. The yellow-haired guy was in the middle of relieving himself with gusto while the others were watching the show. So when the crisp crack sounded and the bottle shattered over his head, they were all caught off guard. The yellow-haired guy screamed in pain, instinctively clutching his head as he squatted down, but forgot he was still midstream. As he crouched, his thing retreated into his pants, resulting in him pissing himself. Damn it, another troublemaker. Come on, guys, beat him up, one of the thugs shouted, and in an instant, 7 or 8 of them rushed forward, throwing punches at Zhang Ziren. The 2 boys who had followed with liquor bottles in hand hesitated nervously at the sight, instinctively stopping in their tracks. Just then, a figure brushed past them. Soon, a series of bangs followed by screams echoed from the restroom. In less than 30 seconds, every last thug lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. The 2 boys snapped out of their daze and rushed to Zhang Ziren's side, eagerly asking as if to prove their loyalty. "Young Master Zhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. You guys help Xie Hui up first." The 2 quickly went to help Xie Hui up, their hearts filled with unease. They weren't sure whether Zhang Ziren had witnessed their hesitation the moment they'd failed to rush forward, and the thought filled them with deep regret. At this moment, Xie Hui looked utterly wretched. His bruised and swollen face was smeared with the pungent stench of urine, and even his head and body were spattered with it. "Here, wipe your face." Song Yin pulled out a pack of tissues and handed them to Xie Hui. "Thank you," Xie Hui said gratefully, but his gaze swept over the gang of thugs on the ground, his eyes brimming with hatred. "Brother Yin, what should we do with this bunch?" Zhang Ziren asked Song Yin. He didn't address him by his real name, but used Brother Yin instead, partly because he genuinely admired Song Yan's martial prowess, and partly to avoid these thugs seeking revenge by tracking down his real identity later. Song Yin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Xie Hui and asked, "What do you want to do about this?" "An eye for an eye." Xie Hui gritted his teeth as his gaze swept over the group of thugs before finally settling on the guy with bleached hair. "Should we just leave?" one of the boys said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ziren gave him a cold glare. "Leave if you want to, go by yourself." Xie Hui glanced over, his eyes filled with unmistakable disappointment. Wang Yuan, who usually acted all buddy-buddy with him, had chickened out the moment things got tough. Wang Yuan's expression flickered with panic as he realized he'd said something taboo, but in the end he clenched his teeth and said, "Sorry, young Master Zhang. Sorry, Hui. I'm leaving first." Watching Wang Yuan walk away, Zhang Ziren's face twisted with anger. After all the times he'd treated the guy to food, drinks, and entertainment, who'd have thought he'd turn out to be such a disloyal bastard? "Pah, what a piece of trash. Damn shameful," another boy cursed. "Enough." Zhang Ziren roared in anger, delivering a series of fierce kicks at the blonde-haired thug, while Xie Hui also lunged forward to add kicks to the other fallen gang members. The remaining boy simply stood frozen in place, looking somewhat awkward. Seeing that the 2 had vented enough, Song Yin called them to stop. "Let's go, Brother Yin. We're heading out for more drinks." Zhang Ziren waved his hand and said. Though he had vented his anger, Wang Yuan's departure still left him feeling frustrated. "Let we go back and clean up first. We'll drink some other time," Song Yin said. Xie Hui waved dismissively, then walked to the faucet, took off his shirt to rinse off the urine, and said to Song Yin, "Everything's fine, let's keep drinking." Back in the private room, Zhang Ziren started drinking heavily. Once drunk, he began berating Wang Yuan for being disloyal, joined by Xie Hui and another male student. Only Song Yin remained silent and barely drank. Bang! The private room door was violently kicked open as a 30-something obese young man, dressed in Hawaiian shirt and barely 5'3", strutted and surrounded by a gang of thugs wielding bats and machetes. There were so many people that after filling the room, several more remained standing outside the door. The chubby young man wore a simple and kindly smile on his face, looking utterly amiable. Seeing so many people arriving at once, even though he knew Song Yin could fight with this many armed opponents, could he really win? Instantly, a layer of worry settled in his heart. Subconsciously, he tried to stand up, whether from fear or drunkenness. He barely rose halfway before collapsing back onto his seat. As for Xie Hui and the other boy, seeing such a horde of delinquents suddenly appear, all armed, they felt a chill run through them, sobering them up considerably. Song Yin, however, remained remarkably calm. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he slowly scanned the group, pausing just a moment longer when his gaze landed on one particular person. "Blondie, get in here," the young, fat guy shouted, and then a man with his head wrapped in bandages squeezed through the door. It was the same blonde-haired guy who had gotten his skull cracked by Zhang Ziren in the bathroom earlier. "Are these the punks?" the young fat guy asked. "Boss, these are the punks," Blondie said, bowing slightly. Smack! The young, heavy-set man slapped the blonde-haired youth across the face and shouted, "What a bunch of useless fuckers, letting a few brats kick your asses like that." Humiliated, but not daring to retaliate, the blonde-haired young man could only bow his head in agreement. But then the heavy-set man's tone abruptly shifted. "Still, you're under Bao Yidao's wing, and that means my wing. Anybody messes with you messes with me. Now, go settle the score with every last one of those little shits. It was all my fault. Come at me if you dare." Xie Hui staggered to his feet, shouting at the fat young man. Though his face showed panic, his gaze burned with unwavering determination. "My dad is Zhang Tianyang. Whoever dares touch me, my dad will make you pay," Zhang Ziren shouted, bracing himself against the table as he stood up. "So you're Chairman Zhang's son. What an honor to meet you." Bao Yidao appeared somewhat surprised and extended his hand toward Zhang Tianran. "Since you know who my father is, let's consider this matter settled," Zhang Ziren declared triumphantly with a dismissive wave. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhang Ziren was stunned, clutching his cheek as he stared at Bao Yidao in confusion. "Why did you hit me?" The other man laughed contemptuously. "You ignorant brat don't know your place. Even your father would have to call me Lord Bao when he sees me. Who the hell do you think you are?" "Huh?" The group of hoodlums behind him burst into laughter. "Blondie, get moving," the fat guy barked at the yellow-haired one. "Yes, boss." "Boss, wait a minute." A voice came from the crowd, and then Xie Cohen stepped forward. He had recently pledged allegiance to Bao Yidao's faction. "Oh, it's you, Cohen. What brings you here?" Bao Yidao asked kindly. "Boss, I have an inappropriate request. Could you spare him? I have some history with him." Xie Cohen pointed at Song Yin as he spoke. "Ha, is that all? No problem. Since you've spoken up, Cohen, I'll definitely give you this face." Bao Yidao laughed, but Song Yin noticed a flash of menace in his eyes, clearly displeased with Xie Cohen's plea. Yet he agreed instantly, proving himself a cunning and scheming man. "Thank you, boss," Xie Cohen said hastily with gratitude. Then, Xie Cohen turned to Song Yin and said, "Our boss is showing you mercy. You'd better leave now." But to Xie Cohen's surprise, Song Yin shook his head with a smile, stood up, and said to him, "Being a gangster is a dead-end job. I advise you to change careers." Hearing this, Xie Cohen couldn't help but laugh in anger. After pleading for leniency on his behalf, Song Yin had the nerve to mock him. "Cohen, your little friend here is quite amusing. Still wet behind the ears, but talking like a know-it-all," Bao Yidao said, narrowing his eyes into slits. Xie Cohen was startled. He knew that when Bao Yidao narrowed his eyes, it was a sign of impending anger. He quickly interjected, "Boss, he's young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." At that moment, Song Yan's voice rang out again. "It's fine if my hair hasn't fully grown yet. That'll come with time. But stunted growth is a real problem. No matter how much you eat, you might never grow tall." As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Cohen's face darkened, while Bao Yidao's narrow eyes flashed with malice. He hated nothing more than people mocking his height. Chapter 38. Follow Brother Yin and eat well. Second floor of Fuyue Restaurant, Plum Blossom Hall. Because of Song Yan's words, the atmosphere became unprecedentedly tense. Bao Yidao stared gloomily at Song Yan, his voice seeming squeezed through clenched teeth. "Cohen, I'm not saying this to disrespect you, but your little friend here clearly doesn't respect me." Xie Cohen's face twisted in distress. He knew that if he kept begging for mercy, life under Bao Yidao would become unbearable. Bao might even hold a grudge against him. But he was firm in his belief that loyalty mattered most in their world. Last time, Song Yin had spared him, and that meant he owed Song Yin a debt, and debts had to be repaid. So, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, could you give him another chance for my sake?" Hearing this, Bao Yidao's face darkened even further. Song Yin was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xie Cohen to dare plead for him in this situation. It seemed not all troublemakers were scum. Some still upheld the bonds of loyalty. So, Song Yin didn't want to put Xie Kun in a difficult position either. He stepped forward and stared at Bao Yidao. Have your men leave the private room, and I'll let today's matter slide. Otherwise, I'll make sure you gain a few more pounds. Bao Yidao suddenly laughed. Ah Kun, you see it now, right? It's not that I, as your boss, am disrespecting you. It's just that this little bastard is too arrogant. If we let him off, your face might be saved, but where does that leave mine? Tell me, Ah Kun, isn't that right? Boss, I understand. But in this line of work, we gotta uphold loyalty. I owe him a favor, so please. Enough, don't push your luck. Bao Yidao angrily cut off Xie Kun's words. Xie Kun, I appreciate your goodwill. Song Yin here is touched. But really, there's no need to plead for me. As for this bunch of people, I don't even take them seriously. Song Yin's voice rang out again, brimming with confidence. He had deliberately avoided drinking much after returning to the private room, just in case those guys came looking for trouble. Kid's got a big mouth. Boys, get him. Just don't kill him. Bao Yidao sneered maliciously. Whoosh! In a flash, Song Yin suddenly vanished from his spot. The next thing Bao Yidao knew, there was a hand around his neck. The thugs who had been about to charge forward halted abruptly. Their leader Bao Yidao was now in Song Yin's grasp. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk. Song Yin didn't hold back, delivering several crisp slaps to Bao Yidao's face, turning his already chubby cheeks even puffier. After taking several hard slaps to the face, Bao Yidao was seething with rage, the fire in his beady eyes practically blazing. He desperately wanted to order his lackeys to tear this damn brat into pieces, but the iron grip around his neck kept him from making a reckless move. Zhang Ziren, all of you get behind me, Song Yin shouted. Hearing Song Yin's warning, Zhang Ziren and the other two snapped out of their daze and quickly moved behind him. They had thought there was no escape from this ordeal today, but surprisingly, Song Yin turned out to be so fierce. With a single move, he subdued the gang leader, leaving the other thugs too intimidated to act recklessly. It was like witnessing a peerless warrior snatching the enemy general's head amidst a sea of troops. Isn't this just too thrilling? Seize those three, Bao Yidao suddenly yelled. Several quick-reacting thugs immediately closed in on Zhang Ziren from both sides, instantly turning the trio's faces ashen with fear. At that moment, Song Yin suddenly released Bao Yidao, reached out to grab two empty beer bottles from the table, and swiftly hurled them, each striking the faces of the two thugs approaching Zhang Ziren. Thwack! Thwack! Two of them crouched down with agonized screams. At the same time, Song Yin darted toward Zhang Ziren and his two companions with fluid movements, delivering a rapid series of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Three more thugs fell screaming as Song Yin positioned himself in front of Zhang Ziren and his two friends, shielding them from danger. Slash him to death. Bao Yidao, now free, roared viciously while gradually retreating to avoid giving Song Yin another chance to capture him. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Over a dozen thugs shouted in unison, charging towards Song Yin with overwhelming force. Their voices so thunderous the private room itself seemed to shake. Zhang Ziren and the other two had never seen such a scene before and were very worried. If Song Yin couldn't hold them off, would they end up being chopped to pieces? Seeing the dozen or so thugs rushing toward him, Song Yin narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grasped the edge of the round table. Up! With a light shout, Song Yin lifted the table and swung it out in a semicircular arc. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts followed as the charging thugs were mostly struck, howling as they collapsed. Go! Having knocked down 7 or 8 thugs at once, Song Yin flung the round table toward the doorway, taking down another group. Bao Yidao, who had fled to the entrance, couldn't help but inhale sharply at the sight. How was this kid so terrifyingly fierce? The private room instantly felt more spacious with one less table. Whoosh! Song Yin darted forward again like an arrow. With Zhang Ziren's group depending on him, he unleashed his full power. Moving like a phantom through the crowd, he systematically took down each thug amidst their agonized cries. Within a minute, only Xie Kun, standing dumbstruck, and Bao Yidao outside the door remained standing among the 30-odd gangsters. Now it's your turn. Song Yin grinned at Bao Yidao, who nearly lost his nerve and fled in terror. Whoosh! Song Yin dashed out and returned swiftly, hauling Bao Yidao into the private room before throwing him to the floor. Brother Yin, you're absolutely incredible. I've decided from now on you're my boss, Zhang Ziren exclaimed with exhilaration. Brother Yin, count me in too. I want to follow you. Me too. Xie Hui and another male classmate quickly chimed in. Song Yin glared at them impatiently and said, What kind of nonsense is this? Don't forget, we're all students here. Brother Yin is absolutely right. We're not messing around. We're uniting around Brother Yin. Right? Xie Hui Zhang Jun. Exactly. Stick with Brother Yin, and we'll all feast. Xie Hui quickly chimed in. And score chicks, added the other guy, Zhang Jun. Having lost patience with these fools, Song Yin turned to Bao Yidao and asked coldly, So, Bao Yidao, how should we settle this matter? I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai and offended Brother Yin. Why don't you just let me go like passing gas? Bao Yidao forced an obsequious smile. Under someone else's roof, one must bow. With 30 some of his men dealt with, what else could he do but admit defeat? But admitting defeat temporarily didn't mean admitting defeat forever. Once he got past this immediate problem, he'd take proper revenge on this little bastard. Zhang Ziren, Song Yin suddenly addressed the boy. Didn't he slap you earlier? Here's your chance to return the favor. Do you dare strike back? He'd deliberately withheld intervention when Bao struck Zhang, intending the humiliation as a lesson. Had Zhang heeded his advice to leave the restaurant earlier, they wouldn't have been cornered in this private room. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Ziren smirked coldly as he squatted in front of Bao Yidao. Slap, slap, slap. He struck him forcefully back and forth across the face with both hands. After finishing, he spat on him contemptuously and sneered. Damn it, your face is so thick it actually hurt my hand. As for Bao Yidao, shock and fury surged within him, but he swallowed his anger down forcefully. Song Yan's gaze swept over the crowd sprawled on the ground, genuinely uncertain how to handle the situation. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Xie Cohen, and an idea struck him. He turned back to Bao Yidao and said, All right, Fatso, for Xie Cohen's sake, I'll let you off today. But if we cross paths again, I'll skin you alive. Thanks so much, Brother Yin. Thank you, Bao Yidao exclaimed with gratitude. Let's go, Song Yin said to Zhang Ziren and the other two. But just as they reached the door, he suddenly turned back. All right, fatty. Bao Yidao, who had just stood up, immediately bobbed his head ingratiatingly. What can I do for you, Brother Yin? Don't forget to pay for the damages to the private room, Song Yin said with a cheerful laugh. Don't worry, Brother Yin, I'll pay double the compensation, Bao Yidao hurriedly assured. Chapter 39, Reporting to the Teacher. Stepping out of Fuyue Pavilion, Zhang Ziren, Xie Hui, and Zhang Jun seemed pumped with adrenaline, each brimming with inexplicable excitement as they gazed at Song Yin with worshipful eyes. Brother Yin, how about we find a bar and drink some more, Zhang Ziren suggested. Song Yin waved his hand. I have things to do. There'll be plenty of chances later. After parting ways with Zhang Ziren and the other two, Song Yin headed toward the coffee shop. Although performing there no longer contributed much to his reputation points, now a trivial gain for him, he was a man of principle. Thus, he still showed up punctually for work every day. The cafe was as bustling as ever, but strangely, the proprietress Su Meier didn't show up today. According to Inger, the proprietress seemed to have some urgent family matters and had returned to the Flame Capital, presumably taking 3 to 5 days before she could return. Yin City is the capital of Yin Huang Nation and its largest metropolis. At 10 o'clock, the performance concluded. As usual, Song Yin bowed to thank the audience and received a round of applause. Yin, do you have a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Zheng Yun approached him. Sure, Song Yin nodded. Zheng Yun's sudden appearance surprised him, and he wondered what matter had brought her to seek him out. The two took their seats. Zheng Yun asked Song Yin what he wanted to drink, and he casually ordered a coffee. To be honest, he wasn't really used to drinking coffee. Sister Zheng, you didn't ask me here just to treat me to coffee, did you? If there's something on your mind, just say it, Song Yin said with a smile, taking a sip from his cup. I'm sorry, Yin, Zheng Yun replied, looking slightly embarrassed. Here's the thing. Originally, this piano competition was just a non-official event organized by the Xiangqing Piano Association. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the Piano Association's application to the National Music Association was approved, officially becoming a recognized music organization. The chairman of the association is now concurrently held by Ma Jingchu, the head of the City Music Association, and she's paying close attention to this competition. At this point, Zheng Yun grew even more awkward because Chairman Ma has a strict personality and can't tolerate any irregularities. The organizing committee discussed it and decided to revoke your qualification to advance directly to the finals. Hearing this, Song Yin felt a bit displeased. Back when you approached me, it was you who personally suggested letting me directly enter the finals. Now you're telling me my eligibility has been revoked. Still, he wasn't unreasonable, so he asked, "What does Sister Zheng suggest?" "Well, the organizers want you to start from the preliminary round like the other contestants." Having said this, Zheng Yun nervously watched Song Yin, fearing he might refuse to participate in anger. After pondering, Song Yin lowered his head in thought. Skipping straight to the finals might make him seem above others, but it likely wouldn't earn as much fame as competing from the start, and might even invite criticism. If he began with the preliminary rounds, his abilities would undoubtedly let him stand out. After several rounds of competition creating momentum, and then seizing the championship in one decisive move, the fame he could gain would surely be greater without attracting any controversy. To put it in one sentence, starting the competition from scratch does more good than harm. Seeing Song Yin remain silent, Zheng Yun grew even more uneasy. "Hey Yin, this whole thing is my fault. I've tried my best to make amends, so if you must blame someone, blame me." Song Yin smiled. "You're overthinking it, Zhang Jia. I'm willing to start from the qualifying rounds." Wonderful. Hearing Song Yan's agreement, Zheng Yun couldn't help but cheer. Without Song Yan, this competition would undoubtedly lose much of its luster. Yet she had no choice but to make this request, because Ma Jingchu carried another identity. She was the wife of the deputy mayor. At the same time, while feeling grateful to Song Yin, she also found herself admiring him more. This young man possessed extraordinary magnanimity. Were it any other piano virtuoso in his place, they would have likely stormed off in displeasure long ago. "Yin, thank you." "You're welcome." Song Yin waved his hand. After taking a week-long sick leave, Yin Weimin finally returned to school. Everyone knew about the bet between Song Yin and Yin Weimin, so upon his entry in the classroom, all eyes kept shifting between the two of them. But Yin Weimin seemed to have forgotten about the bet and didn't mention it at all. "Ahem, everyone take out your textbooks. Class is starting now." Seeing Yin Weimin acting so irresponsibly, Song Yin felt utter disdain. A teacher without even this much integrity was truly pathetic. "So Song," Yin rose from his seat. Seeing this, Yin Weimin panicked. Thinking Song Yin was about to bring up their bet, he immediately snapped, "Song Yin, why are you standing up during class?" Song Yin replied coolly, "Teacher Yin, have you forgotten? You order me to stand in the hallway whenever you're teaching. I've committed your words to memory very carefully, just in case you forget what you've said yourself." With that, Song Yin picked up his textbook and walked straight out of the classroom. Yin Weimin's face instantly darkened with rage. Feeling the students' peculiar gazes from below only made him grit his teeth in hatred towards Song Yin. He was certain now this brat was deliberately embarrassing him. "All right, let's continue with the class," Yin Weimin said solemnly. Reporting for permission, Zhang Ziren suddenly stood up from his seat. "Zhang Ziren, what's the matter?" Yin Weimin's tone softened slightly. With a serious expression, Zhang Ziren declared, "During the last monthly exam, Song Yin was the only one who scored full marks in Chinese. If even he isn't qualified to stay in the classroom and listen to your lecture, then I don't think I'm qualified either. Therefore, I request to attend the class from the hallway." Zhang Ziren's words struck Yin Weimin like a sharp blade, making his face alternate between sickly pale and fiery red. However, Zhang Ziren didn't wait for his response. After speaking, she immediately grabbed her textbook and walked out of the classroom. "Teacher, I also feel unworthy to stay in the classroom and listen to your lecture. I'll go to the hallway too." Xia Hui promptly stood up and walked out of the classroom. "Teacher, I also request to attend class in the hallway." Zhang Jun chimed in. Having both acknowledged Song Yin as their leader, he and Zhang Ziren naturally chose to stand united in this matter. As Zhang Ziren and the other two walked out of the classroom, Yin Weiman's face darkened so much it looked ready to drip with fury. Deep down, he roared, "Song Yin, I swear you and I will never coexist. Teacher, I'm going out too." Li Lei stood up again, textbook in hand, and walked out of the classroom. During this period, Song Yin had grown close to Zhang Ziren and his group. Since Li Lei was on good terms with Song Yin, he naturally became part of this circle. Bang! Yin Weiman could no longer contain the fury boiling inside him. He slammed his textbook heavily onto the lectern, sweeping his gaze across the classroom as he demanded, "Who else wants to step out?" Teenagers are impulsive and rebellious by nature. With Yin Weiman having already lost their respect, his outburst of anger didn't intimidate the students at all. Instead, it only stirred up more defiance and resentment in their hearts. Reporting teacher, I also request to attend class in the hallway. A struggling student who had long been dissatisfied with Yin Weiman's polarizing teaching methods seized this opportunity to provoke him, taking delight in doing so. Teacher, I think the hallway offers a clearer view for lectures. I'm going too. Another student stood up and walked out of the classroom. Teacher, excuse me. Teacher, reporting. Next, students stood up one after another. Out of 60-odd students, more than 40 actually walked out of the classroom and into the hallway. Song Yin was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. With all the students rushing outside, how could the class possibly continue? Yin Weiman was so furious he nearly fainted on the lectern and stormed straight out of the classroom. Chapter 40, The Music Room. Watching Yin Weiman leave in anger, Zhang Ziren couldn't help but chuckle smugly. Boss, you're seriously badass. I can't believe so many classmates followed your lead. Song Yin smiled faintly. They weren't responding to me. Class 9 has long suffered under Teacher Yin. If this had been Teacher Han Sha's class, would anyone have followed me out like that? Zhang Ziren nodded deeply in agreement. That's absolutely true. The incident of Class 9 standing in the hallway during lectures quickly spread throughout the school. As one of the two central figures involved, Yin Weiman had utterly humiliated himself, while Song Yin gained considerable admiration from fellow students, earning several hundred fame points and pushing his total fame value past the 1,000 mark once again. After the third period concluded, the academic dean arrived at Class 9 to deliver the principal's summons. Song Yin was to report to the headmaster's office immediately. Good afternoon, Principal Zhu. Song Yin greeted respectfully, bowing his head toward Principal Zhu Hongqing. Classmate Song Yin, you're here. Would you like tea or a drink? Zhu Hongqing greeted him warmly. Thank you, Principal, but I'm not thirsty, Song Yin replied shyly. Feel free to make yourself at home here. I have some acquaintance with Director Song as well, Zhu Hongqiang said with a chuckle. Though not part of the official circles, he'd heard the news that Song Shiais was about to be promoted to Director of the Education Bureau, effectively his superior. Naturally, he had to show extra consideration to the nephew of his soon-to-be boss. In the end, Song Yin opted for a bottle of juice. Next, Zhu Hongqiang asked Song Yin about his studies and inquired whether he was comfortable living in the school dormitory, offering to arrange a teacher's dormitory for him if he found it unsuitable. Regarding this matter, Song Yin politely declined, claiming that the dormitory was just fine. The dormitory he lived in had 1 bedroom and 3 shared living areas, which was theoretically meant to accommodate 3 people. However, likely due to Principal Zhu Hongqing's special consideration, he was the only resident. Suddenly, Zhu Hongqiang changed the subject and asked knowingly, Song Yin, I heard that during this morning's class, all the students from Class 9 ran out into the hallway. What exactly happened? After a moment of deliberation, Song Yin responded, Principal, it's mainly my fault. Teacher Yin had instructed that for all of his classes, I should stand in the hallway and listen. Several classmates who were close to me thought it was unfair, so they stepped out with me. We didn't expect so many others to follow suit. Hearing Song Yin directly admit his mistake, Zhu Hongqing nodded inwardly in approval. This boy had integrity. Unlike Yin Weiman, a man in his 40s or 50s who went back on his word and grew fat on false promises. Actually, I'm aware of the situation between you and Yin Weiman. After discussion with the school administration, we unanimously agreed to transfer Yin Weimin to teach at the junior high section. Teacher Li Yucheng will temporarily take over as the Chinese literature instructor for Class 9. How do you feel about this arrangement? Song Yin was startled for a moment before hastily replying, "I'll abide by the principal's decision." This response made Zhu Hongsheng even more satisfied. With a gentle smile, he said, "All right, you may head back now. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to come see me." "Thank you, principal." After thanking Zhu Hongsheng, Song Yin left the principal's office with a faint smile curling at his lips. Transferring Yin Weimin to the junior high department had finally allowed him to vent some long-held resentment. Almost everyone knew about the feud between Yin Weimin and Song Yin. Now, with Yin Weimin reassigned to the junior high section while Song Yin remained untouched, many began speculating. Could Song Yin be the child of some high-ranking official? Otherwise, how could a student emerge victorious in a clash against a teacher? While rumors used to annoy Song Yin, he now rather enjoyed them. They boosted his fame points. Before leaving school, he checked his fame points and noticed they had increased by several hundred again. Before they knew it, the 14th had arrived. Tomorrow would be the audition day for the Xiangqing piano competition. During this time, Zheng Yin had communicated with him over the phone. The piano competition would be divided into 5 stages. The first was auditions. Due to Chairperson Ma Jingchu's status as the wife of the vice mayor, Xiangqing TV had given considerable face and would broadcast the competition. The second stage was the preliminaries, the third was the semifinals, the fourth was the composition round, and the fifth was the top 10 ranking competition. Apart from the auditions, which would only be selectively broadcast, the preliminaries, semifinals, composition round, and top 10 ranking competition would all be aired live on television. The TV broadcast made Song Yin very happy, as it meant he would gain more fame points. Initially, he thought reaching 10,000 fame points would be too difficult, but now it seemed achievable just by making it to the finals. However, the 15th wasn't a weekend, so he needed to ask his homeroom teacher, Han Sha, for leave. "Why do you need leave?" Han Sha asked, looking at Song Yin. "I'm participating in the Xiangqing piano competition's preliminary round tomorrow," Song Yin replied with a smile. Since the incident last time, he and Han Sha had grown particularly close. "You can play the piano?" Han Sha eyed Song Yin suspiciously. "A little," Song Yin replied modestly. "Wouldn't have guessed you had an artistic side," Han Sha teased, then quickly changed her tone. "Fine, you can take leave for the competition, but only if you promise to make it into the top 10. "No problem," Song Yin agreed without hesitation. His real target was first place. So confident, Han Sha was surprised at his swift reply. "Who dares climb Mount Liang without some real skills?" Song Yin boasted arrogantly. "I don't believe you," Han Sha scoffed, curling her lips. "Well then, just wait and see." "No way. I need to see how well you can really play." "Come on, let's go to the school's piano room," Han Sha said with a sly glint in her eyes. Helplessly, Song Yin had no choice but to follow Han Sha toward the school's music room. The music room was located next to the teaching building, primarily used by art students. Other students only visited occasionally for music classes. However, vocal music classes had been canceled after entering university, so Song Yin hadn't set foot in the music room for a year. The music room spanned 3 floors. The first and second housed large classrooms, while the third floor contained small practice rooms reserved for art students. "Teacher Huang, could I trouble you for a key to one of the third-floor piano rooms?" Han Sha politely asked the young bespectacled teacher as she led Song Yin into the music room office. "Is Teacher Han going to practice piano?" Huang Quan looked at Han Sha curiously. With her gentle personality and striking beauty, every unmarried male teacher had thoughts about her. This bespectacled young man was no exception. "No, one of my students is preparing for next year's piano competition. I just wanted to check how he's progressing," Han Sha explained. Huang Quan glanced at Song Yin and grinned. "What a coincidence. I signed up for that competition too. Since I'm free, why don't I come upstairs with you? It'd be nice to see how skilled this student is." "Then I'll trouble you with this, Professor Huang," Han Sha said politely. "Not at all. It's my honor to serve a beautiful teacher like you, Professor Han Sha," Huang Quan said with a cheerful smile. Since he'd been stationed in the piano room office, He never had the chance to get close to Han Sha. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally didn't want to let it slip. As for Song Yin, he didn't think his piano skills were anything remarkable. Han Sha didn't respond to Huang Quan's flattering words, merely smiling in return. Along the way, Huang Quan tried his best to ingratiate himself with Han Sha, but she responded mostly with vague utterances like ah, or oh. Clearly, her politeness was nothing more than perfunctory courtesy toward his fawning efforts. Chapter 41, The Ghostly Fantasy. Music room, 3rd floor. Huang Quan took out a set of keys and unlocked the door to a small classroom. "Teacher Han Sha, please." Huang Quan pushed the door open, his tone ingratiating, while completely ignoring Song Yin standing behind them. Huang Quan ignored Song Yin, but Han Sha certainly didn't. She thanked Huang Quan before immediately turning to wave Song Yin over. "Come in quickly," she urged. "All right, Teacher Han." Song Yin nodded. "By the way, this student, have you taken any graded exams? Are you amateur or professional?" Huang Quan suddenly asked Song Yin. In Yinhuang country, piano grades are divided into amateur and professional. The amateur level has 9 grades, while the professional level has 10, with the 10th grade being referred to as piano master. The amateur level is relatively easy to pass, and achieving the 9th amateur grade isn't difficult. However, professionals don't really acknowledge the amateur grades. They're more for impressing laymen or showing off. "I haven't taken any grading exams yet," Song Yin answered truthfully. "So you haven't taken the proficiency test?" A hint of disdain flashed in Huang Quan's eyes before his face settled into an arrogant expression. "I passed the professional 7th level back when I was still in university 3 years ago. These past years I've been too busy with work to take further exams. Otherwise I'd probably be at the 8th level by now." Hearing Huang Quan's self-aggrandizement, Song Yin smiled without speaking. It was obvious the other party was belittling him in front of Teacher Han Sha to elevate his own status. Han Sha clearly noticed this too, so she said to Huang Quan, "Thank you for escorting us up here, Teacher Huang. If you have other matters to attend to, please don't let us keep you." 不知黄前没听出韩沙的感人的意思，还是故意装作不知道，反而笑呵呵道：“正好我比较有空，这样吧，我先为韩沙老师弹一曲，再听这位宋燕同学弹，到时我再指点他下，等明天参加比赛，通过海选赛的几率大些。大家都是老师，韩沙也不好拒绝，只好点头应下。”黄前整理了下衣襟，然后走到钢琴前坐下，掀开琴盖后，回头看着韩沙道：“韩沙老师，我下面弹奏的曲子是我原创的，我还没弹给别人听过，你是我的第一个听众，希望你喜欢。” Once again, he was ignored. Song Yin pursed his lips, not expecting this small gesture to be caught by Han Sha, who winked at him in response. Song Yin couldn't help but smile softly. The more time he spent with Han Sha, the more he realized that sometimes she truly resembled a little girl. Clink. The sound of the piano echoed as Huang Quan's fingers danced nimbly across the keys, releasing a cascade of notes. His body swayed dramatically, eyes closed, either wholly immersed in the music or utterly intoxicated by his own composition. To be honest, Huang Quan's piano skills are indeed impressive, but they're too focused on technical display, superficial and flashy, causing the piece to lose its depth. A good piece of music has soul. It can move hearts and touch the depths of listeners. Clearly, Huang Quan failed to achieve this. Of course, if he truly had, he likely wouldn't have remained at professional grade 7, but would have soared to professional grade 9. As the song ended, Huang Quan turned around and looked at Han Sha expectantly, asking, "Teacher Han Sha, what do you think of this piece?" "It's quite nice, very pleasant to listen to," Han Sha replied with a light chuckle. Flushed with pride at Han Sha's approval, Huang Quan boasted, "That's wonderful. How about I play another piece? One of my specialties?" "All right then," Han Sha responded, a trace of resignation in her voice. Then, Huang Quan played a sad piece, and after finishing, he asked Han Sha how he played. After receiving Han Sha's polite compliments, the guy actually insisted on playing another piece. This left both Han Sha and Song Yin utterly speechless. By the time Huang Quan finished his third piece, Han Sha didn't wait for him to ask before quickly praising it and saying, "Mr. Huang, let Song Yan give it a try. I'd like to see his actual piano skills." Huang Quan reluctantly rose from his seat, giving Song Yan's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Don't be nervous, Song Yan. Just play your best. I'll offer some pointers after you finish. You think too highly of yourself. Where did you get the idea that I'm nervous?" Song Yan felt utterly speechless and couldn't be bothered to argue with Huang Quan. He walked over and sat down at the piano, wondering what piece to play. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Phantom Rhapsody it is. Teacher Huang, you enjoy showing off your skills, don't you? Well, I'll show you what true virtuosity looks like." Elegy of the Undead is also one of the system's 10 gifted compositions. This piece isn't about having particularly beautiful melodies, nor about how pleasant it sounds when played, and it certainly doesn't carry any so-called deeper meaning. Its sole purpose is to showcase technical prowess, because performing this piece requires pressing up to 13 keys simultaneously at its peak. Yet a person only has 10 fingers, so even if using all fingers simultaneously, they couldn't possibly press 13 piano keys at the same time. In addition to the 13 key sections, there are also many parts featuring 12-key and 11-key performances, making this a remarkably challenging piece to play. One might even say impossible for a solo performer to accomplish. Under the watchful gazes of Huang Quan and Han Sha, Song Yan flexed his 10 fingers before suddenly bringing both hands crashing down onto the piano keys. Immediately, a torrential storm of notes erupted from beneath his fingertips. Is this kid really playing the piano, or just fooling around? Huang Quan shivered involuntarily, his face full of doubt. But the next moment his eyes widened in shock. Song Yan's fingers moved faster and faster, until faint afterimages began shimmering above the piano keys. The music grew increasingly intense and violent, even bordering on piercing. But the blended tones left Huang Quan speechless because, unbelievably, Song Yan had struck 11, maybe even 12 notes simultaneously. Boom! This piece was like a raging mountain torrent, unstoppable in its force. Moreover, Song Yan's hand speed continued to accelerate. Eventually, a series of 13-key and even 14-key notes emerged. With just the piano master skill alone, Song Yan couldn't achieve this, but his physical abilities were 5 times that of a normal person. Having also cultivated inner energy, he channeled it into his fingers, making them more flexible and sensitive. 13-key and 14-key notes. He could play them all. Huang Quan was completely dumbstruck, unable to speak. On the other hand, Han Sha, who knew nothing about piano, didn't think Song Yan was particularly exceptional. She merely noticed his extraordinarily fast finger movements. As the piece concluded, Song Yan exhaled heavily, releasing a deep breath. Playing the 4-minute-long Fantasia of the Undead was no easy feat. His inner energy had been depleted by at least a tenth. "Teacher Huang, what do you think of Song Yan's performance?" Han Sha asked Huang Quan. Hearing Han Sha's voice, Huang Quan finally snapped out of his daze, fixing Song Yan with a complicated gaze. "Amazing, utterly amazing. The piece he just played, I doubt even a master pianist could perform it like that." "Is it really that amazing?" Han Sha asked skeptically. "But why do I feel like this piece doesn't sound very pleasant?" This piece admittedly isn't pleasant to listen to, but it's absolutely the most powerful composition in the world. Huang Quan laughed. After praising Song Yan a few more times, he left the piano room. He had been utterly crushed by Song Yan, despite his earlier bravado about mentoring him. Judging by that performance alone, even 20 more years of practice might not be enough for him to play it. "Finally, he's gone," Song Yan chuckled. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Han Sha glared at Song Yan. Song Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, how did Huang Quan get scared off just by hearing you play one piece? Was that tune you played really that amazing?" Han Sha asked curiously. So, Song Yan explained the extraordinary aspects of that piece to Han Sha. After hearing it, she was thoroughly shocked. "You mean you can press 14 keys simultaneously?" Song Yan nodded again and said, "Teacher Han Sha, that previous piece indeed wasn't pleasant to hear. Let me play you a beautiful one." As he spoke, Song Yan returned to the piano and began playing Blue and White Porcelain. Chapter 42, Narrow Escape. A rendition of Blue and White Porcelain captivated Han Sha. Even after Song Yin finished playing, she remained immersed in the Jiangnan water town he had painted with his melody, lost in the poignant love story woven through every note. After a long moment, Han Sha snapped out of her daze and looked at Song Yin with amazement. So you could play the piano this well all along? You hid your skills deep, didn't you? Who says I'm not a humble yet profound person? Song Yin bragged with a smug face. You? Low-key, Han Sha sneered. Now who at Holy Night High doesn't know your name? The brave hero who helped police arrest a wanted criminal. The one who kicked teacher Yin all the way to the middle school division. If one day I offend you, will you banish me to teach elementary school students? Ahem. Song Yan's face flushed crimson, never expecting teacher Han Sha to say something so sharp. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Han Sha's face, and Song Yan instantly realized he'd been teased by her. For a moment, Song Yan's gaze took on a vaguely resentful look. Unable to bear his gaze any longer, Han Sha quickly said, "All right, I'll approve your leave, but you'd better bring back a championship title or you can start scrubbing toilets." Seriously? This is way too harsh, Song Yin wailed. The next day, at 9 a.m., Song Yin arrived at the vocal music teaching building of Xiangqing Conservatory of Music, where the preliminary rounds of the piano competition were being held. Beneath the building, a red banner had already been hung. Under it stood 2 tables where 4 competition staff members were distributing contestant numbers. Yesterday, Zheng Yun had already called and communicated with him. Around 800 people had signed up for the piano competition, so 10 classrooms were arranged for preliminary auditions. Each classroom had 3 judges. Those who received 3 votes would advance directly to the preliminary round, while those with 2 votes will be placed on hold. At the staff station, after reporting his name and ID number, Song Yin received a tag numbered 7 to 68. The 7 represented classroom 7, while 68 was his sequence number. The auditions began at 9:30 a.m. After learning from the staff that classroom 7 was on the 4th floor, Song Yin grabbed his tag and headed straight upstairs. The door to room 8 was tightly shut, clearly indicating the judges hadn't arrived yet. However, most contestants had already gathered outside the classroom waiting, with friends or family members accompanying them. The corridor had become quite crowded. "Hey buddy, what's your name?" "Came alone. No friends with you." A tall, thin young man with long hair and unattractive features proactively greeted Song Yin. "Yeah, came alone. I'm Song Yin. May I know your name?" As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, so Song Yin responded politely. "My name is Xia Xiang, an independent musician. Here's my business card." As he spoke, he handed over an exquisitely designed card. "Thank you." Song Yin reached out to take the business card, "But I'm still a student, so I don't have one." Xia Xiang was quite talkative and the straightforward type. Without Song Yin even asking, he volunteered information about himself. According to him, he had started practicing piano and playing guitar during his university days. Later, he joined a music club and formed a band with a few like-minded classmates who shared the same musical dreams. Unfortunately, after graduation, everyone scattered due to the pressures of making a living and the band disbanded. He alone refused to give up on his musical aspirations. Since the band had fallen apart, he simply pursued music on his own, though he hadn't found much success. Over the past 2 years, he had participated in numerous music talent shows, with his best performance getting him to the semifinals. However, due to his average looks and mediocre singing skills, he never managed to break through. This time, hearing about the substantial prize money for the piano competition, he signed up on a whim. Suddenly, Xia Xiang changed the subject and asked Song Yin, "You're still in college, right?" "Yeah." "University?" Song Yin nodded. "Which school?" Xia Xiang pressed on. "St. Knight High School." "Impressive, the best high school in our state. Are you an arts program student?" "No, I'm in humanities track." The two chatted idly to pass the time until finally, the staff came to open the door, followed by the judges, 2 men and 1 woman. 9:30 a.m. A staff member announced the start of the auditions, requesting everyone to remain quiet, then called contestant 701 into the classroom to perform while contestant 702 prepared. It was a delicate-looking boy about Song Yan's age who was clearly nervous. The preliminary audition had no specific requirements for the musical piece. Just play your most confident composition. The soundproofing of the classroom wasn't particularly effective. Shortly after contestant number 701 entered, the notes of a piano piece drifted out. The performer was playing Little Raindrops, a relatively well-known classic. During this time, Song Yin had never stopped absorbing various compositions, and now his memory held tens of thousands of musical pieces. Halfway through, Song Yin shook his head inwardly. Whether it was due to nerves or not, the performer had already made no fewer than 5 mistakes by the midway point. Sure enough, when contestant number 701 walked out of the classroom, his face was crestfallen. Clearly, he hadn't passed. Number 702, please come in to perform, the staff member announced loudly. A chubby boy entered but emerged in less than 5 minutes, his face beaming with excitement. Everyone assumed he had passed, but Song Yan's keen hearing knew better. The boy had actually failed. The preliminaries progressed swiftly. Those who performed poorly were often cut off by the judges before finishing their pieces. By 11 a.m., they had already reached contestant 56, yet fewer than a third had made it past the initial screening. Number 757, please come in to perform. It's my turn now. I'll head in first, Xia Xiang said to Song Yin with full confidence before striding boldly into the classroom. Soon, a melancholic melody drifted from the classroom into Song Yan's ears, leaving him slightly astonished. Xia Xiang's playing skill was no less than Huang Quan's, likely at a professional 7th grade level. True enough, when Xia Xiang stepped out of the classroom, his face bore a few extra traces of smugness. Congratulations, brother Xia, Song Yin said with a smile. Ha ha, 小意思而已。下想故作不以为然的挥挥手，那眉宇间的那份得意，谁都看得出。Song Yin had assumed Xia Xiang would leave, but unexpectedly, the other insisted on staying until he finished the audition. The clock struck 11:43 when the staff called out Song Yan's number. Go for it. Xia Xiang waved his fist at Song Yin. Thank you. Song Yin stepped into the classroom, greeting the 3 judges with a respectful bow. Please begin your performance, the male judge seated in the center said impassively. Certainly. Song Yin calmly walked to the piano and sat down, placing his hands on the black and white keys. Then, a stream of melancholy notes flowed from his fingertips, instantly catching the attention of the 3 judges. As Song Yin performed, all 3 judges closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the artistic atmosphere he created. When the piece ended, the male judge seated in the center spoke with admiration. Excellent playing. You pass. May I ask, what is the name of this piece? Is it an original composition? The female judge on the right swiftly followed up. This piece is called Blue and White Porcelain, an original composition, Song Yin replied. Excellent. I'm really looking forward to your next performance. You pass for me too. Beautiful playing, and the composition was wonderful too. I have no reason not to pass you, smiled the male judge on the left. Thank you. Song Yin stood up to express his gratitude, glanced at the staff member holding the camera, and then left the classroom. Hey man, did you make it through? Xia Xiang approached him as soon as he stepped out of the classroom. Barely passed. Song Yin replied with a smile. So, Song Yin went downstairs with Xia Xiang, but unexpectedly ran into his aunt and Song Shui on the 3rd floor. Both mother and daughter looked surprised, not expecting to encounter Song Yin here. Chapter 43, Song Shui. Song Yin, what are you doing here? Aunt Yang Yanli asked suspiciously. There was no hiding the fact that he was attending the piano competition. So Song Yin replied calmly. Auntie, I'm here for the piano competition audition. Since when do you play piano? How come I never knew about this? Yang Yanli's expression had shifted to shock. Song Yin had already prepared his explanation and replied, in vocal music class, the teacher taught some piano basics, and I got quite interested. Since then, I've been practicing privately. So when I heard about this piano competition, I thought I'd join just for fun. At this point, Song Yin turned to Song Shui and asked, Shui must have passed the preliminary audition, right? Song Yan's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, and Yang Yanli didn't probe further. When he shifted the topic to Song Shui, a proud expression automatically appeared on her face. With our Shui's skill level, passing the preliminaries was child's play. Besides, she's aiming for the championship. Mom, must you brag like that? We have company, Song Shui complained, shooting Yang Yamli an exasperated look. Hearing this, Yang Yamli smiled dismissively. I wasn't wrong. You're a ninth grade professional, after all. Who could compare to you? By the way, Song Yin, who is this gentleman? This is Xia Xiang, a friend I've just met. He's also participating in the piano competition, Song Yin introduced. Auntie, hello. Here's my business card. I'd appreciate your guidance. Xia Xiang promptly took out name cards and handed one each to Yang Yanli and Song Shui. What a polite young man, Yang Yanli remarked with a laugh as she accepted the card. Song Shui hesitated before taking hers but remained silent. As they spoke, the four of them headed downstairs, but Song Shui deliberately lingered behind and asked Song Yin in a low voice, "When did you get to know Fei Fei?" Song Yin didn't expect Song Shui to ask him this question. He thought to himself that since Xiang Fei Fei and Song Shui were close friends, and Fei Fei hadn't mentioned the alley incident, he shouldn't bring it up either. For now, he couldn't come up with a good explanation, so he answered vaguely, just a coincidence. Song Shui frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Her tone turned colder as she said, I advise you not to entertain any delusions about Fei Fei. You two are worlds apart. Song Yin was no stranger to being looked down upon by Song Shui, so he had grown accustomed to it. He chuckled, You've misunderstood. I don't harbor any illusions about her. That's for the best. Song Shui nodded lightly. I know you've been making quite a name for yourself at school lately. I'm warning you. My father is at a critical juncture right now. You'd better not cause any trouble for him, or else I won't let you off. I know, Song Yin replied solemnly, though he sighed inwardly. It seems Song Shui really had a poor impression of him. Also, you better focus more on your studies. One monthly exam doesn't prove anything, Song Shui continued, her tone still frosty, but now tinged with a trace of concern. I will, Song Yin nodded again. It wasn't until they reached the school gate that Yang Yanli remembered to ask Song Yin if he had passed the preliminary selection. 当听到宋燕通过后，他显得十分吃惊。宋雪眼皮微微一动，深深看了眼宋燕。他与宋燕同处一座学校，虽然没有刻意打听，但依旧听到不少有关宋燕的传闻。最近1月，本来没啥存在感的他，居然在学校间变得高调起来。先是和谢元成打架被训斥，接着帮助警方抓捕及通缉犯，再接着和向菲菲传出绯闻，后来月考语文居然考了满分。再后来，在校门口从第一纨绔手上救下韩沙老师，不久后又传出与严伟民唱反调，上课时带着学生跑到走廊上听课，并在当日严伟民被发配到初中部。他的变化为什么会这么大？宋雪很是疑惑，而且现在他还通过了钢琴大赛海选。要知道，这次大赛海选很是严格，800多名选手至少淘汰了2/3。宋燕能通过海选，说明他在钢琴演奏上也有一定造诣。Seems you got lucky this time. Keep working hard and try to make it to the next round. Yang Yanli offered some words of encouragement after her initial surprise, though her tone subtly implied she didn't believe he'd advance to the finals. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I'll do my best, Song Yin replied earnestly, feeling quietly pleased. He could sense his aunt's attitude was shifting, no longer just criticizing and mocking him like before. Watching his aunt and Song Shui walk away, Song Yin tightened his fist in quiet determination. Let's go, Song Yin. My treat, Xia Xiang said enthusiastically. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Song Yin replied with a smile. Since they'd all passed the preliminary audition anyway, they were bound to meet again. Xia could pay this time, and he'd return the favor next time. That afternoon, Song Yin received another call from Zheng Yun, informing him that his audition performance clip hadn't been edited out and would air on Xiangqing TV at 8 tonight. Nowadays, with the internet being so advanced, most young people prefer watching TV dramas and movies on their computers. As a result, viewership ratings from major TV stations have plummeted compared to before, let alone local stations like Xiangqing TV, which suffers from particularly low ratings. Especially since Channel 4 wasn't even one of the main stations, so the number of viewers was even smaller. After school, Song Yin received a message from Han Sha asking him to wait for her outside the school. After waiting about 10 minutes, the beautiful teacher Han Sha gracefully arrived. "Let's go. Come with me to the market." "Why do we need to go to the market?" Song Yin asked, puzzled. "To celebrate you passing the preliminaries, I'm definitely going to cook up something delicious as a reward." "Wow, this is amazing," Song Yin exclaimed with excitement. "Does passing the preliminary selection mean you'll reward me for the competition too?" "Dream on. You think just anyone gets to taste my cooking?" Teacher Han Sha began acting all high and mighty. They're the vegetable market just a few hundred meters away from the academy. After entering the market, Han Sha suddenly asked, "By the way, what do you like to eat?" Song Yin started counting on his fingers. Stir-fried chicken, spicy crayfish, beef stew with potatoes, boiled fish, shredded pork with garlic sauce, cucumber with dried tofu. Listening to the constant stream of dish names pouring from Song Yan's mouth, Han Sha's face suddenly darkened as she interrupted him. "3 dishes at most. Any more, and this teacher won't cook for you." Song Yin chuckled and finally picked his 3 favorite dishes. When buying groceries, Han Sha was adept at haggling. Watching her argue earnestly with vendors over mere pennies, Song Yin didn't think her cheap in the slightest. On the contrary, he found this side of teacher Han Sha particularly endearing. "What are you standing there for? Hold these." Seeing Song Yin grinning foolishly nearby, Han Sha shoved the groceries she'd purchased into his hands with a huff. After buying the groceries, teacher Han Sha dragged Song Yin to a nearby supermarket to purchase a pair of men's slippers. Only when they arrived at Han Sha's home did Song Yin realize the men's slippers had been bought for him. Instantly, he felt an extraordinary warmth in his heart. "Change your shoes." Han Sha changed in her own slippers first, then bent down to place the slippers by Song Yan's feet. As she straightened up, a fleeting glimpse of an alluring sight caught his eye, making his breath quicken noticeably.